First, a brief recap.
You know?
So that's why they call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way if in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly, yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, do you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. like, please make it easy for me to immigrate next year.
Well, I will say, they are more industrious than American blacks.
Get blessing in.
He can stay.
Yeah. Was she white?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the best Karens.
Yeah,
we do Karen it better than anyone else.
That's true. Yeah, that's not sure that's like something to be proud of. It kind of is though. Actually, I'm actually in a way kind of like pro Karen.
Karens are needed. I'm not saying sometimes we're in the wrong, but I honestly think like Karens are the ones that do the shit that no one else wants to do. Now, you might have been on the negative end of the Karen stick, right? But they all probably wanted you fired or wanted you blacklisted, right? Karen's just the one that did it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, from my point of view, if the guy next door is having this loud party and I'm the one that goes and complains, everyone wanted it to stop.
That's right.
I'm pro Karen.
I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I like get the time wrong. When I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more like late African.
Well, he's black. I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean...
Ha, ha, ha. By the way, the audio is what it is deliberately. I want to differentiate it from what you heard previously, but brief aside, ha, ha, ha.
He's really offended. But your argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. What do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, you know, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I deny some of the parts of it.
You deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You think they're embellished upon.
I think they're embellished, yeah.
The same way. This sounds... Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy.
They're going to get trouble. This sounds similar to the slavery stuff, too, because that's literally... the founder, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often... But that's what they do, is they embellish... And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
For those of you who may be new here, although I don't imagine how that could possibly be, you're here because I'm the guy that broke this news. I was the fellow who saw that the so-called darling of the black manosphere, just Pearly things, the white woman queen, who came and they sat there and bowed down immediately. I was the guy who saw when she talked to Nick Fuentes, all these other people ignored it. They didn't know what it was. All of them didn't know it. I was the guy who did that. So that's why tonight's audio, I'm making it what it is because I want it to be a little bit of a flashback for you. You can go listen to the original video, although you all have heard it a million times now. I posted it and the internet blew up. The internet exploded. YouTube went into meltdown. But that was last week. I was talking about Pearly things last week because apparently no one else could be bothered to. But that's not who I want to talk about this week. No, this week I want to talk about everyone else. We're not turning this into the Pearly Things channel. We need to have a discussion about everyone else. That's what we need to have. And that's what I'm going to be doing here tonight. So now that you've heard some of the folks who did some of the talking, There's been a whole bunch of folk who've been running for cover ever since. And I thought this would be a good opportunity for us to review that because we need to ask ourselves one basic question. How in the hell did she ever get in this space to begin with? How in the world did these individuals ever get a door opened for them? What in the world was it that they did? Who let them in? Now that we have identified the white supremacist culprits, it's time for us to do some clearing. It's time for us to do some clearing. Separate the wheat from the chaff. We need to start asking, I'm hosting this program tonight to ask one fundamental question. Who is it in black society who let her kind in? And the guilty parties are many. Some of them have been trying to cover their asses and splain for the last week here. So I thought we'd just take this as an opportunity for us to go ahead and review that. First person I would like to go ahead and take a look at here will be Mediocre Tutorials, who was attempting to burnish his comedy credentials when this was brought to his attention what was going on. Although it wasn't during his live stream. Of course, he was being dishonest. He already knew what was going on, but he was hoping it wouldn't be too bad. It was bad. When the chat room descended on him. The chat room started ripping him and mauling him. He tried to ignore it. He tried to explain it. But the people wouldn't stop. So he had a couple of days to consider whether or not he wanted to go down with the Pearly ship. And he decided to put out a video saying that he was holding her accountable. Now, I'm going to just play some parts of it. I'm going to play some parts of it, not all of it, because you don't need to hear all of it. But I want you to understand this was soul-wrenching for him. This was real hard because he only wanted to tiptoe his way into it.
Onto a platform which is primarily supported. Beat around the bush for this conversation, and I'm going to get straight to the point. Pearl, you f***ed up. You knowingly invited a white supremacist and a self-proclaimed racist onto a platform which is primarily supported by, at least initially, and produced by black people. This comes across as insensitive to downright nasty.
Insensitive. Boy, he making it real soft. It was insensitive. Excuse me. Slavery was exaggerated and black people are lazy. That's not insensitive. That's, repeat after me, Mediocre, racist. That's racist. She's a racist, a white supremacist. You don't just have clip after clip after clip and statement after statement after statement. She got real comfortable with Nick Fuentes. It's not insensitive. That is racist. So this was real hard for him. He really didn't want to do this. He really just wanted to say, hey, can I just continue to get the bag and deal with her and y'all just take it how you live? So it was rough on him. It was rough on him. However, in all fairness, I'm going to let him go ahead and keep talking. In all fairness,
lend itself well to demonstrate the respect for the people that watch your content and that you employ. I don't think that your platform would be as big as what it is today if it wasn't for the essential utilization of black people, black relationship topics, and black talent. And the talent came from all over when you include the likes of an Andrew Tate, all the way down to a Brittany Renner. And even from a content creator perspective, from me to a Melanie King, to a Sarah Garvey, to a King Riches, to an Auntie Jenny. So
he does a lot of naming here and stuff. So he's giving his I Have a Dream speech. Wonder where we're going.
For those just unaware of what's been going on, Pearl has recently come under fire for these particular comments.
I'm trying to get my Africans in America. My Africans. Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy.
They're going to get in trouble. This sounds similar to the slavery stuff, too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Now, what's crazy is that I came across these comments while I was live streaming a couple of days.
Cap. I'm gonna let this slide here, Mediocre, but dude, y'all gotta stop this dishonesty. Cap. You were aware of it from the minute it happened. Cap.
Days ago, and what started out as a laughy, jokey live stream where I wanted to talk about my time up in London.
You mean where you wanted to try to bypass and overlook the scandal that was going on and only focus on your time in London? Okay, he's sitting up here campaigning for a day pass.
Quickly diverted to one of the worst live streams that I've ever had in my life, and honestly, it was a trip to hell as I discovered the magnitude of the conversation that she had with this figure by the name of Nick Fuentes. Specific to the comments regarding slavery being embellished, I said this on the stream and I maintain it today, that Pearl needs to be held responsible for this comment. Likening a quote from the writer of Roots explaining a myth for his people to hold on to does not negate the documented history of the atrocities that happened to Black people. And I'd argue that Roots was a light depiction of the savagery that my forefathers had to go through to ensure that I would be here today. But let me explain a little bit further.
So, like I say, he's working up his nerve. He's trying to work up his nerve. I'm giving him time. This is hard for him. He thought he had found the bag, and he thought he had found a replacement for the bag. So this was hard for him because he knew that by doing this, it was going to create a permanent rift, or at least it's going to create a difficult one. So he's trying to be diplomatic, but at the same time, he's trying to save his bacon with Black folk.
When you got specific in certain comments that reflected on CP time, and let me also say this, is that generally CP time is something that's laughed amongst people of melanation, but it's not taken as a joke when you're doing it with a person who is a self-proclaimed racist. Now that I've had the opportunity to digest all of the information.
I mean, I think you mean now that you've had the opportunity to digest the backlash from your viewers in real time in your chat room on your super chat. Now that you've had a chance to digest that and realize this was not a brush fire that was going to burn out and go away. This was an inferno that was just getting started. I think that's what you meant to say. When
you're doing it with a person who is a self-proclaimed racist. Now that I've had the opportunity to digest all of the information, now that I'm not on live stream with thousands of people looking at me, and in the back of my mind, thinking towards the tens of thousands that are waiting for the perfect reaction from me, I begin to question why you didn't sympathize with the plight of African Americans or Black people in general. And not once in the interview did you have at least one pro-Black stance or some form of ethical defense or cultural sensitivity for the people who carry your production machine forward, or the people that you know that watch your channel. That's questionable at the very least, and it shows to me a degree of misguided that you are regarding our culture, and that you have some introspection to do.
Misguided. Insensitive. All right. Ain't heard racist white supremacists yet, but all right. It's misguided and insensitive. He's trying hard to straddle that fence. You're going to have to pick a side, Mediocre. You're going to have to pick a side.
And you have to find a newfound respect for understanding more about the people that work for you, or who a component of the content is made for. The embellishment of slavery is where you display the true level of your insensitivity and lack of understanding about the culture that you have immersed yourself in, whether you like it or not. Pearl, at the end of the day, you f***ed up. I completely, as I said on that stream, denounce your statements. And I believe that you need to be held completely accountable for your words and your actions. And I want you to do it for the sake of my history, for the sake of my community, for the sake of my audience, and the people who have followed me and will continue to follow me, Pearl. The people that found you through my channel because of these actions. And Pearl, we had a one-on-one conversation before I recorded this video. And I told you I can no longer work with you. We had a dating show that was in the pipeline, and I was super excited about releasing.
Oh, so this is how she co-ops these people when they get over there. As I said, they chasing the bag. So, she's gonna help give them a leg up. Yeah, so that's why they don't want to say nothing. They're like, hey, you gonna mess up the bag. Yeah, slavery don't bother me. Yeah, you gonna mess up the bag, though. Oh, well, I think we can go ahead and ignore this. Can I get my bag? Okay. It's all starting to make sense to everyone now. What Jason said before, by the way, I've been saying it the whole time. Yeah, they got him over there and offline behind closed doors, private phone call. There's little deals being cut. Little deals being cut and little deals being made. So, yeah, it makes a whole lot more sense now, doesn't it?
We had a one-on-one conversation before I recorded this video, and I told you I can no longer work with you. We had a dating show that was in the pipeline, and I was super excited about releasing this content on your platform and then cutting it up and putting it up on my platform and reacting to it. We did great content up there. But along with these statements that have come up, I no longer feel comfortable in having that dating show footage released along with the other content that was recorded up there.
So basically what he's saying is Jason Black messed up the bag. So in other words, what he's saying is, man, look here, we had cars, houses, homes picked out, and Jason had to release this video. You all, do you think that he would have made an issue about this if I had not said anything? If this video if I had not highlighted it and then the world picked it up and ran with it, do you think he would be saying anything? Because right now he's letting you know he was already counting up the bread. He was already counting up the bread. He was saying, hey, I was about to get taken to the next level. Take a look at all the meticulous detail he's going into. He was already flipping through the bread. So he's like, I'll be damned, we just blew up the bag. He can't be happy about that. He can't be. So I imagine he's a little salty where I'm concerned. Because like, hey, you blew up the bag, man. You blew up the bag.
This content on your platform and then cutting it up and putting it up on my platform and reacting to it. We did great content up there. But along with these statements that have come up, I no longer feel comfortable in having that dating show footage released along with the other content that was recorded up there onto your platform. I plan in the future not to release more content up onto the channel regarding my time in London. And to be honest, frankly, it really sucks because I had a lot that I wanted to be able to speak about. And again, to my community, to my audience, to the people who have followed me and will continue to follow.
All right, you all get the idea here. So from here on in, he's taking it out from here. But so he went ahead and he said, Pearl, I can't work with you anymore. I can't work in light of what's been going on, in light of the backlash. I can't work with you anymore. Now, some of you are going to question his sincerity. Completely and perfectly understandable in light of what we know. But I have to take people on what I know, what they do, not necessarily on what I suspect. So, In the case of Mediocre tutorials, Jason, how does the verdict come down? What do you say? I say that before now he was charged with high treason. Last week he was charged with high treason. This week, however, now that he's had an opportunity to review the facts on the ground, I said last week I'm giving everybody an opportunity to clean their paperwork up. It's time to clean up your paperwork. This was a tough decision for him. As you can see, he was stressed by this. This was tormenting him. Jason, what is the verdict at this time? We're putting you on probation. We're putting you on probation is what we're doing. We're not going to give him, he's got a pass to go from home to the grocery store. We're putting him on probation. We will continue to monitor. But at this time, he is on probation. We will check back in. We'll make sure he ain't getting in any more trouble. We'll continue to monitor. Ankle bracelet. He's going to have an ankle monitor. We will continue to monitor the situation, lest temptation get the better of him. We'll continue watching. We'll continue watching. So a lot of folks here really worried. There's a lot that's been going on, and a lot of folks here are really concerned. And you know, from what I've been seeing or what I've been hearing, maybe they should be. Maybe they should be. Maybe they should. Now, there are some folks who are very worried and very scared. They're scared because they know that Jason's a person who doesn't just talk things, he reads and reviews things. And there are some folks out there who are wondering to themselves, you know, Jason was the only person who could be bothered to go through these things before. Is it possible that Jason has looked into other things? Is it possible that that's happened? And yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Now, there's one individual in particular here, and I'm not taking any shots at anyone, but we need to do a little bit of clearing of the air here tonight. The air has been a little bit thick and stuffy, and we need to do a little bit of clearing of the air here. We need to do a little bit of clearing of the air because there's been some folks who've been eating on me. They've been eating good for the last week here. Why, Oshay Duke Jackson has basically made a career in the last week. It must be nice to be able to post something for a couple of days that isn't naked clickbait all the time. It must be nice. He saw his numbers spike. Yeah, that's what happens when you're not posting clickbait all the time. When you post genuine things. So he's like, this tastes good. It tastes good to get real views and real engagement. And they've been eating good for the last week. They've been eating good. And he's like, wow, this real journalism tastes a whole lot better than clickbait. I imagine it does. Welcome to the gourmet. However, the paperwork came back dirty. And he's had an opportunity to clean the paperwork up, but he's been proceeding with caution because he's been scared. The paperwork has been coming back dirty. And because of that, we're going to have to go ahead and review some things. We got to review some things because when the paperwork comes back dirty like that, there's a reason. You see, I asked a very basic question. Who was it who allowed this woman in? Who was it who did that? Who are the individuals who were allowing her in? And it's not very hard to see who they were 4 or 5 months ago. I could play for you all many things. I could play for you all a bunch of clips from his channel, but I'll only play one. and I'll let you all decide, is this a reach? Is this a distortion? By the way, he's got several videos like the one you're about to hear. A few months ago, she was the best thing since sliced bread. They were kissing her ass through a straw. More recently, they found religion, but don't believe me. Why don't we go ahead and see for yourselves? Now, before this all broke, when you heard what he had to say here a week ago, tell me what you think. When he was talking about it then.
I used to be that kind of person like, well, man, Lil Vlad is a cold army, but Adam 22 puts in the work. Same thing you hear about Just Pearly.
Okay, let me back that up.
And the reality is this. Adam 22 or DJ Vlad do not take black people that serious. And I used to be that kind of person like, well, man, Lil Vlad is a culture vulture. Maybe that might be a little true, right? And y'all are saying the same thing about Adam 22. And what I hear in that is hatred, jealousy. Because Adam 22 ain't got more talent than you or me, but Adam 22 puts in the work. Same thing you hear about Just Pearly things. She's a culture vulture. That could very well be true. But we're not going to get around the fact that they have invested.
So I'm finding a very familiar refrain forming here. It all sounds very familiar to me. Well, Jason, how does it sound familiar to you? I keep hearing this word, this accusation that, where have I heard it before?
So that's why they call you a white supremacist.
Well, I will say, hey, they are more industrious than American blacks. You feel, well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. Look at, please make it easy for me to immigrate next year.
Well, I will say, hey, they are more industrious than American blacks.
Get blessing in.
He can stay.
Yeah. Was she white?
Yeah, that sounded familiar about work. They work. Oh, they work. Is yelling about a young privileged white woman's work ethic. A young privileged white woman's work ethic. Now, some of the haterades will be like, well, you region do here. I mean, how do you know those things right there? You region do that, Jason. Really? Am I? Because certainly if that's the case, I certainly can't find more. Correct? I can't find more of this accusation, this assertion that, well, it's because of her white privilege. She's got a great work ethic. Right? Certainly I can't bring you more. Unfortunately, I can.
The second elephant in the room is Just Pearly things went into what I consider London, Black London, created this massive podcast with blacks in London and it's getting a lot of views. It's not only just black people there, but I would look at it that the majority of the basis from what I can see on her channel is basically blacks in London. That's something else a lot of people I know are going to have a problem with. How did the white lady build herself a massive following off the Manosphere and then off of black people? That's what we're going to get. And let me tell you something. I want to get back to what she initially said. The lady works. All right. Now I'm going to tell you like this, for the most part, some of the things that they talk about, I've seen talking about like black issues and stuff. Let me just say this. That would be like one of the things I would have some chagrin with non-black content creators.
Some chagrin. Now, this was a few months ago when he thought he was safe. This is the way he was talking then. Well, I have some chagrin about that. Nothing like the hard body pro-black facade that he's been trying to claim for the last 5 days since he's been eating. This wasn't what he was saying 5 months ago. So suddenly he's found religion. But let's go ahead and keep playing what he was saying 5 months ago. See if it lines up with what you've been hearing since he's been eating good off our plates.
Like black issues and stuff. Let me just say this. That would be like one of the things I would have some chagrin with non-black content creators and going there. I'm never going to go to a Caucasian's platform and talk about black issues. That's the only personal peeve I would have. But that's just me personally, all right? And I don't really see that a lot with her, but I have seen some of that stuff going on with the conversation. I will say this though. She deserves all the success that she gets, whether she does it with whites, blacks, otherwise. Clearly, I think
whether she does it with whites, blacks, otherwise, I think I sniffed somebody else looking to see if in the future they can get a leg up.
Be successful in whatever she does because the lady works. If you're going to be in this space and you're going to be successful, she works. So
again, he's wagging his finger at black folk talking about how white folk work. So he's saying that black folk don't work as hard as the white folks do. It isn't because of generational wealth. It isn't because of systemic racism. It isn't because YouTube's on the record practice of boosting white people in the algorithm and burying and hiding black people. It isn't that. No, that's not what it is. It's that somehow she's quote unquote, quote, working harder, though you can't really explain what the harder work is. You can't really say what it is. Because we all know it isn't because YouTube rigs the game and the internet's got the game rigged. It's not that. DJ Vlad, Adam22, Logan, Jake Paul, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie. It's not because the game is rigged. It's because they're all working so much harder. Don't you understand?
That's on whatever she does because the lady works. If you're going to be in this space and you're going to be successful, she works. She puts in a lot of time and works. She moved to London, invested in herself, no different than what Fresh and Fit did, and they work. And if you don't like people who work, guess what? Then you do it. But that's the difference between entrepreneurs. Like, you guys don't understand how hard it is to move to someplace else and be successful. I know it because I went to Poland.
So now he's making a direct identification between himself and Pearly things. Well, she and I are of a similar mind. I know what it's like to move to a new country and to start things up. This isn't me talking. This isn't Jason Black saying it. I'm playing his words. He's trying to show, he's straight out saying, I identify with her. The rest of you don't understand. You see, I understand because I've moved to a different country. You all don't know what it's like. He doesn't know a damn thing, but we know. He doesn't know about what our experiences are. But do you see what he's doing there? She and I are similar people. She's moved to a new country. I've moved to a new country. She did something in a new country. I'm doing something in a new country. I'm just playing his words. I'm just playing his words as he attempts to elevate himself over other black folk in order to identify with this white woman.
Guess what? Then you do it. But that's the difference between entrepreneurs. Like, you guys don't understand how hard it is to move to someplace else and be successful. I know it because I went to Poland 2015, then came and built a business in Uganda. Now I'm all over Africa doing something you don't even know what I'm doing right now.
And if you can't say what it is you're doing, then you're not doing anything. So we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, now that's 2 videos in a row. So I'm reaching, right? I'm reaching. Okay, just tell me I'm reaching. Go ahead and say that. And there's others. All you got to do is look up his name and hers, and you'll see other videos. If you look up his name and hers, you'll see other videos. There'll be others. There'll be others. And then ask yourself why that is. Ask yourselves why that is. Hey, what's that one there say? Just Pearly Things is the woman king of the Manosphere. Woman king of the Black Manosphere. The Black Manosphere. The Black Manosphere. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's your problem. Your problem is that Jason Black, for the longest time, has been the staunchest opponent of this nonsense called the Black Manosphere. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, it was white men who coined the term manosphere, but these guys, feeling that they didn't have enough integration with white men, they said, well, we'll call ourselves the Black Manosphere because the white dudes won't let us in, but we want to be adjacent to them. Now, you know, as far as I was concerned, up until last week, the Black Manosphere to me was just another word for red pill. And in my mind, it still is. It's still just another name for red pill. These are black males who've adopted that, but there's a different ideology going on here. There's a different situation happening because in addition to everything else, why, Oshay wanted to give us a history lesson. Was what he wanted to do. He wanted to give us a lesson. He wanted to explain to us exactly what it was and who it was that we need to be paying attention to. So I decided I wanted to go ahead and say, well, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and let him educate us on this Black Manosphere thing? Because I'm curious, who are they and what do they stand for? Well, don't believe me. Let me let Oshay tell you who the Black Manosphere is and what they stand for in his own words.
Is saying is largely based on his frustration, which I believe that Jason Black has done in the past towards Obsidian. You know, I'm buddies with Obsidian, so I am a part of the Black Manosphere, so I will never go against Obsidian, at least, you know, not on this at all. He has his right to his own.
Okay, now let's be clear. When he says on this, he's referring to Pearly Things. He's not referring to me. He's referring to taking up and defending Miss Daisy. That's what he's referring to. That he's not going to stand up to this other goof against Miss Daisy. He's going to let that slide. So when we talk about the Black Manosphere, here's the problem. Jason, what was your problem with them? It's a contradiction in terms. They're a manosphere, but I don't see a man over there. And there's a white woman who leads them, so they ain't black. That's the problem. The Black, quote, manosphere is an oxymoron. It's a contradiction in terms. There are no men in their Black manosphere, and it ain't black because a white woman leads them. And they won't even check each other to say, hey, do we even have a code? No, there is no code. It's just a bunch of broke bros sitting up here saying, well, the females don't dig our cornball 4'2" tall asses. So let's go make some YouTube channels and see if we can punish the females through the algorithm. Yeah, that's going to get all the dates for you. Even Pearly Things don't want to date you fellas. She'd rather boo up with Nick Fuentes. Don't let that get in your way of reality there.
So I will never go against Obsidian. So I am a part of what Black has done in the past towards Obsidian. You know, I'm buddies with Obsidian, so I am a part of the Black Manosphere. So I will never go against Obsidian, at least, you know, not on this at all. He has his right to his own opinion, but, you know, we're going to respect the brother for what he's saying. And his report is you don't really know just Pearly Things. And you've been coming at people a lot who you don't know. And the Black man.
These guys have whole YouTube channels built about people that they absolutely have no idea about. At least some of the celebrities I talk about I've met. They're talking about folk that they've never in their lives encountered. Somehow this is a negative now. We're going to get into the fact that the the Black Manosphere, is also a group of degenerate, reprobate liars. And I'm talking about worse than Dennis the Menace. They're pathological, degenerate, reprobate liars. And I'm not just throwing that word out because I'm trying to be hyperbolic and incendiary. I mean that this is a real disturbing thing for them. There's reality, and then there's where these guys are. Seriously. Gonna get to that in a moment because that's what the Black Manosphere is really based on. but it's really disturbing.
Lot who you don't know, and the Black Manosphere would have never come after Jason Black if Jason Black didn't come after us.
I didn't know there was a us. Dude, literally, come after us. It's you and another fella from the pool hall. After us? All two of you? He came after all two of us. I didn't even know who you were. That was the Manosphere, was just two dudes? That's a pretty small sphere, don't you think? It's us. How many? Two. A third one if you count my frat brother over here. So Jason Black came after all of us. All three of you? All three of y'all. Yes, we're a movement. So in other words, if they have an auto wreck and all of y'all are in the hospital, the Black Manosphere is officially sidelined, is what you're saying. You can fit, what he's telling you is we can fit the Black Manosphere in the back of my Escalade. That's what he's telling people. Hell, not even that. You can fit the Black Manosphere in the back of my brother's Honda. My brother's Honda Civic. You can put the Black Manosphere in the rear seat of my brother's Honda Civic. Drive him around town, take him across country and anywhere you want to go. That's the Black Manosphere. Nigga, please.
So, and he talks about in the clip, like, she hires black people. You don't hire black people. You won't even show your face.
That's very interesting. You had Oshay, you've had no problem whatsoever eating off me for the last 7 days. You've had no problem eating off me sight unseen. That wasn't a problem until you decided, ooh, I'm getting nervous. Jason might mention me. But by the way, if these are disingenuous arguments, you've been sitting up here using material from my channel now for a week. So if somehow not seeing me, and by the way, plenty of people have seen me, just not the broke ones, but if somehow that's a problem and that's a real argument, then what in the world are you doing here? If that's actually a valid argument, what in the hell are you doing here? If that disqualifies me in some way, then you would be disingenuous yourself. So very clearly, you reaching for whatever you can get, but I don't blame you.
You're pretty much a guy who just runs his mouth and there's no evidence of who you are. And I know that I've heard some people say that, hey, Jason Black showed himself to a white supremacist, but didn't show himself to his own black audience. And I believe that was Richard Spencer. So
Oshay got really salty because he's trying to figure out how is it a guy that he's never seen, because I don't have to make up lies about doing things in Africa. Why is it a guy that he's never seen has surpassed him? Let's be very, very clear. For those of you who are not aware of who I am and whatnot, let me go ahead and tell you, I got Amazon bestsellers under my belt. You can look that up. I've got Amazon bestsellers under my belt, while this fella here was trying to figure out how he could hitchhike a ride to Guatemala. So, fella, fall back. Your arms ain't long enough to slap box with me. It really, really isn't. Money is, you had to get a pandemic before you can make money. I've been making money since 2002. So sit down, son. However, let's go ahead and address one more thing right here. He showed himself to Richard Spencer. Well, yeah, I interviewed Richard Spencer for my documentary, something you'll never be able to do, but I interviewed Richard Spencer for my documentary. I also interviewed Dr. Claude Anderson, Don Peebles, Umar Johnson, Brett Pulley, Willie Suggs, Yusuf Salam, my son, Judge Joe Brown. Would you like me to keep going, son? I can rattle off the list of folk I know, and by the way, ain't got to sit up here and fake it and put up clickbait. I've got mine documented, son. So in 2023, you're still hoping you can sniff an airline ticket that was touched by some of the people that I've met in person. But yeah, you can start with Richard Spencer, but the list is way longer than that. And oh yeah, by the way, every one of my films has had a Meet the Director perk for my crowdfundings. And by the way, my crowdfundings never paid for my movies. I'll get to that from the lying winosphere here in a moment. My crowdfundings, if you paid $10,000, you got to meet me in person. course, when we started, it was closer to $5. But if you paid the $5,000 or $10,000, you could meet me in person. And I've met a bunch of people in person. They met me. But you know what? They're not little crying, whining sissies on the internet sitting up here clout chasing. These people have met me. They've acted like they've been in the end zone before. They're not fanboys. Now, you would have been sitting up there with your camera trying to take sneak pictures. I met Jason Black. Take a look. Let me lean back. I met Jason Black. That's what you would have been doing. But you see, you're still struggling and faking and frauding like you've got anything going for yourself, living in that struggle hut over there in Ghana. Over here in the real world where we got it built, dude, I don't even tell you all about a third of the celebrities I know personally because that's my life. That's not some special event for me. That's my life. I live this. It ain't new to me. I'm used to it. You would geek out if an NFL player walked up to you and said hi. You would geek out and wet your pants. For me, it would be like, which one? Because it's not my first time. So you're just hoping you can fake it till you make it and hoping one day that somebody of any real significance acknowledges you. So I don't blame you for saying, how the hell did Jason do it? It's because Jason is a man, which is why I don't have to call myself a manosphere. When you got it, it just shows. When you don't, you make up a nickname for yourself. So Oshay was throwing shade. He was real salty because he was trying to figure out how is it that a real man gets these things done and gets genuine respect. But he was also scared that somebody was going to go back through his videos and go take a look to see that, by the way, you was real booed up with Just Pearly before now. You had not a bad thing to say about her. She was the hardest working woman on the internet. Hell, the hardest working person. And if black folk could just get a work ethic like hers, they'd be good. Now he wants to backtrack his words because her paperwork got burnt up in the streets and he was hoping tonight wouldn't happen. Bad mojo, I imagine.
Mr. Spencer got to see Jason Black, but his own audience didn't get to see Jason Black. Those are some criticisms of Mr. Jason Black that, like I said, people can leave to their own discretion, all of that. And that's what Obsidian is dealing with, right? He's talking about those things. You know, he's an anonymity.
Huh? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute here. I don't know if I believe this. I really just don't know if I believe this. I'm trying to understand, but I really just don't know if I believe this. You all can tell me whether or not you do. I just don't believe it. I have a premonition about something. Trying to figure out exactly what it is. Because there's something in this reminds me of something, but I'm not really sure what exactly it is that it reminds me of. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it just came to me. I do know what it reminds me of now. It reminds me of something I seen somewhere. I've seen this before somewhere. Nah, can't place it. I can't place it. Can't quite place it. No. I thought I was onto something there, but I was mistaken. Anyway.
He's a coward. He doesn't want to show his face. But that is like, might be well and good for what he's trying to say. But I think that what Jason Black is talking about and what I'm dealing with is what Just Pearly Things did say. Now, it's true. She does hire black people. She has given brothers and sisters out there in Black London an opportunity that they probably wouldn't have had. Shout outs to her.
Okay, let me go ahead and deal with that right quick. Now, this is the difference between a faker on the internet hoping that one day the money ever comes in and somebody who's built. I don't discuss high value. I build high value men. So you see, I have a long list of people. Yeah, you're right. They don't work for me. I showed them how to work for themselves. And one day I'm going to open up the phone lines and allow people to call in who I have helped and let them say what it is and what it was and what I did. But we would just be here for weeks if I opened up the phone line. So you see, while the best you've been able to do is to get a YouTube channel and hopefully start editing for yourself, I don't have that problem. I have taught other people how to fish, and then I taught them how to buy their own lake. That's what I've done for over a decade. There's a reason my patron is for people who want to get stepped up and don't have to sell their souls to some white supremacist. So you sit over there talking what you know, which is being a temp worker at Manpower. You talk about what you know. I don't teach people to be employees. I don't teach them to work for others. I teach them to work for themselves. Something you and the Leprechaun Squad will never be able to do. Don't get jealous and hate because the vocabulary is beyond you. Don't get jealous, dude. Get your weight up, not your hate up.
Right? But just because you do that, it doesn't give you the right to say the things that she said. That's what Jason Black is coming out with. Now,
then he's trying to cover his ass and find religion. But here's the real issue here. The real issue is the Black Manosphere is a group of pathological, degenerate liars. And you all have to ask yourselves a simple central question here. Do you want to sit up here and hand yourself over to a group of degenerate liars any longer? Is this the best you can do? They call it clickbait, but it's not clickbait. It's just lying. It's just lying. Jason, what in the world do you mean? Well, I could go on for a while here. I actually could go on for a while because some of this stuff is just so weird. It's just so wacky. It's just so bizarre. It's just so strange that you would go off and do that. I don't even know why. Let me give you one example, just one. And by the way, I could give you literally dozens of examples from his channel. I'll give you just one. He did a video about Dr. Umar Johnson titled Dr. Umar Johnson Marries Two Single Moms at a Struggle Backyard Wedding. This was just disturbing. Umar Johnson wasn't marrying anyone. It was like a fashion fair. It literally was a fashion fair. There were literally people in his comment section saying, hey man, the top posted comment is you're lying. It was a fashion fair. There was no wedding. Why are you saying that? But he's saying it anyway. He never took it down. He never made an addendum. He just slandered these people. I'm talking about the women. Dude, do you know how foul and how low down you got to be that you sitting up here trying to gather together some money so you don't have to keep getting rice from Sally Struthers and the Feed the Children people over there in Africa? So you can sit up here and lie on these women and say that they were marrying Umar Johnson? Dude, you sitting up here slandering the women. Forget Umar. You're lying on these women. They're not marrying him. They're not marrying him. No, he didn't get information wrong. That's lying. Don't come in my chat room talking about he got it wrong. That's just a lie. He does it over and over and over and over again. This, like, you're dealing with a real degenerate personality that does that. No wonder they got so much time to sit around and do the celebrity junk. This is disturbing. This isn't clickbait, people. Don't let folks sit up here and rub your sensibilities raw till you start talking crazy. This is disturbing. This is pathetic and this is disturbing. You don't sit up here and say that somebody's marrying somebody and you know they're not. What kind of psychopath does that kind of thing? And his channel is just filled with this. Filled with phoniness. And I guess he's just saying, well, if I'm overseas, if I lie, who's going to be able to sue me? Who's going to be able to serve the papers? This is what it means to be a member of the Black Manosphere. This is what it means. It means this. You don't have to have scruples. You don't have to have anything. All you have to do is sit up here and start lying. And it is disturbing. It's disturbing to say the least. But don't look for any of their people to sit up here and say something about it. Don't look for them to say anything because they're not going to say anything because they're beholden to it as well. they're beholden to it as well. That's why folks should be worried about that. I want to go back here to one other thing, though, because found this to be interesting, too, since we are talking about the liars of the Manosphere, the Black Manosphere. We are talking about that. Could you imagine them in court having to take a lie detector test? They would be sweating bullets. It would be sweating like rain. But there was one other thing I wanted to get to here. Remember that video that he posted here last week when he started eating the buffet off of me? Well, I thought this was a little interesting here too, because I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I had no idea what in the hell he was talking about. So they've been following me for a minute now, but I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. So I had to go look it up for myself. I'll let you hear first.
That's how it kind of works when you're targeting that sort of audience. But the reality is he overall is right. I can't get around that, man. Like, nobody can say that Jason Black is not right. You can call him whatever you want to call him. I know a lot of brothers don't like Jason Black and whatever. I heard that, like Mr. Fantastic called into the show. He hung up on the guy. He might treat his callers bad or whatever you might say. But this one, he's right because he got it right there on tape. Okay.
He might treat his callers bad. I don't treat my callers bad. There's a video up on my channel right now. This woman smooth slap called the hell out for like 15 minutes. She sat there going in on me. And I sat there and took every lob she was throwing. Bulletproof. What in the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? But this is what it means to be a member of the Manosphere over there, and that is disturbing. But you know what's even more disturbing here is that when you realize, did you hear what he just said there? Now, by the way, I didn't even know what or who he was talking about, so they're all over their hump hurt over something that I don't even know. So I'm like, you guys didn't even register on my radar that you existed, but apparently they formed a little Jason Black hate group. They formed a little hate group over there. He mentioned the name of somebody. And by the way, I didn't even know what was going on there. He mentioned the name of somebody. So something happened last night. I was up real late because I don't sleep. And I went to a YouTube channel and we're sitting there talking it up and things are going great. And then somebody out of nowhere is sitting up there lighting everything up and, hey, y'all need to let me in. I want to talk. Oh, y'all let me in. And that's when I later found out that this guy was a stalker. This guy was a Jason Black stalker. And I didn't know who it was. Because I'm like, okay, I don't really know anything about that. Well, lo and be damn
so how can a black man who had a conversation with white nationalists, two of them, and he paid them,
while Jason Black is just talking to everybody else here, this guy shows up, he's trolling and everything else, he's acting all wacky, weird. I'm just saying, okay, I don't mind having a sensible, logical discussion. I don't mind that. I don't mind a sensible, logical discussion, but I do mind a ridiculous.
So why is your problem?
Now that I do mind. I do mind a ridiculous.
Okay, so how can a black man
and lo and
had
behold,
a conversation with white
so-called Mr. Fantastic,
and he paid them, to do it after he charged black people to make a documentary?
Now he goes in these people's chat room and shout out here to Mr. Psychopathist, Courtney Michelle, the brother over there on the right, Q Butter. Hate to mangle that. But Mr. Psychopathist, he had a space last night. I just saw it was on. Never met these people before. Never watched them before. Did anything. I was up. It was late. So I just said, and then I heard them mention me. So I said, okay, well, let me go ahead and pull up. This guy comes up after, he comes up in the room and he's such a troll. I go ahead and leave. Here's what he said after I left. And I want you all to understand, this guy, Oshay's buddy, I'm pretty sure this is his Mr. Fantastic. I want you to listen to this. This is an absolutely criminal and disturbing level of psychopathic lying.
Psycho, so why is your problem? Okay, so how can a black man who had a conversation with white nationalists, two of them, and he paid them, to do it after he charged black people to make a documentary? paid these white people to be in that documentary, then turned back around and made black people buy the documentary that they already funded. How can he dare say, tell a white person that they can't?
Now, did you all hear that? He says that like it's a statement of fact. He paid Richard Spencer. He paid those white people. He paid them. You heard him say it twice. He paid them, and then he took money from black folk to make his film. First of all, everybody who knows, I'm going to just speak for myself because in reality, all of us do this. Well, the two of us who are making documentaries in the new black media do the same thing. We pay for these out of our own pocket, but I'm going to talk about myself only. I have never held a crowdfunding to finance one of my documentaries. My documentaries are shot and fully filmed before I ever do a documentary. Before I ever do a crowdfunding. I don't do crowdfundings to finish my film or start it. I pay for the film first. I make it first. I do all the production first. And the crowdfunding is only to help with marketing. It isn't to make a film or do a film. The film is finished. I bring out my trailers before I ever do a crowdfunding. The film is bought, paid for, and done. But you see, this guy is so consumed with hate and rage, he's doing what these idiotic ass, emotionally retarded, sissified mama's boys in the Manosphere do. He doesn't have anything on me, so he just starts lying. He just wishes it were true, so he starts lying. Now, if you all agree that lying is the complete antithesis, look it up. If you all agree that it is the opposite of manhood for a grown man to sit up and lie, if you're going to not like somebody, at least tell the truth. He wants to sit up here and lie because he doesn't have anything to stick on this here. If you agree with me, give me the fire emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button. It's 8,000 people in here. The number keeps jumping up and down. It's 8,000 people in here tonight. Now it's back over 8. Give me the fire emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button. It's over 8,000 people here listening live. We doing some clearing the air here tonight. No, we're not talking about just Pearly things. Oh, I want to talk about the people who empowered and enabled her. I want to talk about them. Now, Oshay was sitting up here talking about his good buddy, Mr. Fantastic. I want you all to see what type of character Mr. Fantastic is. You tell me, is this the kind of manhood that qualifies as what you consider to be manhood that we should be exemplifying?
Psycho, so why is the problem? So how can a black man who had a conversation with white nationalists, multiple, two of them, and he paid them, to do it, after he charged black people to make a documentary, paid white people to be in that documentary, then turned back around and made black people buy the documentary that they already funded. How can he dare say, tell a white person that they can't?
Okay, I don't know who this psychopathic liar is. Who are you saying I paid? That's not psycho. No, sir. I'm talking not psychopath. No, this clown over here talking about I paid Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor. Where did you get this information that I paid them, sir? I want your proof.
Oh, you didn't pay him?
You just got here and told everybody that I did. I want your proof that I did. You just said it as a fact. Where's your proof? Where's your proof? You just said it as a fact. Where's your proof that I paid you? So you're admitting you lied.
Brother, I'm asking you, did you pay them?
Okay, so the rest of the panel, did he say that as a question? Did he say that as a fact? He said no. He said it twice.
I said it, and now you. So are you telling me that you didn't?
Okay, so what you're saying is.
The audio is a little mumbled, but you hear him sitting there admitting that that he's lying. He sat there and admitted that he's lying. He sat there and admitted that he was lying. I said, where's your proof? Oh, so you didn't pay him? So everyone, he admitted that he was lying. He sat there and said it as if it was a statement of fact. You paid him. He paid them. He said it twice. He paid them. He paid them, and then he charged folk before they started the film. Then I said, where's your proof of that? Oh, you didn't pay him? Now, somebody tell me what's supposed to happen on the streets when some fella sits up here and lies on your name like that. What's supposed to happen on these streets when they do something that flagrant? This is Oshay Jackson's boy right here talking about Jason hung up on Mr. Fantastic. If this is your man, Oshay, yeah, I hang up on hoe ass niggas. You're damn right. I don't have little lying ass niggas around me. Soon as you do something like this, yeah, I don't keep lying ass niggas around me. I sure don't. If the black boyosphere keeps fellas like this around, and clearly you do, yeah, no wonder it just seems like we're otherworldly over here. We don't keep lying trash like this around.
You lie first because you're just so psychotic.
Brother, how can he say I lied if I'm asking you directly, did you pay them?
I don't have to tell anything to an outright liar. You just told everybody that you lied.
Hold on.
So he insists that I need to explain to him why he's lying. He is insisting I need to explain to him why he's lying. This is the black winosphere, y'all. This is the black winosphere. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. This is what they do.
You pay him. How am I a liar if you didn't pay him?
He said twice he paid them. Are you sure? Yeah, he paid both of them.
So you're saying I'm lying, so that means you didn't pay.
This is your so-called manosphere.
Brother, and you hold up. So why is he not answering the question then? So you're saying I'm a liar, but then you won't say you didn't pay them?
Sir.
So he accuses me of paying them, says you paid them. He said, will you answer the question? It wasn't a question. You didn't say, has anybody asked if he paid them? If he had said that, it'd be different. He accused me flat out. He told everybody as if he had some inside information. You paid him. He paid them. And then when I pull up on him, he didn't think I was going to pull up, but when I pulled up on him, all of a sudden he started shaking and copping pleas and whining like a hoe because he had got caught. But understand, these little whining Negroes right here, this is why the black boyosphere, y'all aren't, because you're not men, but this is the representative. A bunch of degenerate, reprobate, pathological liars. This is not just uncomfortable. This is disturbing to see this kind of thing. You have no place among men acting that way. You'll get folk hurt and in a bunch of whole trouble acting like this. This is how you know these are not grown men who've ever grown up. Grown men know you can't do nothing like this. You can't do anything like this.
You're just a liar. Period.
Sir, did you pay them or not?
I don't pay people to be in my films. I'm a journalist.
Okay, no.
Excuse me, sir, you psychotic liar. I've never paid anyone to be in any of my films. I'm a journalist.
Okay,
I stand anyone.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
You stand psychotic and a liar.
I stand corrected. Let me tell you, you don't do no lying hoe ass nigga stuff like that with me. No, you don't stand corrected. You sitting there straight out lying because you've been hating so long, but you're hating because your life is as a loser and you don't want to change it, so you're hating on me. And instead of you getting straight, you just like, I ain't got nothing on him, so let me just lie. I'm just gonna make something up and just lie. Hey, he paid them white supremacists. He paid them. Let me tell y'all, everywhere in America, Q Butter sound like he got a New York accent, but my New York cats know you don't do nothing like that. Let me just tell y'all straight out just like this. There's a lot of young black death out there because these sissy-fied mama's boys raised by these single mother hoes, they teach their sons to do little bull jive like this, and then when somebody pull up on them, it's lights out because they're not playing the same game you playing. There's a reason that happens. New York knows you don't do this. Philly knows you don't do this. DC knows you don't do this. New Orleans knows you don't do this. Little Rock knows you don't do this. Houston knows you don't do this. South Central LA knows you don't do this. Detroit knows you don't do this. Chicago knows you don't do this. So this fella here, if he's not an immigrant, he'll do till the immigrants get here. He'll do till the tethers get here. Let me tell you, you don't do, as a matter of fact, let me take that back. I ain't even gonna put that on my immigrants because the Nigerians know, except for the scammers, the real Nigerians know you don't do this. The real Nigerians know you don't do this. You don't do this. So let me clean it up right quick. The real Jamaicans know you don't do this. You too reckless. You don't do this. Baltimore, oh, he wouldn't make it 2 seconds there. You don't do this. But this is Oshay's man that he was caping for. He hung up on him. I probably did hang up on this lying ass nigga if he ever called me before like that. If he ever called me up before doing that, yeah, I probably did hang up on him. Ain't no space in my world for somebody like that. There's no space in my world for anybody like that. But this is the Manosphere. No wonder Pearly things had a wide open lane when she showed up. No wonder she just had a wide open lane. Because these are the people who are supposed to be gatekeeping and guard dogging, and this is the caliber of individual that they are. Outright psychotic, degenerate liars, and they got YouTube channels. Damn, Jason, you're roasting. Look here, man, I'm baking and flambeing. It is what it is. Oh, I could let it go there, but I'm not. Not gonna let it go. Not gonna let it go. Because you see, you heard him mention somebody else, and this guy here has, I don't know these people, but he's been trying to get my attention for the longest damn time, and it's disturbing. But nothing was more disturbing than watching how foolish he was on his own channel. Mr. Obsidian. This fella has been on YouTube now for damn near 8 years. He's got only 27,000 subscribers and an average view count of about 2,000 people. His program is the perfect cure for insomnia. If you need to put people to sleep in a hospital, you can save a lot of money on anesthesia. Turn him on, you're going to be out like a light. Well, you might hang in there for 5 or 10 minutes, but you won't make it very long. Now you heard Oshay say that this was his godfather. This was the man. This is the guy who started the Black Manosphere. This is the one right here. So yeah, he's going to want to backtrack these words real quick because Oshay keeps talking about he's pro-black, but yet when it comes to his same-sex partner, it's a whole different thing here. I wonder what his man thinks about. Y'all already know what old dude said there. It was embarrassing. Quite frankly, it was embarrassing. His chat room and everything else ate him up. They ate him up. They wasn't there for it. He was bootlicking and butt dancing the whole damn time. He was in walking, talking embarrassment. Now, the rest of the Manosphere Black Manosphere is going to stick with him, all two of them. All two of them. It ain't hard to get them to stick together. There's only two of them. So, but if you want to know what he said, you know what? No, I don't want to play that. That's not actually what I want to play first. That's not actually what I want to play first. I actually want to play something a lot more disturbing. And by this, I mean, you all are going to be, it's not just cringeworthy. It's absolutely disturbing when you hear it. Because there are just certain things you should not be hearing. There are just certain things a black male simply should not say. They should just never come out of your mouth. I want to know who in the hell identifies with this.
Has fought back with this report. Play that clip.
Because our long lost and wayward brother, Jason Black, I refer to him as the anonymity, the Black anonymity. seems to have some choice words for yours truly.
He refers to me as the Black Anonymity. I don't refer to you at all. I've never mentioned your name. I've never said your name before tonight. I don't mention you, period. You didn't exist until last week. I don't mention you at all. So, Jake, you can call me whatever you want to. I don't call you anything except desperate.
Now, of course, he's not man enough to mention me by name. He's not man enough to show his own face.
Obsidian the loser, Obsidian the short, Obsidian the midget, Obsidian the goof. Was that enough times for you?
He certainly isn't man enough to show his work. But he has so much.
Anytime you all want to go to Amazon, you can Amazon.com. You can see my work. 7 a.m. Gentrified, ethnic cleansing, American style, race war. Go check out my bestsellers. Anytime you want to see my work, go ahead and ask Lori Lightfoot about the billboards I bought, and now she's out of office. You want to see my work? Go ask Keisha Lance Bottom B, former mayor of Atlanta, about the billboards I bought on her during the pandemic and the George Floyd uprisings when she least needed somebody to put a spotlight on her. TV stations, radio stations were calling me about that. That was the last thing in the world she wanted to see. Oh yeah, she's no longer mayor of Atlanta. She didn't even bother trying to run again. Go ahead and ask the former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. How about a big ass billboard at the foot of the Williamsburg Bridge? Welcome to Manhattan, where racial profiling is legal. Thank you, Governor Cuomo. Now he's out of office there. You want to see my work? Go ahead and go ask Breonna Taylor. When I bought billboards all over Louisville saying that black men are wanting justice for Breonna Taylor. You want to see my work? Go and ask Amber Geiger about my work. When I bought billboards all over Dallas saying, where are the good cops to tell us about the bad ones, when she least needed that, and they acknowledged that that was what can help to contribute with swaying public opinion there, when nobody thought that a Texas police officer could be put in prison for a significant amount of time for harming a black person, and they admitted that my billboards were a contributing factor to that whole scenario. And I paid for all of that out of my own pocket. No crowdfundings, no clickbaiting, and no white ass kissing. You want to see my work? Go ask the people who I bailed out of jail during the George Floyd uprisings. I did a whole program about it. I didn't tell you all everybody who was involved, but by the way, I had a bunch of people, and I can bring them up publicly, that we got together with bail bondsmen across this country, and I was throwing thousands of dollars to put people out on bail. And the folk I got out didn't have to go to trial. I've done a program on that too. Ain't gonna bore y'all with it here tonight, but my receipts, I ain't got receipts, I got invoices. My paperwork is good on the yard. My paperwork is straight on the yard. The only person you've ever bailed out is your mama with the WIC voucher. That's the only paperwork you've ever seen, dude. I'll put my paperwork and accomplishments up against you and the rest of the Smurfs any day of the year.
He certainly isn't man enough to show his work. But he has so much to say about me and about the work of other people, particularly women. And here I'm speaking of the one Miss Just Pearly Things. Now, let me say this.
Miss Just Pearly Things. Now, that right there is coon-tastic. Miss Just Pearly Things. Let me tell y'all, the Sambo came out of him full force. It's like The Exorcist. The Sambo came out full force. How many black men in here would refer to this woman as Miss Pearly Things? If you would refer to her as Miss Pearly Things, give me a thumbs up in the chat room. If you would never call this white woman Miss Pearly Things, Miss Daisy, give me the thumbs down emoji in the chat room. If you would call her Miss Pearly Things, give me the thumbs up. But if you would never call this woman Miss Pearly Things, Miss Daisy, Miss Ann, give me the thumbs down in the chat room, brothers. Because this is what it means to be the leader and founder of the Black Manosphere. Jason, why were you speaking against them so vigorously all these years? Because this is who they are. And they were lying about it the whole damn time. But now that I blew up the spot and blew up their sponsor, now one of them wants to pretend he's found religion, but he lying because he's taking up for his boy. And the other one just went full-blown hyper-coon. Whole bunch of thumbs down. I don't see no thumbs up, Obsidian. You might want to get a chin check, dude. I don't see anybody riding for you. We don't get down like this off the plantation. For those of us who ain't on the plantation with your thistle in your mouth, playing the banjo, dancing with Shirley Temple, for the rest of us, yeah, dude, you're a foreign concept to us. You're a foreign entity. We don't have anything in common with you, nor do we ever want to. Miss Pearly Things.
If Jason Black had, and here I'm speaking of the one Miss Just Pearly Things. Now let me say this. If Jason Black had spoken to Miss Just Pearly Things one-on-one, the way I did, both in public and private, and found her wanting, that would be one thing. Fair enough. He had done his research. He had did his homework. He actually talked to the woman. I can respect that. He doesn't know the woman, never talked to her, never met her, but he got so much to say.
Oshay didn't talk to her nor meet her when he started making videos about her. But he's not mentioning Oshay. Well, it was okay for Oshay and everybody else. But by the way, your man did that and that wasn't a problem. So yeah, you look real fraudulent, dude.
And this is a pattern with Mr. Jason Black, among a great many other things. He has a penchant for putting his mouth on people he doesn't know.
And you have a penchant for putting your lips on the butt cheeks of any white female who stamps her foot. And he didn't even get a fly one. However, by the way, Miss Pearly Things, Miss Pearly Things, me and Miss Pearly Things, Miss Pearly Things, is this your man? Okay, I don't care what you think of me personally. I want to know who's rocking with this. Say about me whatever you want to, but let's put the bull crap to the side. Who's rocking with this? Who says that he speaks for you, that this is your sentiment, that you would refer to her as Miss Pearly Things over and over? And that's disturbing. What kind of brainwashed ass, handkerchief head, butt dancing, watermelon eating nigga is this? Miss Pearly Things in the 21st century, Miss Pearly Things, Miss Pearly Things. Jason, why is it you never rock with the so-called black manosphere? Because this is what they are. For those of you who didn't want to acknowledge reality, I just want to know who co-signs this. Say whatever you want to about me. Stop that conversation. I want to know who co-signs this, referring to her as Miss Pearly Things over and over and over again. Morgan Freeman can't drive the damn car in Riding Miss Daisy because Obsidian is sitting in the damn way and won't let the steering wheel go. In the 21st century, he's looking for a white ass to kiss. And I presented an opportunity for him to call her up. Miss Pearly Things. Hello, Miss Pearly Things. Now that's what he's saying in public. Can you imagine what he's saying to her in private? Can you all imagine what he says to her in private when no one's around to hear? Can you imagine what he says? Would you even want to know? I bet you he's calling black folk all kinds of worthless and coons and white mommy, you got to be tough on them niggas. You don't understand. You can't let up on them like Steven from Django Unchained. I bet you that's him. I bet you that's him. Well, the little emperor did have an opportunity to go ahead and speak to Just Pearly Things, and let me tell y'all, he geeked the hell out. He geeked the hell out. He went nuts He didn't go overboard. He went insane with it. I can't play everything because I would literally have to play that whole damn boring ass program he put on. I'm just going to play a couple of things. That's all I'm going to do because I don't want to set you all to sleep. But by the way, I would call it embarrassing, but embarrassing would be kind.
And nor am I, sure, I've read a couple books, but I'm not informed or qualified enough to really have that conversation. So not bringing someone else onto the show, again, stupid.
All right, so this is the whole thing when you cited Alex Haley, a quote that's attributed to him with regard to his book Roots, which is a novel. It's not a historical document. It is a story that is based on historical events. Many felt that you were not in any way, form, or fashion qualified to discuss slavery and so on and so forth. And you acknowledge that right here in the clip. I didn't take it as, I understood where you were going with it.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did. So she said that slavery was exaggerated, and he starts explaining and babbling. I understood where you was going with it. Oh, really? Oh, really? This is the founder, co-founder, co-buck dancer of the Black Manosphere. Hey, Oshay. Yeah, I'm ready to have that conversation now, dude. I'm ready to have that conversation now. I've had a chance to think it over. I've got a second thought about it. Yeah, I would like to talk about the Black Manosphere now. Had a second chance to think about it. Now that I have another chance to think it over, yeah, I'd like to talk about it now. I don't think you will, but I've had a chance to think it over. Yeah, we can discuss that now if you'd like to.
He felt that you were not in any way, form, or fashion qualified to discuss slavery and so on and so forth. And you acknowledge that right here in the clip. I didn't take it as, I understood where you were going with it because there's somebody else who's not considered qualified to discuss Black American history. Her name is Nicole Hannah Jones.
Now, when everybody's giving white mommy the work, he wants to deflect to a black female that has nothing to do with Pearly things. So talk about hoe behavior. He can't defend Pearly things, so he wants to deflect to a black female and say, well, what about her? Hey, doofus, that doesn't condone or justify what white mommy did. That doesn't condone it or justify it. So let me tell y'all, he went full Steven from Django Unchained. This is what they've been feeding these guys. This is what they have a steady diet of over there in the Black Manosphere. The Black Manosphere. So he talks to her a little bit longer here, and I'm going to fast forward because I want you to hear another little gem that he dropped. By the way, here's another little gem he dropped.
I can only move forward. So, sorry, I'm going to make sure. I want to make sure that I addressed everything. I think I did.
No, you haven't.
Because I talked about recruiting. I talked about... Okay.
Well, while we're there, let me ask you this. Just Pearly things, what is your position on reparations? Are you for or against reparations for Black American citizens?
I'm against reparations. I don't know. I don't believe in that.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. I'm just being honest.
I'm just letting you know what.
I know. I know they won't like that. I'm telling you. I don't know.
Now, do you notice he did the same thing with her that Nick Fuentes did? With that, they ain't gonna like that. They won't like it. He's did the same thing that Nick Fuentes did. The Black Manosphere, no, I've never liked any of you clowns from day one, even though I didn't know exactly who you were until last week. Now that I know specifically who you were, oh, hell no. I've never backed any of this garbage. He went full Steven from Django Unchained. Oh, they ain't gonna like it. He's not gonna like it. Oh, hey, Miss Pearly things, they's out there in the fields, they's ain't gonna like this, Miss Pearly things. Now, you and me is cool. Wink, wink. But they's ain't gonna like this.
Talked about. Okay.
While we're there, let me ask you this. Just Pearly Things, what is your position on reparations? Are you for or against reparations for Black American citizens?
I'm against reparations. I don't know. I don't believe in that.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. I'm just being honest.
I'm just letting you know what.
I know. I know they won't like that. I'm telling you. I don't know.
Okay. Why are you against? I'm going to give you a chance to fully flesh this out. Why are you against reparations for Black Americans?
Okay, I want to know who are the black folk who think that this guy is defending black people, and if he's not, what the hell? What are you supporting over there? If you don't support black people in the face of a blatant white supremacist, what in the hell do you support? This is Oshay's man now. Oshay was scared and shaking like a leaf and on the verge of tears yesterday. Hey, by the way, Oshay, yeah, we can have that conversation about your dude now and about you. You want to talk about the Black Manosphere now? Yeah, you know what? On second thought, we can have that conversation now. We can have it now. Phone lines will be open here shortly. I'll be thrilled to have that conversation now.
I mean, I just don't really know how you would do that in a way that makes sense. It's like nobody today has done anything. So I would just have to see how they could do that. And I haven't really seen a way that they could do it efficiently. So, so it's kind of like making people today pay for the sins of their ancestors. So,
Well, let me ask you this, Pearl. Just Pearly Things, were your forebearers, your great grandparents and so forth, were they slave masters?
Boy, he is just so congenial. He is just so genteel. Well, you know, Pearl, were your forefathers, your ancestors, your forebears. But I mean, he's in the company of a white woman. This nigga is turning on the ass kissing thick. He turned it on thick. Boy, he has never been this happy in his life. He's as happy as Tom if he finally caught Jerry. This dude is happy as hell. He's happy as a dope fiend with 3 8-balls. Don't know what to do. He has no idea what to do. I mean, he is geeking out.
No, I'm Irish and German, so.
You're Irish and German. Which side is the German and which side is the Irish?
Who cares? Do you all hear this? Y'all, this little nigga is getting turned on. Do you hear this? This little inferiority complex dude is getting turned on. Which side is German and which side is Irish? What does it matter? So he wants to know the ballistics. Don't you know, man? Can you guess what he said to her offline? Can you guess what he's been saying behind closed? What does it matter what her breakdown is in the family? He wants to know because he's sitting over there rubbing himself and visualizing it. And boy, I mean, the whiteness, the whiteness. Let me go ahead and say this right quick. And I'm not casting aspersions because looks are a subjective thing, but I will say this. A lot of folks made and even she has, by the way, I think even Just Pearly Things has said that she's an average chick. She isn't a ravishing beauty. Okay. A lot of dudes are like, why is it these fellas are going so crazy over here? Why is it that Obsidian is set up here and gone full blown nutty over her? What is it? It's not because of something exceptional. Oh, yes, there is. If you all take a look at her, doesn't this remind you of the white men that have a black fetish? When white men have a black fetish, they don't go for a Halle Berry. They don't go for that. They don't go for some Moon Bloodgood. They don't go for a Zoe Kravitz. They go for a Lupita. They go for a Grace Jones. When white men have a black fetish, they go for the darkest, biggest afro they can get. Darkest skin, widest nose, thickest lips, biggest afro. Case in point, Nina Simone. White men love Nina Simone. Yeah, because if they go for a black woman, they want some. They don't want to be with a chick who kind of looks European. They want the full African experience. Well, this is what the black manosphere is. They want the full white experience. And you can say whatever you want to about what you consider to be a beauty standard, but there's one thing that you have to say she excels at. She is an excellent example of whiteness. By the way, shout out to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. I'm not able to shout out all the names right now because I'm over here cooking these niggas up. But thank you very much for supporting tonight's program. I appreciate it. I see everyone. I respect everyone. You got to admit that she is an epitome of whiteness. She is the epitome of whiteness. Take a look at her skin, her nose, her hair. There isn't anything about her that does not scream Caucasian. So she is pure, unadulterated whiteness. And he's like, take me now, white mommy. I'm throwing all this nigga stuff to the wind. Take me now. That's where he's at. So if you want to know what it is that's fueling them, that's what's fueling them. By the way, I want to know from you all, am I lying? If I'm lying, say, yes, you lying. If I'm not, type in the chat room, no lies told. Now, if I'm lying that that's what's fueling them is her whiteness, just say, yes, you lying. If I'm telling the truth, though, say no lies told. Looking pretty good now. No lies told. So far, it looks like I'm straight. It looks like I'm straight so far.
To think. Well, I'm actually a bunch of like mixed stuff, but I know that my family immigrated here, not like it, like my grandma. No, I'm sorry, not my grandma, but my grandma's grandma was from like Lithuania, I think. So I'm Lithuanian, Welsh, English, Irish, Polish. I'm like a mix.
You're basically a white mutt, is what I guess you could say.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
But I'm mostly German and Irish. Those are like the biggest two.
Primarily German as your surname,
yeah.
Or maiden name, I guess you could say. Would say to that. So, by the way,
he doesn't even know that. All right, this guy's using terms. Never mind.
You are not married. You have never been married. I'm going to assume that.
By the way, in case you were wondering why he was asking those questions, us real personal questions like a dating profile. That's where he was going with it. Oh, by the way, you not married? You single? No kids? Can I put my bid in? I mean, the buck dancery was embarrassing. It goes on and on and on like this. He was running interference for her. He was shielding her from questions and everything else. I could play a bunch of that when they get to the phone calls. I'm only going to play one. Now, this one right here, this is the example and the epitome of high treason. By the way, Oshay, if you want to know why it is that I never rocked with your buddy, you or your buddy like that, now that I know that y'all are the Manosphere, all three of you, you better hope I don't sit up here and go rent me a Chevy Impala and throw the three of y'all in the back seat. But in any case, there are some things that you can say there's a slight difference of opinion, and there are other things that are just high treason.
You know.
Yeah, let me
one last thing, because I know Obsidian didn't.
Now, this is Mr. Psychopathist, who you saw me on with earlier. Shout out to him. Shout out to Q Butter. Shout out to Courtney Michelle. Was chopping it up with them last night. So Psychopathist somehow got through, and he was dropping bombs on Obsidian, and it wasn't going well for him. But look at the bottom of your screen. You're going to see that there was a young woman who puts in a super chat, and I want you all to pay attention, because this, what happens next, this is what Pearly thinks. As you can see, she's in attendance. She's there in the audience over there on the right. This is what high treason looks like. This is what high treason against black people looks like.
Can I get one last thing off?
I just want to interject here, because there's somebody in the chat room saying, a lady, I'll put it up here. A lady says exactly You prove the point. She's targeting the black community. Why? Because it's a popular and lucrative area. It doesn't mean she cares to fix the problems. So she's supposed to fix the problems that black women have created.
Incredible.
She's supposed to fix. Hold it. She's supposed to fix the problems that black women themselves have created. Black women have made billions off of black female fuckery. Oprah Winfrey is the queen of black female fuckery, and she's made billions from it. But you're mad because now Pearly can make a couple of coins from it. That's the real problem a lot of us have with Pearl. It's time that the truth be told. You didn't say anything about Oprah Winfrey. You didn't say anything about Essence. You didn't say anything when Ebony magazine went from a proud tradition to a feminist shill. You didn't say anything about Kimberly Foster. You didn't say anything about Derek Jackson. Don't get me started on that. You didn't say anything about Steve Harvey. You didn't say anything about all of those people for years and decades making buku money off of the fuckery of black women. But here come Pearl, and now all of a sudden you got your back up. Bitch, please. You know what? Where's my... Hold on a second.
Now, I know I've said some things tonight that may be a little jocular and maybe a little facetious, but what I'm about to say next is no laughing matter. And I want you all to listen to the tone of my voice very carefully here. This is no laughing matter. This little squashed down bastard is so determined to show out for white mommy that he refers to a black female as the B word in front of this white woman. Now, this white woman is sitting up here defending, enslaving his little cornball ass, and he's calling the black female the B word. Now, white mommy is not the B word. He's sitting here in front of this white woman. He is so determined to show out for her that that's what he does. So I wish to ask my brothers and my sisters from around the world, what should be the punishment for a black male who is this determined to identify with a white supremacist that he decides he's going to try to show out on one of us in their presence? What should the punishment for someone like that be? What should happen to him? What should be done to him? What's the punishment that he should be subjected to if you do for doing something like this? I'll let you all say what you think the punishment should be. But I want you to understand, I take that very seriously. It would be different if it was a one-on-one conversation, maybe. But he's in the presence of a white woman trying to show her how disrespectful he can be. He's that determined that that's what he's going to do. He's in the presence of a white woman, and he's going to show the whole damn world how bad he can show out for her. That's how bad he wants it. That's my first question. Here's my second question. What should the punishment be for collaborators with someone like that? Fellow travelers who tell you they ain't gonna speak against their boy, which means he's lockstep with him. He's scared to publicly condemn him and stand by black folk. He's scared to do that. What should be the punishment for their henchmen, for their flunkies, for their partners in crime? What should the punishment be for those? Because where I stand, what's good for the goose is good for the coon and gander. I say whatever your boy gets is good enough for you. By the way, anybody who wants to defend them folk, I want to hear where you are now. I want to hear you tell me which part of this you agree with. I want to know which part of this you agree with, which part of this is reaching. Tell me which part of this is reaching or distortion. Tell me which part is. Because you got a whole smorgasbord of coons up there, with the exception of Mr. Psychopatheist. There was a whole, the faces you see up there, all them niggas was up there cooning and butt dancing. The one in the blue, tacky blue shirt there looking like he lives under his mama's couch, he was sitting up there the biggest of the band, boy. And that's what it really comes from. Can we just say what it really is? The reason why y'all never saw me sit up here with none of these clowns is because I don't hate black women. These dudes are the cornballs and the disaffected. Females have never dug you, and you're showing why at 40-something years old the women still don't like you. So you got a YouTube channel where you get together with the rest of the disaffected, awkward outcasts, and y'all have built this little outcast cult with each other. Yeah, but nobody gives a damn. You guys are the cornballs that the women never liked. And what you're doing is just showing why they never liked you. All you've done is get older. But you're nobody's hot ticket anywhere. And you're just angry about it. Because all the women survive with an instinct like that. They can smell when you're a coon right below the surface. Her survival is at stake. If she can smell that you've got at your core is hostility against her, she'd be a damn fool to be attracted to you. And they're not. You're just upset because you're not anything that the females are attracted to. They don't want you. They're not competing for you. They'll take money from you. They'll get YouTube time from you, but they won't invest in you. And they don't desire you. And that's what your little mothball, oddball, cornball, awkward ass outcast little group of from the land of misfit toys is based on. You're mad and upset because the females aren't attracted to you. They're just not. And rather than you start fixing these internal mental, psychological, emotional issues you have, you're sitting up here saying, well, I'll just start a YouTube channel and become a piece of filth. I'll just do that. Well, the internet is forever. The internet is eternal, at least until we make something new. Now, I want you all to understand that some things we can have a difference of opinion on, but there are other things, though, we can't have a difference of opinion on that. That's not a difference of opinion. That's high treason. That is high treason. And I want the young cats who may be listening to me to understand where we stand on that. That's not something I joke about. Our survival is at stake. And they're sitting up here with white mommy in attendance as if you ain't black. That's the crazy part about it. You're talking as if you're somehow separate and apart. This is how stupid and crazy and whacked out and loony that the black manosphere is. You all want to know how it is that Just Pearly Things was able to get an entrance? Here it is. There he is. That's why. Now he wants to backtrack and find religion because he knew this wasn't going to be a good look. But there he is. There he is. There he is. And his little buddy. And his little buddy. Mad as they can be. By the way, let me go ahead and spin that platter for you all one more time. So you can hear and ask yourselves, are these the fellas you want to roll with? That's a simple yes or no question. Because understand, tonight's program is not a roast. This is simply a coon test. This is just a coon litmus test. That's all this is.
You know.
Yeah, let me
one last thing, because I know Obsidian getting.
Hang on.
Can I get one last thing off, Obsidian?
I just want to interject here because there's somebody in the chat room saying, a lady, I'll put it up here. A lady says exactly, you prove the point. She's targeting the black community. Why? Because it's a popular and lucrative area. It doesn't mean she cares to fix the problems. So she's supposed to fix the problems that black women have created.
Incredible.
She's supposed to fix. Hold it. She's supposed to fix the problems that black women themselves have created. Black women have made billions off of black female fuckery. Oprah Winfrey is the queen of black female fuckery, and she's made billions from it. But you're mad because now Pearly can make a couple of coins from it. That's the real problem a lot of us have with Pearl. It's time that the truth be told. You didn't say anything about Oprah Winfrey. You didn't say anything about Essence. You didn't say anything when Ebony magazine went from a proud tradition to a feminist shill. You didn't say anything about Kimberly Foster. You didn't say anything about Derek Jackson. Don't get me started on that. You didn't say anything about Steve Harvey. You didn't say anything about all of those people for years and decades making buku money off of the fuckery of black women. But here come Pearl, and now all of a sudden you got your back up. Bitch, please. You know what? Where's my, hold on a second. Where's my Rudy Ray Moore?
He's probably looking for a step stool to stand on. He's probably looking for that. Yeah, this your boy, Oshay. You were scared last week. That's why you sat up there, even though I hadn't said anything to you or about you, you throwing shots at me from the very beginning because you knew that if I was on Pearl's ass, you were so scared and so paranoid that I'd be right behind on yours because, of course, you were kissing her ass through a straw. And you were so worried about that. I want to know, is this from the audience and everyone listening to me live or recorded? Tell me one thing. Is this your man? Is this your man? Because this ain't no damn pro-black right here. This is pro-coon. If Miss Ann has to get her houseboat blown up before you slink back over and sneak back over the black folk, hey, I was pro-black the whole time. Not from where I stand, you weren't. And this is your boy? Let me tell you, dude, I wouldn't claim no low-living ass nigga like this. I wouldn't claim no low-life ass nigga like this. He says something like that. Look here, dude, I don't know him. Don't say his name. I don't know him. Hey, Jason, what you think about him? I ain't talked to him. I don't know him. I don't really fool with him. I don't know anything, man. You got any questions? Go ask him. Don't ask me about him. You go ask him. This your man? Is this your man? I want to know who out there is still going to be riding and rocking with these dudes after today. Is this your man? How many of you think that this was okay? This was just innocuous. You agree with this. You're just like, well, you know, he do have a point now. So he's calling a black woman the B word in front of a white woman, as if this white woman isn't sitting there. Look at the expression on Pearl's face while he's doing that. Does she look? He thinks he's winning brownie points with her. Look at her face.
About Essence, you didn't say anything when Ebony magazine went from a...
She can tell. She's like, this little cornball nigger is sitting up here putting on extra as if he's winning points for me. She's like, look at him. He's riding harder for me than I would. She would never ride this hard for herself. You riding harder for her than she would. And in the process, you've totally destroyed any respect she could have had for your little pinky toe built ass. You've destroyed any respect. She doesn't respect you for this. See, this is what coons never get. They think that sitting up here showing out for white folk gains their respect. Hey, let me show you. I hate black folks as much as you do. Folks, it's a tale as old as slavery. He thinks he's winning brownie points with her. He thinks he is increasing his attractiveness to her. And you all know what it really is. She is disgusted by him. She's sitting there thinking right now, this is how you talk about your women? But Miss Pearly things, Miss Pearly, they ain't my women. I want to be with you. Dude, you can't claim this white woman. You can't claim her. She will tell you to your face, black women are your women. I'm never going to be your woman. He's sitting up here with this delusional crackhead hallucination. Miss Pearly things going to be my woman. And Pearly things are sitting there thinking, this is how you talk about your women. You think I got respect for you? You think I've got respect for you? You think I respect any of these jigaboons sitting up here? Except Psychopatheus, who was the only one who sat up here and took her to task. He'll have her respect. The rest of them won't. And they think that, but remember, I've always taught you all, if you want to know what a black person truly believes, put them in front of a white person. And particularly with black males, you want to know what the black male truly believes in his heart of hearts, put him in front of a white woman and let her say it. A white woman is truth serum to a black male. He's going to tell you exactly what he truly believes. Exactly what he truly believes. And now they're showing it. I want to know who is still caping for these dudes. Who's still caping for them after tonight? Last week, I told y'all, we talked about Pearly things. Tonight, I'm talking about the people who brought Pearly things in. The people who held the door open. The people who told her there's a lane for you. I'm talking about them tonight. I want to know who's riding with them still. The next time they want to go live, y'all need to let them know, hey, you got some explaining to do. Play these words. You got some explaining to do. But this right here, let me tell y'all, I could play for those of you who heard it, you know he said a lot more than this. It wasn't like he did this and stopped. I'm just playing what to you was one of, not the only, but one of the most egregious things. And he thinks that white woman's going to gain respect for him. Let me say this in no uncertain terms. Y'all are a bunch of clown-ass jackasses in your so-called little puny, pathetic black manosphere. You don't hold any sway. You don't have any influence. It's like Dennis the Menace No Girls Allowed Club. Or No Women Allowed Club. And other than being legends in your own mind... Because, by the way, I could keep going. Oshay, I could keep going. There was another video. That he had done about Umar Johnson. There was another one. I thought I had it up here. He was upset because he said that Umar was, he was trying to police black men who want interracial sexual access. He was upset about that. Umar Johnson is trying to police black men who won't be non-black women. He trying to police. I'm cleaning it up, but he wants to police their genitalia. Fellas who these white women wouldn't give the time of day if he was lost in the dark. And yet they are the biggest superheroes caping up. But once I blew up the spot last week, now they want to find religion. And they're hoping that nobody dug through the crates and was able to dig up the goods and see that, hey, by the way, this is how y'all been living. Because understand, Oshay mocks pro-blacks. These fellas get together and mock them. So they want to dance on both sides of the fence. So that's why I say, nah, to hell with the so-called black manosphere. The black manosphere is dead. And thank God it is. Because the truth of the matter is, it was never alive. You guys were so desperate to hang on Kevin Samuels' coattails because you don't actually have anything. Even he didn't fool with the so-called black manosphere. He didn't even fool with you guys. And yet you've been sitting up here lying and trying to fabricate, oh, he sure did. No, he didn't. And rightfully so. He didn't give a public audience to you. And there was no reason to. You don't hold any sway. You're not thought leaders. You don't have any character. You are devoid of principles. You're morally bankrupt. You are emotionally infantile. There's nothing redeemable going on here. A bunch of overgrown adolescents upset because the women don't dig you. Why in the hell would they? Some folks think I've been unfair. Some people believe that I have been unfair. They might think that I've done a bit much. They might not like it. They might think that I have done a bit much, and they may take grievous exception to some of what I've said or some of what I built here. They just might do that. So it's incumbent on me to be fair, or as fair as I can be. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. They've been eating off of us now for a week, and I say us. They've been eating off of us here in Real Black Society. They've been eating off of us for a week. The folks who don't have to do no splaining about Pearly things because we never opened up a lane for her in the first place. The people who don't have to sit up here and start explaining why our souls got compromised because we never let her in to begin with. But to anybody out there who has been any YouTubers, I want to open up the phone lines, but in particular, I'll open up the Zoom because, you know, I give preferential treatment to Zoom. I'll open up the Zoom for any of the YouTubers who've been talking about this, friend or foe. If you got a YouTube channel in particular, let me go ahead and put a special open invitation out here to Mr. Psychopatheist. I think that's how you pronounce it. Q Butter, Courtney Michelle. She's trying to get her paperwork cleaned up. She's a little nervous. She's trying to get the paperwork straight because she was saying folks was being respectful. She got to get her paperwork straight. So, Courtney, I'm looking for you tonight, ma'am. I told you last night. I'm looking for you. Let me go ahead and throw the link to the Zoom in the chat room here. Let's go ahead and toss it up. And I'm putting out an open invitation to any YouTuber who has been posting about what I've been saying here for the last couple of weeks. You can go ahead and do that. Special shout out here to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo. I thank you very much. I've seen y'all. I didn't want to stop to have to say any names here, but folk can see who you are. So shout out to all of them. They putting in the real work. Let me go ahead here, and Mr. Fantastic is in the chat, is in the Zoom. Nigga, you can go to hell. You can just take your psychopathic ass, mama's boy ass to hell. We already heard what you had to say, you sick, demented psycho. We don't need to hear anything else from you. We don't need to hear anything. Y'all, just that quick, he showed up. This is what I'm talking about, stalkers. I open up the Zoom. Hey, can I speak? No, you can't. Nigga, you can get the boot. I'm from Louisiana. You can get the boot. Courtney, you was on the Zoom. What you doing? Courtney was on the Zoom. Then she ducked out. What are you doing? Courtney, what are you doing? Courtney, we got to do better than this. Courtney. All right, Kareem. Kareem is on Zoom. I think he is. Make sure you have your mic and everything tuned up. You're on Zoom. Kareem, what are you doing? Kareem is working on it.
I'm calling in from D.C.
What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing, man. These dudes just clowns, man. Like, there is no black empowerment and non-black pussy. You know what I'm saying? The black family is the root, is the backbone of black empowerment. And like they out here defending white women and things of that nature. White women can't give birth to black kids. It's one drop. These guys pushing this one drop rule and black is the dominant trait and things of that nature. It's just fucking crazy. I mean, when they start talking like that, they usually defending and caping for interracial sex.
Well, brother, here's the real thing about it. You got to understand something, and I think you understand this too. We all we got.
Basically.
That's the thing right there that real folk understand, brother. We ain't got time to sit up here and do no mess like this and try to show out in front of white mommy. We're staring down the barrel of extermination. We all we got. There is no white society to cape for us or come swinging in to intercede for us. We don't have any white saviors. If we're going to survive, it's going to be you and me and us and we. That's all it's going to be. It's not going to be anything else. Anybody trying to sell you anything else is delusional. Basically. I'll let you have the last word.
Oh, no. I mean, that's all I want to call in because I be arguing. I got family members I don't even talk to no more who done committed racial treason, a.k.a. Murray interracially and things of that nature. I mean, I don't play no games about that. Like, I'm watered down as enough. Like, my light skin came from the slave plantation. But I also called it another time under my government name, Justin, but this is my Muslim name. So I want to be out. Peace, Black empowerment.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Courtney on here. We got about 2 or 3 Courtneys. Let me see if I can get her to zoom in for me. Been waiting on this for a minute here, by the way. She got some splaining to do. So, Courtney got some splaining to do. She was all for it a little while ago. So, I got a feeling she got a different tune tonight. Wake up, Courtney.
Hey, Jason.
Hello, Courtney.
How are you doing?
All right, ma'am. So, this your man? This your man? He was respectful. He was showing respect. This your man, Courtney? This your man?
Okay. All right. You did drop a lot. It's a lot going on. Geez. You know, I told you this yesterday on the stream when I had a couple minutes to talk to you that, you know, I was not a fan of this Pearly thing. I've been staunchly against bringing anyone that is not Black in Black conversations.
Okay, but back to the Manosphere, though.
Okay,
back to the Manosphere, ma'am. Okay,
we'll take it back.
He was being respectful. Oh, really? Really?
Well, okay,
was he now?
See, now, okay, Jason. When I said that yesterday, right,
y'all?
I told you the reason why I said that.
Y'all.
I had said that the videos that he's been making about Pearly things, that all of them, he has referenced you, and he has said that you was right. And that's all I said. I said, well,
right. Okay. He's in the very same video trying to throw shade and throw shots at me. You heard that. You heard that too. But you said, but you didn't reference that. You said you were being respectful. So it was all respectful until you realized, by the way, what are the chances that Jason Black could actually be in these YouTube streets? And you found out the chances were pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm here to say, I'm here to pull up. So, yeah, that was being respectful. By the way, y'all see she's sitting up here copping pleas and back. Let me get it out for you. Let me get it out for y'all.
I am not copping a plea.
Pepto on deck, y'all. Let me get it out for you right quick. Let me go ahead and shake it up since she's copping pleas now.
I'm not copying a plea. None of this is right. It's all garbage. It's all disgusting to me. I was disgusted from the get-go. I've made no qualms about it. There's everything that you are saying tonight has been on point. My face, my mouth is dropped. I'm not here to defend anything. I don't have anything to defend.
Okay, Courtney, so they weren't being respectful towards me?
Well, no.
No, boy, she said that real begrudgingly. Do them niggas have? No, I'm just asking. Do them niggas have pictures of you naked with Kermit the Frog or something? Because you just real shy about calling that out. So I'm trying to figure out what they got on you.
No, ain't nobody got that on me now.
Okay, because if them niggas got pictures of you from OnlyFans, I'm gonna be like, okay, I can understand why you fighting so hard. If Obsidian's over there with some pictures of you, you know, playing tricks, doing tricks with toys, I'll be like, okay, no wonder she don't want to say nothing.
No, I ain't got that out there for me. But okay. I don't have anything to defend. And it ain't my job to defend.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's not. That's not my position. Ain't my role. Y'all, it's not. and I'm not here to do that.
Okay, Courtney. Courtney, you
I
on
told
probation.
You
You on probation. Courtney is on probation, y'all.
Yeah, okay, why am I on probation?
Because your paperwork been dirty, so it's you trying to clean it up now. We don't judge you innocent. We got to watch you for an extended period of time. We ain't the easygoing people, so we gonna monitor you. So I need you to come over here and come see my man Black Voltron. He's gonna get you footed for your ankle bracelet, so we can monitor you and make sure you walking the straight and narrow. You're not leaving out someplace you shouldn't be. Remember, Courtney, straight from home, straight to the store. Straight from home, straight to your mama house. Straight from home, straight to the kids. But that's all you can do. You can't move around like you was moving around.
Now, what's wrong with my paperwork?
Ma'am, your paperwork is dirty. When you said that yesterday, they were not respectful of me. You heard the same video that everybody else heard tonight, and you said he was being respectful. Then I pulled up, and all of a sudden he ain't respectful no more. I'll be damned. He was all respectful till Jason pulled up.
Jason, now stop that. Now, okay, I was looking at. There's been a lot of videos.
Oh,
okay.
Hell.
Now you putting that together, I was like, okay. However, okay, I sent that in the chat, and for me, you know, I'm thinking in my little head, I'm like, okay, with all of this going on, I'm like, well, where could the beam of light be?
Girl, you sitting up here explaining the beam of light. Is this an Ilyana Van Zant program or something? What in the world? She sounds like one of Oprah's gurus. I'm looking for the beam of light and the star in the heavens as it crosses the... What the hell? Why don't you just say, all right, Jason, I didn't know you was watching, but now I know you was watching, so I'm going to try to smooth it up now. Why can't it just be that?
All these content creators be watching. I'm in the clouds all the time, so you watch and you supposed to. You need to know who's around. Like, I get it. I understand.
I didn't. No, I wasn't doing that. I don't get around like that. I just do my work and stuff like that, man. I'm a busy person. I don't live on YouTube. That's why you all only see me a couple of days a week. I don't live on YouTube. I don't make my money off of YouTube. My channel's being demonetized. Most of my videos on the business right now are demonetized. I don't make money off of YouTube. This is why Oshay got to post 7 videos a day. He got to pay the rent at that hut over there in the Sudan. I don't have to use YouTube for that. YouTube does not pay my bills in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So I actually do watch people. It was just by chance that I just so happened to be up last night. Everybody's got my name tagged with just Pearly things, and they've been going in on her for a week. So YouTube suggested Mr. Psychopatheus last night, and I saw it. I was actually going to my channel because I uploaded the video. I mean, somebody uploaded the video, and I re-uploaded it. But and that was the only reason I ran into it. So it wasn't like I was going around looking. Everybody and their mama has been talking about me. Everybody and their mama. So I wasn't looking for anything. The last 2-3 days has been an anomaly. Hopefully the conversation goes where it should be. Pearly Things goes to the bottom of the ocean, and all the bootlicks in this Manosphere, red pill, wannabe, white butt kissing crew up to this time, hopefully all of them go with her now. We need to have a clean sweep across the board. We need to have a complete clearing of the air. We got to clear the ground and clear the environment. I want all of these niggas out of here. I want all of them out. Everybody, I don't want just Pearly Things gone. I want her gone, Adam 22 gone, and all the niggas that brought them. I want them all gone. Everybody who was cool with it and was playing with it all this time, they gotta go too.
I don't have a response to that. See, that's what I'm trying to say. That's the beam of light is a change. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, now, I think I told you this, or maybe I told someone else this, that some things just have to happen, and butt whoopings hurt. I know. But in order for things to change, I think that this is the catalyst for that. Do you not?
I certainly, I've done my part. I've got an open invitation. The rest of the whole reason why I don't usually name people like that, because YouTubers try to live on beefs, and I don't do that. I talk about ideas and events. I try not to talk about people. If I hadn't said anything about Pearly Things, nobody was going to say anything. That video had been up for weeks. If I hadn't said anything, no one was going to say anything. And they knew about it. but they weren't going to say anything. They knew she had talked to Fuentes, though we didn't know it went that far, it went that way. Just knowing it was him should have been enough. So the shame of this is if Jason Black doesn't make this video, none of these dudes say anything. And they would just be marching along like nothing happened. And more shamefully, now that I've said something, take a look at the ones who are standing strong. For a woman who would sit here and watch the police beat them to death.
And that's all facts.
Courtney, if that shirt was opened down anymore, baby, we see your navel. What is you doing over there? Is you trying to do a strip tease? Okay, baby. Okay, well, just pull it all out. Just pull it all out. Just pull. Baby, this is not OnlyFans. Don't do that. This is YouTube. You gonna get me struck, demonetized? Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, I did try. I put on a little lipstick for you because I know that you was coming a little at me, so I was like, well, let's put a little lipstick on.
She said this will calm him down. I'm just saying, she did that. She throwing his shirt open. She's like, he wouldn't hit a woman with glasses or a woman with a cleavage showing.
Yes,
so.
I am. Because I don't want probation. You can give me a little speed ticket or something.
Oh, she said, can we work this out? Okay, well, Courtney, submit your email to me. I'll see if we can open up a side chick position for you. I usually have a side chick position open. It's a new year. It's a new time. Somebody got to drive the Range Rover, so submit your application, your side chick application. I'll see what I can do. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Always got some. Oh, I got to get my man. I got to get my man's. Put the blunt down, Geoff. Don't get lit. There you go. All right, there's my man Geoff.
What's happening,
brother? All I did was make one video and blew up the damn internet, nigga. What did I do?
Well, number one, I'm not gonna let you sell yourself short. You've done that before. Number two, I think you hit the nail on the head with these simp ass dudes. This is basically revenge of the nerds. Somehow, this is like if the nerds took over the high school. That's what we're living with right now. Nerds run the world, and these never got a date. Never got a chance with a girl because she wasn't thinking about your ass. No way, Negroes are, or just the plain old socially awkward, find themselves aligning with this white woman because she says what they want to say, and it is possible to be right and be dead ass wrong with what's coming out your mouth. You don't get to tell me about who my family is and how they do. You ever see like a fight finna get started between family at a family gathering and some nigga that ain't in the family speak up and now the whole family gonna whoop his ass because he ain't got no business in it? That white girl ain't had no business in this. And yes, I say the same thing you say. The niggas that invited her need to walk the plank with her.
What do you think they thought was gonna happen?
Oh, well, bro, they thought like most people think, bro. Like in the movie Schindler's List, the dude that was wearing the armband that was helping the Germans kill the Jews, when they got done with him, they kill him too. When the white man get through with his toys, he break them. What they thought they were going to be was sitting in the lap of and I'm gonna take you on a ride. It's gonna be worth the trip. You know, her daddy is among the Fortune 500, right?
So she says.
So she says. So this means the Hyundai, Kia, Fox business model is not beneath her. Come into the market on the backs of people that you see as disposable. Remember when Hyundais was junk? When Kias was junk? When Fox was full of black folks? Remember that? Yes. And then when they got where they was going, they jettisoned the black people. The thing is, this is a generation of people that's not going to take it. They're not going to let friends just still living single and keep it moving like we did. They're not going to let this happen. And I applaud them for it because this heifer shouldn't have had her mouth on us in the first place. That's just straight up.
They never should have had a room full of black folks sitting there and she's sitting there being the queen bee. 8 or 9 black women and she's sitting there being the queen bee over them. They should have gotten plantation vibes. What the hell's wrong with the UK?
Bruh, it was just, all it was a feminine, younger Jerry Springer. She was the Springer of her time. That was exactly what she got caught up in. The thing is, we no longer have an active Springer audience. We don't have, black folks. I'm so proud of these young black people. It's young black people on some different shit. I say this all the time at damn near 58. I'm sorry. My generation dropped the ball. We fucked it off and put y'all where y'all at right now. It's on us. So when I see you not taking the bovine feces that your parents used to take, this is what they don't understand about how this game ain't gonna work as well for them, Jason, because it's a gang of adults now that are the children of crack babies. So they didn't even get the American dream that was dangled like a carrot in front of us. So yeah, I think what they were planning on was some biscuits from the table whenever she made the leap. But if they looked at history, they would know that don't never work.
No, when they leap, when they jump, they go by themselves. You just get left behind. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. I got a bunch of people on Zoom. I got a bunch of people on Blog Talk. So I am going to say here, if you're somebody who has a YouTube channel, I want to try to speak to y'all. My man Dan, fall back for me tonight, brother. If you fall back for me tonight, because I got a bunch of folk here. To some of my usuals here. I ain't trying to be funny with anybody here, but I'm trying to keep it open for that. So fall back just this one time for me. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to get a couple of folk on Blog Talk before I jump back over here to Zoom. Please keep your comments short and brief, or I will help you to keep them short and brief for you. I just want to get a couple of folk on Blog Talk here. Let me get caller from area code 773. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, Jason? My name is Damone Jones, calling from Chicago, Illinois.
All right, Damone from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man, this the first time in a long time that I've seen black men move in one accord. And I just want to say, I feel like it's just tasteless for you to try to throw a wrench in that, for the simple fact that you have problems with a couple front runners in the Manosphere.
Okay, which part of what they said do you agree with?
Excuse me?
Which part of what they said do you agree with?
Well, I agree that Pearly's not a racist. And, she's not a racist. You could tell because all these black men have been around her doing business with her. She put on black men and Africans on her platform. She give them jobs. And
Thomas Jefferson and George Washington gave black people jobs.
I don't understand the relation.
Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, quote, gave black people jobs. Henry Ford, a staunch white supremacist. Henry Ford gave black people jobs. Racists gave black people jobs since day one.
We talking about Pearl.
And so am I. And yes, sir, she is one of them. Racists have always given black people jobs. Did you not know that?
And racism been here before you and I were born. It's going to be here long.
Okay, we're talking about her. We're talking about her now. So you agree with her when she said that slavery was exaggerated. You're okay with that?
Listen, we learn from slavery from the history books. We know the government touched them damn history books. They gained by telling us that we were slaves, Jason.
So you're saying that slavery was exaggerated. So you're saying that what our grandparents told us about slavery, they exaggerated it too.
Man, it's some OGs. My great-great-grandma holler about. She don't know nothing about no slavery. She know about sharecropping. She know, goddamn, she had to give half they shit to the white man when they came over. That's what slavery was. Slavery wasn't 1,000 motherfuckers on the boat, cramped up on the boat with no navigational system. You know them weird for 7 months? 7 months, Jason, come on. What food are they feeding them niggas on the boat? Really?
So you're
We're not dealing with no racism.
so you also agree with her that black people in America are lazy.
Black people in America are what?
So you also agree with her that black people in America are lazy.
Hell yeah! I know some motherfuckers right now that's lazy as fuck, don't want to do nothing. Rather be on the block, serving that bullshit, keeping that community dusty and shit. Don't want the police come in our shit and beat our heads in, because we don't do shit in our community no way.
How old?
Hell yeah!
How old are you?
That don't matter.
Yes,
that really don't matter.
yes, actually it does.
Don't matter
actually,
either.
it does
I'm letting
matter.
you know what it is,
actually,
Jason.
actually,
You
it does
poisoning us,
matter,
Jason.
sir.
Black men are mobilizing towards one goal, Jason, and you throwing a wrench in there. I think a person like you would love to see
what's the
black
goal?
motherfuckers move
What's the
in
goal?
one direction.
What's the goal that you think? What's the goal that you think black
to get
women
our
are
women on code? Our women out here fucked up, Jason.
And
They
you
talk about
think
freezing
that
their
talking
motherfucking
to a
heads. 30
you
years
think
old,
talking
Jason.
to a racist white woman is how you get black women on code?
Hey, listen, in the civil rights, we had freedom riders. What was they, Jason? White than the motherfucker, right? In the civil rights, we kept white people around, right? Because they get indoors that we can't. Jason, come on, man. You
No,
know
sir.
this,
That
brother.
they open white doors. What does a white woman have to offer black women?
Okay, why did Martin Luther King
Sir,
keep him around?
what
then,
does
Jason?
a white
Why
woman
did
have to
Frederick
offer black
Why did
women?
Frederick Douglass? Why did Frederick
Sir,
Douglass?
we're not going to
talk with
argue.
Abraham
Sir,
Lincoln,
we're not
Jason?
going to argue. What does a racist white woman have to offer black women to get them on code?
Well, when Pearly had made that flip up, now I'll admit she was wrong. She had a silly moment. When she made a flip up, she immediately showed accountability.
No,
and
she didn't,
apologized.
sir.
And the
she
way
didn't do.
apologized,
No, she
wasn't
didn't. It
trying
was
to
a
pull
week,
on our heartstrings
sir. It was a
and-
week.
and-
It was
and
a
be
week
crass
later
and
after
shit.
the internet blew up. It was a week later after the internet blew up. She did not immediately anything. Are you on drugs? She didn't immediately do anything.
Brother, a week, a day, she immediately responded to it and she took the video down. And
That's
she
not
said she was
immediate. A
sorry.
week is not immediate. A week and 1,000 videos
Okay, if I
later
was
is not
dealing with a
immediate.
black chick, the black chicks that I deal with ain't taking no accountability. They'll never say they were sorry. They'll say, and deal with it, nigga.
Yeah, but you know why? Because they would be
These black chicks
they would
learn
be
from her.
honest. Because they would be honest. So you're saying you'd rather have a lying white supremacist than an honest black woman. You're kind of twisted.
How you know she lying? How you know she lying? You don't know that.
Because if she were telling the
As a
truth,
matter of fact, she's genuine as hell. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the likes of NTR and all these other front runners on the Manosphere fucking with us. If she was lying, Jason, these people know her. You don't.
are they? Is he messing with her now?
You just want to cause
Is he
division
still,
because
sir? Is
you
he
don't
still?
like the
Is he
front runners
still
of the
dealing?
Manosphere.
Is
That's
he
some
still
girl
dealing with her?
shit, Jason.
Is he
That's some
still dealing?
female
Is
shit,
he
Jason.
still dealing with her, sir? Is he still dealing with her now?
No, because he's been pressured with motherfuckers like you. Tell him that he should.
Oh,
that
okay.
Policy, that thing he put up talking about he all not accountable. I looked in his eyes. He didn't want to do that shit. He did that shit for y'all.
Okay, sir. Do you have a woman?
That's what I mean. Y'all causing division is something that's gaining momentum.
Sir,
Is you jealous?
sir, do you have a woman?
It don't matter.
Yes,
what I
it
got. We're
does.
talking about this
Yes, it
Manosphere
does, sir.
right now.
Do you have a
We're not
woman?
talking about
Sir,
me.
yes, it does. Do you have a woman?
Yeah, we're not talking about me. No, I don't have no woman. You know why? Because I ain't fucking with these bitches out here. These bitches don't want nothing.
Why
And
do
what
you
the hell do that
really?
matter? What you gonna gun me? Cause I ain't got no woman? You gonna gun me? Cause I ain't making six figures? Yeah, I respect you. You got the shit. You got your money. You got your status up. The rest of all y'all trying to get it out the mud. We ain't living your life, Jason. And you love that goddamn motherfuckers gotta bow down to your status and your money. It ain't about that. It's about getting these bitches on cold, man. And you know they off cold. Stop acting like you don't agree with this shit, man. You agree? Hell, you be saying the same damn talking points. You said the same damn talking points. Tell me something what you was talking about.
Brothers and sisters from around the world, this is the Black Manosphere. Right
Yeah,
here.
this is the Black Manosphere. Passion. Pulling you up on your bullshit.
This is them right there. As I said, awkward, weird, prepubescent, immature, temperamental, and completely undesired by women everywhere. Hopefully you don't own a firearm. I hope you don't own
Excuse me?
I hope you don't own any firearms. I hope you don't.
Well, I will admit I don't like guns. I'd rather
I'm
deal with issues with my hands
right.
and my words.
I'm hoping you don't have any. I'm hoping you
And if
don't.
I did, I'm not just gonna shoot a motherfucker because I'm passionate about what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Jason. You're not talking to no nigga.
Either that.
You're talking to a black man that's tired of seeing his woman wayward.
Yeah.
As a motherfucker.
If he didn't gun him down, it's probably because he's gonna cut him up. But thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I say thank you. No, just yeah. That's what the black manosphere. And by the way, you notice he's the same as all the others. I mean, y'all talking about understand something here. They would kill all of you just to sniff Miss Daisy's dirty socks. Do you have a woman? Hell no! I don't deal with none of these bees. All right. Because that guy is going to get them on code. No wonder, you see, no woman would ever listen to him. That's why he thinks he needs to bring in a white woman, because no woman with half a lick of sense would ever listen to him. That was kind of pathetic. Let me get one more on Blog Talk, and then I'm going to come back over here to Zoom. Let me get caller from area code 980. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 980 has been abducted. Let's get back over here to Zoom. All right, we're going to see if we can get, because I want to try to get some folks here we hadn't talked to here before. Let me get Dorian. Go ahead and let's see if we can get Dorian on deck. We'll see if we can get Dorian on deck. At least that's the general idea. Trying to get Dorian on deck here. Give Dorian a moment here to get his Zimbabwe broadband going. All right, Dorian, what's on your mind? Dorian, we'll try one time here. He's connecting his audio. He's working on it.
I wanted to say first that...
Brother, you're slowing us down tonight. Speak.
I never heard of you before. I never heard of you before. I saw you on, I saw and heard about you on Oshay's channel. And I got to say, man, I've been listening to this whole broadcast. Never saw anybody get bodied like this before. I never knew there was only 3 members of the Manosphere. And I got to say that I feel like Pearl is a person who, she reached out to the people she reached out to so that she could grab pieces of their audience and take off and get after that.
Well, she certainly did succeed at that in a rather apropos way now, didn't she? Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me get, see if I can bring Kid Gravity in here. Let me see if I can get you on. Go ahead and turn on your connection for us here, Kid Gravity.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. What's your name? Where you calling? Oh, I'm sorry. Kid Gravity, we see you. You don't have to tell us where you're calling from. All right, brother, what's on your mind?
I have to applaud you for doing an entire live stream about integrity, because I guess that was probably the lesson that you were trying to instill tonight. You could strip all this YouTube stuff away. The only thing you're left with is your integrity. And a lot of these YouTubers are going to find out the hard way that attaching themselves to her is going to bring them down while she continues to get up. But, you know, we all have to learn different ways.
Well, let me answer your question here. How do you feel about the optics, and should I say the literal situation, of sitting with a white woman and cursing a black woman out in front of her to defend this white woman against charges of racism?
You should lose your platform as a black person, number one. Because after you utter those words, how does your crowd sit there and still listen to what you said, past or present, or in the future?
Oh, he had others there. That's why I was showing on the screen. The other folk up there, I mean, they was buck dancing along with him. Now, to their credit, the overwhelming majority of the audience was ripping him to shreds. They were ripping him apart. But he had a few who wanted to show you that if you think this is unanimous, if you think there are not some black men who are suicidal for interracial sexual access, you're very mistaken.
Yeah. Did you also see, I don't know if you saw the whole thing. Did you see that Austin Holloman showed up in there?
No, I didn't see that, but little old Austin, like I say, once again, you all know I was the one who broke the news about Austin. He showed up on mine, and I was the one who broke that when he finally got himself in trouble down there in Brazil. Let's give you all a brief reminder. This young man who is very, very naive and misguided, let's be very clear. He spent all this time big up in the women of Brazil. They're so great. They're so wonderful. They're so ladylike. They're nothing like the women in America. There's no feminism in Brazil. He told me all those things when he was on the phone with me, that these other women have not attached to feminism the way they do in America. He never got run out of America with folk threatening to put him in jail. Brazil is threatening to put him in jail now. He's not even in the country anymore. They're threatening to put him in jail now. They haven't let that matter go. They have not let it go. They're still after him. Now, here's my point. He spent all that time big up in the women of Brazil. The women of Brazil are so great. The women of Brazil, they love us. They love black men from America. The women of Brazil, come on down here, brothers. Get your passports and come to Brazil. When he got his ass in the bind, not one chick he was talking about from Brazil came to defend him. Not a single one was caping for him. He was caping for all of them. There wasn't one single female in Brazil who sat up here and lit a match or grabbed a napkin on his behalf. Not one.
That's
Get
why
your
you always
passports.
preach about being on code.
Get your passports, brothers, so you can come down there and get caught up with him. Get your passports. So like I say, look, the good news about this is it's so blatant now, but here's the bad news. Brother, there's a bunch of dudes out there who are just, they are immune to being embarrassed. They're immune to being humiliated. They're sitting here with egg and pancake and everything else on their faces, and they still just walking. So shame makes no impression on them. Embarrassment makes being the national lampoon doesn't bother them.
Yeah. Well, they're this now. Forever and ever. But
is that an Obsidian mask? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, you turned it. Okay. I thought that was an Obsidian mask. I was about to say, how the hell did you make that? I say, it looks like his glasses.
Amazon is a beautiful thing. You can find your DVDs on there, and I found this on there, and I said I might as well just buy it.
Yeah, I was about to say, boy, you had the glasses and everything. I'm like, those aren't glasses; those are the eyes. Okay. I was about to say, man, how did he do that? This fella's amazing. This fella's amazing. All right, thank you very much, brother. We appreciate it. Let me go ahead and see if I can get some other folk in here. My Zoom is building up. I want to get this brother on right quick. Let me get him on right quick. We don't get to talk to him very much. Let me get him on right quick. It's long overdue. Long overdue. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Taurean Rain up.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Black first, brother. What's on your mind?
Be one of you. I'm glad to be up here. First time ever calling on to your show. But listen, I definitely had to call in today because this has got to be some of the most off-code stuff that I have heard in a while. And I talk about a lot of off-code stuff that be happening out in the world. And actually to see something like this just kind of transpire like this is crazy. But before I actually get into that caller that called in, I need to know one thing. Was he ski sloping with Hunter Biden before he came onto this call?
Man, that nigga was ski sloping with damn me Andrew Jackson before he got on this call.
Right, because I don't know what was going on. Like that was just it was going from 0 to 1,000. With that individual right there. That's crazy.
They were already at 1,000 though, brother. You got to understand, they come pre-sold out. They come pre-washed for cooning. And what you're really just doing is giving them an opportunity to express what they really are. That's all it really is. We're just giving them an opportunity to say what they really are, what they really think. And yeah, this is what it is. A lot of these fellas are sitting next to you and me, and they're like the white supremacists. They will acknowledge their racism exists, but what they'll tell you is we don't need to do nothing about it.
Exactly. And then to sit up there and actually, when you pulled up that comment and how he just went in on this black woman when she was just making a statement and how he went off on her, and notice the volume in his voice just kept going up and up and up and up. I said, that's that Napoleon complex kicking into high gear. And when you looked at, I call her Stranger Things. They call her Pearly Things. I said, she looks like something off of Stranger Things. You can see the look on her face. She didn't even crack a smile. And this is coming from a woman that loves to cackle like she's Harley Quinn laughing with the Joker after they just committed a big crime. And she was just looking like just sitting there. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, she has him exactly where she wants him. She knows exactly what she's going to do with him. She knows exactly what use to her he is going to be to her. And he doesn't even realize it yet. He thinks he has arrived.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. No, these are collaborators. Collaborators know they're being used and they're thrilled to be used. There's no such thing as bad attention to them. What you're trying to say, brother, is that chick knows her niggas. She knows the ones who are on board. Every white supremacist does. There's just the ones they use and the ones they don't. So when she finally came slithering out of her cave, she knew exactly where to go. She went to a fellow whose channel is so small that she knows he's going to be desperate. He already let her know, look, you catnip for me. I will say or do whatever you want, no matter how shameless. So she knew he was going to be buck dancing the whole time. He told her that before he got out there with everybody. She wouldn't have gone on there with him if he didn't make it very clear. Look here, massa, whatever you need, I got you, boo. I got you. And he showed the hell out. So that lets you know she wasn't gambling. She already knew.
Yep, she definitely knew, because she exactly like you say. I stand corrected. She knows exactly who her targets are, and he was like literally like the bullseye for her. Like, he's like the perfect target for her. There's plenty more out there, definitely, for sure. But he's definitely competing for his spot. And I have a feeling, too, it's going to be one big coon war, because someone else going to try to take his spot, and he's going to fight them to the death in order to now lose his spot.
Yeah, the Manosphere is dead. The Manosphere is dead. The damn bastard was never alive in the first place. The Manosphere is dead. We're just holding the eulogy tonight. The body has been sitting in the trunk now for 3 years. We're just holding the eulogy tonight. But what it does tell you is that she knew she was safe. She knew she was safe with the people in her studio, wherever that house is. She knew she was safe there. She knows she's safe with them on YouTube. She wouldn't let them around her if she wasn't safe with them. If they didn't already know her views and her perspectives and were okay with it, she wasn't going to let them around. I dare you to show me somebody with some black credentials that she's let around her. Show me somebody who was talking to her before, who is down on it now, who was down the moment they found out, who was down on her the moment they found out. Show me one she let in her presence. That tells you she vetted all of them beforehand. They were pre-vetted, they were pre-rationed, and she knew what she was dealing with. These were known quantities. She wasn't gambling. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, she definitely wasn't. This is going to be a very interesting thing going forward for sure, and I can't wait to see what else is going to happen. This is still the first quarter of the year. We still got 3 more to go. So I'm gonna be sitting back, looking, just waiting to see what else is going to happen. And I know you're going to be on it like white on rice.
Been here, gonna be here. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, Taurean Rain. Good to chop it up with him. I don't get to speak to him nearly as much. Good to chop it up with him tonight. He's doing his thing, we're doing ours. He's been building his platform. That's what you're supposed to do. Coming up through the ranks. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. I'm the guy who broke the news about Passport Bros. I'm the one who broke the news about Just Pearly Things. I'm the one who broke the news about the death of the Manosphere. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. You want to be first in line. You don't want to be a week late. My subscribers here were the first in line to find out this and all these other things. So if you want to be first in line in the future, don't go to the place that all your YouTubers will be talking about the events 2 or 3 days later. They talk about it 2 or 3 days later after the source has spoken about it. You want to be first in line? Click that subscribe button and be here for the source. Let's go ahead and see if we can get another person here on Zoom. Sandra Faye. Sandra Faye, go ahead and log up for me here. She's got her audio on. At least I assume that's a she. Unless the operation was not a success. Okay.
Why can't I hear?
Sandra Faye, I don't know why you can't hear. We can hear you, so... Sandra Faye is trying to get her razor phone.
Oh, hey. Okay. I'm so sorry. Hello, Jason.
What's on your mind,
it's Sandra from
Faye?
Georgia.
All right, what's on your mind?
So basically, all I really wanted to say was that all these people coming in and saying that they didn't know, okay, they didn't know what Pearly was up to, that they had no idea. I just want to say these people, they met her or they saw her content. They have no excuse for not knowing what she was up to, because you could literally see that she has her content. It's nothing but black faces, nothing but black people this, black people that. And if you couldn't see the fix, okay, all those people that are caping for her or pretending like they didn't know, then they really have no business being online trying to tell other folks how they should be vetting people, how they should be dating, how they should be doing anything. Because if they couldn't see something as simple as this Miley Cyrus effect going on, then they, like I said, they're completely oblivious to what's going on around them.
Well, in this day and age, we're really finding out, as I said, this is a coon litmus test. It really, really is. And for black folk in particular to be near individuals who are this self-destructive, that's not an innocuous thing. That's a threat to your life. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. I'm going to get a couple of calls on Blog Talk and then get back to Zoom here. Let me get caller from area code 310. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing? This is Jay from Compton. How you doing?
Jay from Compton. What's on your mind?
So I've been watching her for a minute, and me and my girl always be ranting, cleaning around the house. Something come on YouTube automatically, and we'd be like, something don't seem right. And I don't understand what the black people don't understand in the Manosphere, that the white men never accepted her. They immediately smelled it, and they said, they don't even believe in women teaching men. They refer to it as red pill OnlyFans. It's the same thing. You just, instead of the girl being naked, she just is clothed up. And what people don't understand, they keep saying this, and it really makes me mad. I got to watch my language. But they're saying stuff like, she employs black people. Oh, she's not rich. Like, people have to understand, it's 2023. We are not 2020. We are not in the same time where people are coming around with capes, coming around with hoods, over here beating people up, hanging people, and lynching you in front of you. It's indifference we're looking at. It's indifference. These are the people who won't help you if you're about to get hung. We're looking at not the people who will stop you, but the people who just won't do anything. We're actually looking at the people who get on cold. What people need to realize when you're in corporate, I've been in corporate, sales, high ticket sales. What happens when you're in the club and when you're outside the club? When all of a sudden when I go vegetarian, I'll start talking crazy things. Oh, that's not in the club. We eat little things like that. You're going to be outside of the game, and these people haven't been in the club yet, and they don't know how the club is really operated. You have to drink the Kool-Aid, and people don't understand that. The club operates a certain way, and they won't realize this until they see how their code works.
Well,
there's certain white people.
They'll have a problem with it when she finally turns on them. Understand, they are willing collaborators. They see the same thing you and I see. They're willing collaborators, and as far as they're concerned, it'll be worth it to play. They're already pariahs and outcasts in black society. Obsidian's already a cornball and an outcast. It can't get any worse for him. And then when you see all the troop of Smurfs that he keeps with him, they're already outcasts. So they're already on the outside looking in. What they're saying is it'll be worth it so long as in the end we can get us a bid and a buy-in. Then it'll be worth it to sell our souls. When she turns her fangs on them, then they're all going to, when she stops returning their phone calls because their usefulness has come to an end, then you're going to see their tune start to change, and all of a sudden they're going to be the most pro-black people you ever saw. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 832. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on, Jason? This is Jay from Houston.
Jay from Houston, what's on your mind?
Man, I think you're right on point with the message tonight, man. I think the Manosphere, whatever you want to call it, it's pretty much dead, man. These people, they're still trying to protect Pearly things, but I mean, the ending has already been wrote for these guys. And you have these guys, I'm not going to say his name, but like you got these people like Angry Bird, and they're still trying to defend her, but there's nothing to defend because she already came on and apologized for what she's done, and she recognizes the damage that she's done and how she's performing in the black community and what, the perception of what she has done to the black community, and it's unacceptable, pretty much.
Well, like I say, this is just a real live coon litmus test. That's all it is. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Now, let me get back over here on Zoom. Let me see if I can grab Rebuilding Masculinity. Let's go ahead and see if we can bring you to the front here. Rebuilding Masculinity, go ahead and hook everything up for us here. Okay, you're on.
Yeah, I gotta pause the video. Let me see if I can. All right. Hey, what's going on, Jason?
All right, Rebuild Masculinity. What's on your mind, brother?
All right, so basically, I agree with everything you said, especially with like the Pearly girl. When she first came out, I always thought she was a fraud. I know a lot of guys that I know said the same thing. And I've been posting a lot of your videos on my Facebook group that has 27,000 members. And I did it because before I started listening to you, I was listening to Kevin Samuels. But one of the differences that I noticed with listening to you is that you was actually gaming a lot of guys up instead of just trying to, make money or get views. So that's pretty much what I have to say on it. But yeah, I could tell she was a fraud from the jump, but she just pretty much solidified it with her words.
Well, the real thing is I want you young cats to see that, because going forward, I would love to tell you that most people have character by default. That's a lie. Most people don't. Most people just go where they think is most popular. And that's especially dangerous in an environment like YouTube. YouTube can take anybody that they want and boost them. YouTube can grab any YouTube channel and give it 1 million subscribers within a day. And I don't mean involuntarily. They got billions of people on YouTube. They can 1 million people. They can boost you and get that on you easy. That's not a problem at all. That's child's play. So if you're under the misconception or the illusion that because somebody's got a channel on YouTube that folk know about, they must be credible or there must be character or integrity, I'm telling you it's actually the opposite. Now, I've never chased subs. I never chased views. I chased influence. That's why when I put up the video about Pearly things, it went everywhere. Yeah, because I don't want to be the biggest channel, but I do want to be the most influential. And we've achieved that. We achieved that years ago. These other folk, brother, they starving out here. They can't keep a regular job. They don't keep a regular paycheck. They live hand to mouth. They get online and pretend one thing, but they're broke. They don't really have anything. And I'm not dissing them for being broke. But what I am saying is when you sit up here and become a white supremacist bootlick, then there's no excuse for that. There's no amount of brokenness that's supposed to reduce you to that. When you start collaborating and being an apologist for your dude, I know the both of you are on the same thing. The both of you are on the same thing. I want you young cats to be watching that because these dudes are willing to die. Do you understand that? They're willing to die to make the Pearly things of this world happy. And they'll be standing next to you when they make that suicide run. Because he's like, look, either I'm going to get it or death. Well, what if you ain't willing to die for it? What if you're like, I'm good. I don't care if I get it or not. I'm good. It ain't worth it that much to me. And he's standing next to you. Now what do you do? I'll let you have the last word.
Well, like I said, Jason, before, I appreciate everything you've done. I'm going to keep pushing your content in my group and anything that I can do to help get your views up. Because like I said, there is a lot of posers on YouTube. And one thing that kind of caught my attention in one of your previous videos is that a lot of guys don't have any talent. They just happen to put some stuff together, put it on YouTube, and they blow up. And then once they blow up, they're willing to tell lies and not stand on top of their integrity just for a dollar bill or just for clout. But really, as a man, you got to stand on your integrity and your character, because that comes first. It's not just about getting views and telling lies, because OJ Jackson was actually in my Kevin Samuels group when I first set it up. And when the group was blowing up, he actually was like, making videos of some of the comments in the group and things like that. So I did see him when he was in the group, but I've never really, I've always thought the guy was kind of weird, especially just the way he kind of displays himself. And, a lot of those guys, they love white women, but really, we supposed to be rebuilding our community, and they should have never let just Pearly come in the mix at all, because a lot of other YouTubers that are not black They don't let us in their corner. They don't let us in their
No, they don't
space.
boost you. Rollo Tomasi didn't bring black men over there. Richard Cooper didn't bring black men over there. Now, Fresh and Misfit and Kevin and the rest of them, they were quick. We'll associate with them. And then as soon as you brought them in, they started claiming that this was their party. And that's what I'm saying. You can't hold the door open for these folks. That's why I want you to watch. You just said a very key thing. You said we're trying to rebuild the community. Well, they're not. They're just trying to get a little bit of money because they got bills to pay. They don't have a job. They don't really have employable skills. They got bills to pay. You are both at cross purposes. Your soul is not for sale. Theirs is for sale, lease, rent, lease to own. That's them. Beware going forward. Be very careful going forward. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Messy Michonne. Go ahead and turn your stuff on for us here. Messy Michonne going once. Messy Michonne going twice. Messy Michonne is supposed to be on deck, but Messy Michonne is not. All right. Let me get back over here to Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 928. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is James. I'm calling from Phoenix.
James from Phoenix. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Jason, you're just spewing a whole lot of lies. But again,
who did I lie about?
Dr. Claude.
Who did I lie about?
A whole lot of lies about Just Pearly.
Okay, what is the lie I told about? Tell me,
Manosphere.
did I lie about slavery? I played her words, sir. I played her words. So how did I lie?
Those were her words, and she apologized, but she's not a racist. She's just a naive pimp. She's just naive about
prove that that's a true statement. You can say you suspect that. Prove it's true.
Well, you can't prove that she's racist.
Yes,
so
I can. She was in the presence of a white supremacist, and she agreed with every word he said, and then she started adding on to it things that he didn't say. That's the proof of it.
And she went ahead and made another video yesterday apologizing.
Oh, you mean a week? You mean a week later after everybody got on her back? You mean a week after everybody got on her back? Is that what you mean? A week later?
Either way, she basically.
Oh, so in other words, the people were talking about it for a week, and you're just saying dismiss that. We don't have to worry about that.
In any case, what I was trying to get is that Dr. Claude Anderson basically stated that black people have a problem with building things up vertically.
Okay, sir, which part of slavery is exaggerated do you agree with that you think is not racist?
I don't agree with that specific
Okay,
statement,
do you think that slavery being exaggerated is a racist statement?
Do I agree that was a racist statement that she made?
Yes. Do you think that's a racist
off code
statement?
at that specific time?
No. I didn't say off. No, sir, not off code. Is that a racist thing for a white woman to say that slavery was exaggerated?
Yeah, that was really cringy when she said that.
I didn't say
Definitely
cringy, sir. Racist. Was it a racist thing to say, sir? You keep evading it. Was that a racial statement to make?
For a white woman? For anybody to say that?
No, sir. For a white woman to say that slavery was exaggerated, sir. Fourth time. Was that a racist statement?
It was an ignorant statement, not a racist statement.
And to say that black people are always late, ha ha ha, is that a racist statement for a white woman to make?
She didn't say black people are always lazy. She was saying certain types of black people are always lazy.
Sir, so you think that's
true?
She didn't say certain types of black people.
She said Africans work hard. She said that's basically what you're just insinuating.
She said they're late. She said they're late because they're Africans.
She never made a comment about black Americans. She stated that African.
Sir, that's the same thing as saying that she didn't say anything about black folks. She said thugs. She didn't say anything about black folks. She said woke. She's talking about all black people. If you're not smart enough to understand that, then you're just a white supremacist
You're just
bootleg.
insinuating. You don't know. She basically stated that Africans work hard, and that is a true statement. Nigerians work hard.
She didn't make any distinction, sir. No, she said that
that's not the case.
She said they work hard, and then she turned around and said they're always late. So those two things conflict with each other.
Well, yeah, that was a stereotype. That was a stereotype that.
Okay, so is the stereotype racist?
At certain points, yes, but again, she apologized.
Okay, was that a racist stereotype? Was that a racist stereotype?
She took accountability for
Sir, was that a racist stereotype?
You're blowing it out of proportion.
Sir, was that a racist stereotype?
That is a somewhat racist stereotype.
A somewhat racist stereotype. Sir, where are your people from?
Stereotype?
Sir, where are your people from?
My people are from Nigeria.
There you go. Do you live in the States?
Yes, I do.
Where at?
In any case,
yes, sir. Where in the States are you really from?
I'm from Arizona.
No. Where'd your people come from before Arizona? They didn't just come there. They don't leave Nigeria and go to Arizona. They leave Nigeria and go to New York.
Either way, I mean,
it's not either way. No, it's very relevant. Actually, it's very relevant. Because I want the folks in Arizona to understand that New York is an incubator where they bring over anti-black, self-hating tethers, and then they start spreading out like a cancer everywhere. And you sitting in Arizona with somebody who sounds like he speaks pretty good English, and you'd never assume that, by the way, this is where he's at.
I mean, I'm not sure I don't know why you're trying to change it.
Why are you so comfortable? Why are you so comfortable with white supremacists? Why are you so comfortable with them?
I'm not comfortable with white supremacists.
Oh, you're dead comfortable with white supremacists. You're dead comfortable with them. I'm trying to figure out why you are.
I'm not comfortable with white supremacy in any shape, way, or form.
Brother, you sound like you are nasal. Brother, do you need to blow your nose? Or do you have a bone through it? Do you need to blow your nose or something, brother? You sound very nasalated. I'm trying to help. I'm not being dissing. I'm trying to help right now. So I don't want folks to miss this. So if you're holding your nose or whatever you're doing with your nostrils, please stop.
Okay. In any case, basically, black people don't work hard in this country, and that's why they're at the bottom.
And you're saying that now you're black and in this country, so that includes you, correct?
Well, yes, but I work hard. I make six figures.
You just said that black people in this country don't work hard, but you just said black people in this country don't work hard. Then you said you're black and in this country. Yeah, but I work hard. What do you do? What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
Software engineer.
So you've never done manual labor in your life.
I know how to do manual labor too.
What type of manual labor have you done? What type of manual labor have you done?
I know how to change tires, oil changes.
What's the PS? What kind of tires do you like to change?
What do you mean?
What kind of tires do you change?
Regular car tires.
What type of vehicle do you own?
Right now I'm driving a Tesla Model S Plaid.
What's the PSI on your tires?
42.
And when's the last time you changed them?
Yeah. Well, it's a newer car.
Thank you, you dummy. You would not be the one changing them.
Well, I know how to.
Tesla wouldn't allow you.
I don't understand why this is relevant.
Yes, sir, because you're pretending that you've done manual labor and you actually never have. You claim to be a software engineer, which we cannot prove, but you know what? I'll take you at your word on that. You're still not a hardworking individual. Everybody else here listening has done more labor than you have.
Well, I'm more educated than most black Americans out there.
Sir, if you are, then why is it you're not applying that education back in Nigeria then?
No, that's the common argument that you made.
Sir, if you're that hardworking, why are you not hardworking in Nigeria? Sir, if you're that hardworking, why are you not hardworking in Nigeria?
I was born here in America.
Then why are you trying to talk about people in America? You should be very glad. You should be very glad and very lucky to be here.
Most people see the work ethic in black Americans, and they don't.
Yes,
they
sir.
have
The work ethic of Black America is what you and your people fled to come and join. Nobody's trying to go over to where you're from. Do you want to talk about the work ethic in Nigeria? Sir, would you like to discuss the work ethic of Nigeria? I'm not going to talk about the Nigerian scammers. I'm not talking about that work ethic. Would you like to discuss the work ethic of Nigerians?
I could go ahead and give you stats right now that show you Nigerian Americans are the hardest working.
Sir, you know the stat you cannot give me? If that stat is true, then tell me, why is it that Nigeria is in the shape that it's in if that's what Nigerians intrinsically are?
Listen, you cannot.
Sir, why is Nigeria in the shape that it's? We changed the system here, sir, without Nigerians, by the way.
No,
we changed the system
have not
here.
Changed the system at all.
Sir, we were in chattel slavery. Sir, we were in chattel slavery. We were in chattel slavery, and we changed that. We didn't have civil rights, and we changed that. We didn't have the right to vote, the right to own a home. We didn't have the right to live, and we changed that. Meanwhile, over in Nigeria, they're still working on getting the electricity to run 24 hours a day. I think you want to tell me something about that Nigerian work ethic now.
Well, back to the original.
No. The original thing is about Nigerians somehow work harder than foundational Black Americans. That's great. And then we take a look at Nigeria. And then we take a look at Nigeria, and we don't. And yet Nigeria is not a haven of hardworking people.
I never said that it's the haven of hard work.
Okay, then you cannot tell us that you work. Then you can't say you work harder than us, sir.
Much harder.
Then you can't say that, because then we would see your work everywhere, and we don't.
The data proves that Nigerians are the most profitable immigrant group in the United States of America. You cannot dispute that,
sir. That's not really a true fact, sir. Actually, that's not true. Let's not sit up here and inflate the bull crap. Let's not do that. Nigerians are usually not a slouch, but even in the areas that you have Nigerian enclaves, they're not running anything.
Well, they're running more things than what Black people are running.
Sir, we're the ones who built the cities. We're the ones who paved the way for you all. What way are you all paving for us today?
No, you're talking about a different era, though. Today,
wow. Okay, sir. Tell me what road are you Nigerians paving today in America? Tell me.
No, we're building our own businesses. We have our own. We have a community. We have our own culture.
You have a community, sir. You have a community where?
Run by ratchet women.
Okay, sir. Do Nigerians imitate Nigerians, or do Nigerians imitate Black Americans?
What are you talking about? We have our
take a look at the way you dress. Take a look at the way you dress. Take a look at the way your women do their hair. Take a look at the way you all act on YouTube. Take a look at your music. Do we emulate you, or are you emulating us?
We speak our own language. And that's
okay, sir. When you take a look at your clothes, take a look at what your women wear. Take a look at the way your women have their affectations. Take a look at the way your women want BBLs. Take a look at the way your women try to act like they're from the soil. We don't imitate you. You all try to be a weak little imitation of us.
So does everything. America's global.
Boy, that stumble, sir. It's not America. It's not America, sir. If what we're doing is wrong, why is it you all are breaking your necks to imitate us, both here and back on the continent? You all imitate us. There are no descendants of slaves in America who emulate Nigerians. Not in dress, not in speech, not in anything. Nigerians always emulate us, top to bottom.
Well, all I have to say is that
excuse me, sir. We don't emulate Nigerians. Nigerians emulate us, top to bottom.
And we work harder than them. And we work harder than them.
And yet, when we talk about the getting money ethic, that came from us. Nigerians can't say it came from them. You were getting no money in Nigeria, nor are you getting any money over here. That entire idea is ours.
Oh, my parents send money to Nigeria all the time.
Sir, you're just a guy on the phone. You're just a guy on the phone making claims. Nobody takes that seriously.
You're just a bad jealous of. Just Pearly Think has done more for black people than you, man. She has hired black people. She built a business.
George Washington and Thomas Jefferson hired black people.
Yo, they don't pay them 6 figures. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that George Washington paid his African
it doesn't matter what it's just for inflation. There's
salary.
all kinds of, that's not something to hang your hat on. There's all kinds of white racists who quote unquote employ black people throughout time.
But they don't pay them 6 figures. They don't pay them 6 figures.
Neither do
at least Just Pearly knows
sir,
that
you don't, sir, you don't have, sir, you don't have any proof. Sir, you don't have any proof. Y'all guys sit up here and lie. None of you have any proof what she pays. None of you have any proof what you pay. None of you have access to her payroll.
She just said her producer just said that.
Sir, you have no proof. You have no proof that that's a true statement. Sir, you have no proof whatsoever that that is a factual statement. Where is your proof that that's a true statement? Where's the documentation?
Her producer said that.
Where's the document? Where's the documentation that they're telling the truth, sir?
Regardless, we have to take their word for it.
Okay. Then in other words, you have no proof. And we all know that illegal aliens would never lie, and we all know that tethers would never lie. We all know that would never happen. Never.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of truth to what she
stutter.
Said.
So the truth about slavery was exaggerated. So there's a lot of truth in that.
You guys have a broken culture. Basically.
Okay. Now I want to be clear here to all of our non-FBA brothers and sisters from around the world. If y'all want to know why it is, Nigerians need to do more to check off-code coons like this one. They need to do more to check this. The Nigerians around the world need to check this. He's sitting up here literally on my phone, bootlicking and butt dancing for white mommy who said that slavery was, quote, exaggerated, as if she doesn't mean him when she says Africans. When she's talking about Africans being late, as if they don't mean him. Even though she said Africans are late. Oh, well, she ain't racist. So I just want the Nigerians to understand when we have to sit up here right now and we got to do some clearing to everybody. This is the reason we have to do it, because this is the average Nigerian that they keep bringing over today. They make sure they're pre-coon vetted, anti-black vetted, white mommy ass-kissing vetted, and then he ends up in Arizona sitting next to you all, and he'll be your manager at one of those companies in Chandler or something, and you wonder why this kind of thing happens. This is the Nigerian today. Firmly with his face up white mommy's butt cheeks. Shamelessly.
Man, you're a cloud. You're a cloud, Jason. You don't know what you're talking about, okay?
Sir, you're calling me a clown. Right? You literally sound like you have a rubber nose on, and he's talking about I'm a clown. This guy literally sounds like he has a rubber nose on. Jason, you a clown. Yeah, you understand. Just Pearly thing. She employs people. That's a problem, Jason. You don't get it. We work hard. How can you work hard with that deviated septum? How hard are you working? Are you sure? Let me go ahead and get somebody else here on Zoom. To my people on Zoom here, I'll go ahead and bring you on. Go ahead and you load everything up here. Feachaz, I guess, is that pronounced Feachaz?
That is correct, yes. Can you hear me?
All right, Feachaz, what's on your mind?
How are you doing? I just got through listening to the Nigerian brother there, and I just got off work, so excuse me if I sound a little bit tired, but these buffer classes, they get trained all the way in their countries before they even come here. And the way that they think is that they already have a preconceived idea about black people in the West before they even reach the West. So they speak with the tongue of the white supremacist even before they get here. Black people are lazy. Black people weren't lazy for 300 years when they were building the West.
But brother, she said not Africans are lazy.
Yes, absolutely.
And he's an African, but what he's telling you is that he doesn't identify as African. He identifies as other.
Yeah, 100%. So because they have this pre-training, they lead with cognitive dissonance before they even speak. You understand? Because that's their job. Their job is to lead with cognitive dissonance before they speak, because they have to have their prejudice against Black people in order to put Black people down. That's the whole con, right? So when I was in high school, I personally never met a West African who came from West Africa who was athletic or whatnot, except that they were with, white women, right? And it's still largely the same to this day. Like if you look at, I'm not sure if you watch MMA or whatnot, but if you look at some of the larger names in MMA, if you look at Kamaru Usman, he's got a white woman. If you look at Israel Adesanya, he's got a white woman.
Francis Ngannou lusting after them, can't get one really, but lusting. So that's the crazy part. He couldn't even get her. He just saw her like, oh, look at her. It's like, okay, you gonna get caught up. We can see that's the next one. So his court date is coming.
Yeah. So the Black person in the West, we have to be a lot more intelligent in the way that we move, in the way that we carry ourselves and handle ourselves. This thing with just Pearly things. I have a small YouTube channel, and so I don't really watch too many YouTube videos, but people send me content, right? So somebody was sent me a clip of her months ago, like 9 months ago, right? So I did like a refutation video on just Pearly things on my channel. That was 9 months ago, right? Then I started seeing some of the brothers in the Black Manosphere basically promoting her. And I was like, this is not going to end well. I know that Jason Black will eventually talk about this. Right?
Well, I've been talking about it from the very beginning. The first time she showed up, all I needed to see was a room full of Black women and a white woman on the end holding court. That was all I needed to see, because we've seen this a bunch of times before. How many times do you have to see the same damn movie play itself out? White folk ain't bringing you anything except something that can exploit you and make you look foolish. She's not bringing resources. She's not trying to put you in charge of anything, and she only wants to highlight the dysfunction. The whole reason you got Rollo Tomasi and Richard Cooper is because white women are out of line. White women are out of pocket. The whole red pill thing is about white women. The feminist movement is a white woman movement. So when you talk about those things, why is it they ain't lining up a bunch of white women to give them the work, if that's what it's really about? So they'll get a whole big room full of Black women and talk about these things. But if you were really serious about this, you'd grab a room full of white women and you'd be giving them the work from one end to the other. But that isn't what happens. Yeah, because she's a white woman. That's not what she's selling. She's talking to a bunch of alt-right men. So that's not what she's selling. And when folks talking about she got a Black boyfriend or had one or whatever, she got to go extra hard to let them know, hey, don't worry, wink, wink, I'm still on the team. And that's what she's doing right now. So you shouldn't need somebody to give them a T-shirt before you realize it's bogus.
Well, that's the hustle, right? Because if you look at the blueprint that she laid out, she went to London, right, or Britain, whatnot. She came there with a studio. Which YouTuber has a studio to start? Usually you're gonna start, like slowly or whatnot. But she came with
Oshay the dunce running around here talking about she invested in it. No, she didn't. She's literally saying her folks paid for this. That she got the money from her parents. But yet that doesn't suit the bootlicking coon narrative. So even though they know it's a lie, even though they know she didn't do anything on her own, they know her parents gave it to him. Like I said, to be in the manosphere, you have to be a pathological liar. She said where she got the money from, and they sitting up talking as if she somehow earned it. She's just a privileged white chick. That is all it is to it. There's nothing mystical or magical. She didn't earn it any more than they ever do. We're the only ones who got to earn something. We got algorithms against us. We got YouTube not recommending us. We got YouTube burying our channels. They're sitting up here suggesting Logan Paul and the rest of them on our channels, but not suggesting us on theirs. We're the only ones who got to earn something. The rest of these folks got it given to them. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Got a bunch of folk up here right now. Folks, I'm only going to give you one chance to go ahead and be on to get this thing going right. So let's make sure that you are ready to rock. I'll get back here to the phones in just a moment. Let me go ahead and see if I can get somebody else loaded up here. Young Tune, go ahead and turn everything on for us.
Hello.
All right, what's your name, brother?
My name's Lewis, man.
All right, Lewis, what's on your mind?
I'm calling out of London. I just wanted to say a couple things. I really love your channel. You know, Jason, I like the way that you break things down and the way you interact with people and you kind of, you hold your own ground. And I appreciate that. I listen to a lot of the things that you say when it comes to terms of like where Black people are and what we're up against. Like I remember you did one video where you was talking about the throne and who are on the throne and the objective is getting, that person off the throne. I just want to talk on that a little bit, just 2 seconds. Like, I agree with that. And I think that's what we're going through today is like, as a people, we're so divided that we don't really, a lot of us, probably majority of us don't really comprehend the powers that we're actually facing. Like you was just talking about how, we're battling against algorithms, we're battling against all kind of agencies against us. And I think a lot of Black people, particularly men, they don't really comprehend that. They just see other races able to access things and do things and live a certain way, which is tailored to be that way. And it kind of deceives us, is what I think.
Well, I definitely think it can do that. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I'm going to try to get to as many people as I can here. Let me go ahead and go back to Blog Talk. We got a lot of folk over there with limited time, so I want to get a few people on Blog Talk and then get back on Zoom. Please make your comments brief. If they are not brief, I will help keep your comments brief for you. Caller from area code 347, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 347 is busy. Caller from area code 415, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Don P. calling from San Francisco.
Don from San Francisco. What's on your mind, brother?
Jason, you know what? Because you're the arbitrator of truth and you are the chief probation officer, hey, man, folks got to fall in line. And it's really vicious right now because there's so much truth that's coming out and there's so much distraction that's coming out. 4 points. Miss Pearly things, the two cats that did the video against you, and then them two raggedy coons that was on here tonight. The reality is this. Why those two coons could come against you like that tonight, and then also in the videos protecting this thing. Now, I'm gonna say this, and this is kind of sidetracked. There's attractive white women. She's just not one of them. She works the witchcraft on these fools. The thing about it is this, Jason, and this is what we're dealing with, and I'm gonna take it to a level.
Well, give us the Reader's Digest version. We got a bunch of folk on the line, so give us the Reader's Digest version.
3 points in the close, baby. 3 points in the close. Listen, we are a very unique and special people. That's why people that look like us come against us and side against them. We are the prisoners of war of the transatlantic war. we were specifically targeted. We are not, first of all, I'm not black, I'm not African, and I'm not American. I know who I am. And so we're fighting another war on another side about who we are. But this is why these people are coming against us.
Well, the good news is we got an opportunity here to address this now. Last week, I started with Pearly things. This week, I want to wrap it up with the people who held the door that allows the Vlad TVs and the Adam 22s and the Pearly things through the door in the first place. She didn't get here by herself. Yeah, YouTube helped, but they needed Negroes who would give street credibility to prep the soil so that she could lay low undercover so that she could eventually start getting investment. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller area code 773. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 773 has been abducted. Caller from area code 701. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Kevin Jackson calling from Carrington, North Dakota.
Okay, Kevin from Carrington. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good program tonight, my man. What you witness is the power of a white woman. You see that white woman's face on that screen with the creamy white skin and the ruby red lips and the light gray eyes. That woman is dangerous. The black empowerment and black people. You know, I grew up during the 70s, during the pimp era, and I used to see them pimps out there on Mack Avenue. And when the pimp knew the mindset of a black man, and he knew if he had a woman like Pearly thing in his stable, he knew she would bring him thousands of dollars in for himself. Because he knew the mindset of a black man, how weak it is for this woman, the way she is and the way she looks. This woman is dangerous. Real talk. Dangerous to black empowerment and dangerous to black people.
You're correct.
And if a black man don't understand that, you better take a good look at this woman.
Well, you're correct. She is dangerous. But I also want to say one more thing. This is good. This is good because we need to have everybody openly declare their sides. We need to have everyone openly say where they are. We don't need any more undercover people and folks floating below the radar. And when your back is turned, they're sitting up here empowering her. We need to have a moment like this because this woman is truth serum. She's going to let you know exactly where everybody really stands, not where they told you they stand. She's going to show you where they really are. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me see on Zoom, TT, do you have your microphone on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. What's on your mind?
Yes. This is Tony. I'm in Washington, D.C. It's just a few things I wanted to say. I don't know, it's maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. She had a live and I think it was on King Richard's podcast. And for some kind of reason, they brought up the topic of redlining. Somehow they got on that topic. I don't remember. First of all of the British Africans on the show throwing out all kind of incorrect facts about things, like Jim Crow laws and redlining and all this stuff that's going on in the States. I'm like, oh my God, all the stuff they're talking about is wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. She makes a comment. So somebody looks up the definition of redlining. She literally goes, she cuts them off and then she goes, what's the big deal? You just move. Because they were trying to point out basically what redlining did, how it pushed marginalized people in zones,
Black,
in certain neighborhoods, and then she doubled down on it.
Let's be clear about the language, though. This black people, so it's not marginalized. The only people they were marginalizing was us.
So, and then she doubled down on it, and she repeated it like 2 more times, and they all was quiet, stuttering. Nobody. I'm like, are you serious? Like nobody's. And what I get from that is, I feel like Black Americans, we've gone through 400 years of decolonization. We've had 400 years to go through that process. And I really feel like a lot of our African brothers and sisters are really behind on the 8 ball in decolonizing the mentality. A lot of them are very clueless. They do not understand what racism actually is and means.
Incorrect. They do understand. We got to get over this. It isn't that they don't understand. There are only two type of black people in this world. Those who recognize that white supremacy and racism exists and fight it, and those who recognize that white supremacy exists and go back to picking the cotton. The Nigerian who called me earlier, he didn't dispute that there's such a thing as racism. He finally conceded that what she said was racist, but he's like, well, it ain't no big deal. Now you got to look at what he's getting from. He's like, hey, look, if getting some lashes on my ass is the cost of this, then I'll go along with it. I mean, I can take a little ass whooping, and then that's where they are. So we have to understand that's what we're dealing against. That's what we're dealing against. We're not dealing with ignorance. We are dealing with collaboration, not ignorance. Case in point, for folks who have large families, it's very common in large families. Some of the folks got a favorite kid, and then some of y'all just kind of get left behind. But all the kids love the parents the same, including those who did not receive the same benefits. So you're in this parental abusive relationship because white supremacy seeks to reduce everyone to a childlike state. You're looking at this parental abusive environment, and those are the kids who are abused but accepting it. Well, it is white mommy and she means well, and you just don't understand. She doesn't really mean it the way you're doing it there. And everybody has their flaws. They look at these white people like gods. They look at them like parents. And that's what we outgrew. We don't look at them like our parents. These folk look at Pearly things like she's even the way she sits in the room, that's white supremacist framing. She's treating them like they are her children. And the reason she's doing it is because they're accepting it. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get Horace. Go ahead and turn your stuff on here for Zoom. We'll give Horace a minute here. Go ahead and turn your mic and everything on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What's on your mind?
I just have a couple of things. To say. Number one, I wasn't. I never really watched Pearly things, and what she did was wrong. And I see a lot of, and I'm part of the Black Manosphere, so I see a lot of black men.
Why?
I see a lot of. Excuse me.
Why?
Because they talk about a lot of stuff that relates to me.
Did you hear my commentary tonight?
I heard some of it.
Okay. What part of that what part of what you heard from them did you agree with?
On this particular situation or anything?
Well, let's start with this particular situation, and then we'll end with how they are the ones who precipitated the situation. So let's start with this situation. Which part of it do you agree with them?
I don't agree with any of this.
Okay, so now all the rats are jumping ship and saying that they don't associate with it. Then he's going to turn around and tell me that he does associate with it.
Wait, I'm still part of I said in this particular situation.
But this situation is a part of everything, though, sir. That's the problem. You can't separate this from everything else. That's the problem. You can't do that. It doesn't work. You can't say that this is isolated because it isn't.
So just because I don't agree with this particular situation, it's all bad. That's why
what I'm saying is that their teachings and beliefs are what led and created this situation.
I mean, as far as I know, their teachings and beliefs are for the black man to do better, and that's my interpretation of their beliefs.
Okay,
and
they say
black women
that Pearly things is not incompatible with that. Do you agree with that?
Incompatible with beliefs?
They say that Pearly things is not incompatible. That she is perfectly compatible with everything that they say. Do you agree with that statement, sir?
I don't know. I don't agree with that.
Okay, then what the hell are you a member of?
I do not agree. I don't agree. Like I said.
I mean, but their ideology stands and falls on that, sir. So it's time for you to take a long, deep look in the mirror and ask yourself exactly, why am I doing this? Why am I so desperate to want to associate myself with these guys? If you have to sit up here and associate yourself with something that you're actively distancing yourself from, it is time to do some inventory, don't you think?
Yes, sir. Now I understand that, but they align with a lot of things I'm saying, like some black women like doing stuff they ain't supposed to and ruin and basically making the black man's life hard. That relates to me.
Okay, but sir, that's not what they teach. What they teach is that you can correct and discipline black women with a white woman present.
They don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, I just played for you both of them, both Oshay and Obsidian, the O-Town boys, sitting up here saying that her being present isn't a factor. It's not a problem. She's just as legit as everyone else to speak on us as black people and on black women's relations to black men. I played them saying it. Now you're trying to run from it. You know that's what they said. You know that. Now, if you want to take issue with it and say that that you disagree with that, and it's time for you to start saying, this black manosphere thing. If the guys who started it, if you're going against every tenet they say, what the hell are you believing in?
Like I said, this is the only particular thing that I don't agree with white women speaking for black people's problems. I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, they say the founders of your movement say, yes, she can. So you are at odds with them who defined the term. Black
that's
manosphere.
not all. That's not all founders.
That's enough. That's enough. What more how is it you sit and say, okay, well, let me put that to the side. How the hell do you put that to the side?
I'm not putting that to the side. I'm not putting that to the side. But what I'm saying is
I'm not putting it to the side, but I'm not putting it to the side, but okay. By the way, you're right. This does sound like that Mr. Fantastic guy. It sure does sound like him.
No, I'm not any guy called Mr. Fantastic.
All right. If I smell 409 around here, I'm going to be like, okay, not so sure about that. How old are you, son?
Me? I'm 37.
Okay. These young cats out here, they are unaccomplished. They don't have a lot going for them, and they're not getting the responses that they would like to have because they haven't brought what's necessary to the table, which is to become the table. They're talking about what they're not. Okay, time for you to just listen. They're not getting the responses that they want from women. And rather than listen to somebody with some sense, they're listening to certified bona fide failures, individuals who are embarrassing. But those are the ones that they're following behind, because what we're talking about over here is hard work. So, sir, when you talk about what black women are or aren't doing, please understand that only comes in relation to one thing, where you stand and how accomplished you are and how prepared you are to lead a sensible black woman. Because if all your complaints are about they ain't no good and things ain't going well, I'm telling you, team reflects leadership. So when it comes to
they don't want our leadership. What do you, sir? What do you mean? They never wanted black people's leadership.
What are you
talking about?
What to you qualifies you to be a leader?
I'm not trying to be a leader. I'm not trying to be a leader of black.
Okay,
black
do you hear
black,
yourself?
Black
Did
women.
you hear yourself? Did you just hear yourself? Now you just said they don't want our leadership. Okay, then why are you complaining if you don't want to be a leader and they don't want your leadership? Then why are you complaining? You're getting what you deserve.
Okay,
disdain.
Wait a minute. So I'm getting what I deserve.
Yes,
because I don't. Okay.
You just said that you don't want to lead. Then what? Nobody needs to respect a follower followers are to get pushed around.
So what is okay? So what is okay? So you don't want to lead the black man. If we don't want to lead the black woman, and the black woman does not want our leadership, which they don't.
Black women want leadership.
No, they do not.
Sir, they want leadership.
They do not.
Sir, they want
do not.
leadership. You're just not a leader.
No,
you're not a leader, sir.
No, they do not.
You're not qualified to speak on leaders. You're not one. What are you leading, sir?
I lead my own life.
Okay.
I don't have to lead black women.
Then do y'all hear this childishness here? So, sir, this is my point right here. You're not qualified to even speak on the subject. You're just throwing temper tantrums, and no woman is going to respect a 37-year-old brat.
Okay, well, you are just a blackity black.
And I'm respected. Something that you'll never understand.
Okay, so you're respected, but
look how emotional he is. Do y'all hear how emotional he is? Take a look at how emotional he is. Go ahead and keep talking, son.
But I don't have any leadership skills. But I can let black women disrespect me, and I'm not supposed to listen to the black manosphere because you're supposed to be a leader.
You've already said that you're not worthy of respect, so you're getting what you deserve.
When did I say that?
A black man, a man who is not and does not wish to lead is not worthy of respect.
Lead what?
Look how emotional he is. He's just like by the way, he's just like Obsidian. Do you all see how childish and emotional he is?
There's nothing to lead.
Sir, you're not building anything. You're not building anything.
Are you?
Yes, sir.
No, you're not. We don't even see your face, brother.
Sir, we don't see yours.
I'll show you my face.
Sir,
no problem.
Sir, you're on my platform.
I've never seen your face.
Sir,
ever.
You're on
what
my.
Are you afraid of the so-called white supremacy boogeyman?
You're on my platform.
Does that matter?
I must have built something.
Have we ever seen your face?
No, sir. You see my work.
Have we ever?
You see
why
my work.
Is that? Are you scared of white supremacy?
No, sir. I'm scared.
So-called white supremacy?
No, I'm scared of coons. I'm scared of coons.
I'm scared of coons.
I'm scared of coons like Horus. I'm scared of them.
Okay.
Horus, just understand, you already said why nobody respects you. And by the way, do you see how emotional he is?
You a coward. You the one that
I'm not leading. I ain't leading. I ain't gotta lead them. What are you building? I'm building myself. Sir, take some Ritalin and calm down. I ain't gotta calm down. These women don't respect me. You've done nothing for women to respect. I ain't gotta do nothing for them. Then they don't have to respect you. What you mean they ain't gotta respect me? Yeah, do you want to know where these hoe-ass mama's boys learned this? Yeah, take a look at the Winosphere. Jason, why do you call the Black Manosphere the Winosphere? That was one of their disciples just got off the phone. Little fruit booty mama's boy. Yeah, that was one of their disciples just got off the phone. Yeah, that's the type of masculinity that women are looking to rally behind. Hey, to all the ladies in the chat room, if that was the type of masculinity that you're looking to rally behind, go ahead and give me the diamond ring emoji in the chat room. But if that was trash that just got off the phone, give me the wastebasket emoji in the chat room. Give me the wastebasket emoji in the chat room. Because he says he doesn't get any respect. They don't respect me. These women don't respect me. You're not leading. I ain't gotta lead. These women don't respect me. I ain't gotta do nothing. The Manosphere told me these women is out of line. What are you leading? I ain't gotta lead nothing. Y'all got to understand the sexual frustration is real. All this time sitting out there by themselves and getting nothing is real. It is real. And all they're sitting around holding their little deficient man boy support groups online isn't helping them. Nothing is real. Okay, Remnant Princess, turn your speakers off. I'm going to give you 5 seconds. You know that's out of line. I'll give you 5 seconds and then permanent vacation.
Hello?
Yes, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Remnant Princess.
Okay, where are you calling from with that accent?
London.
All right, well, you're over there in London, so you're here to sing to us the praises of Pearly things, so go ahead.
Oh. No, I actually wanted to ask you a question.
Time is short, ma'am. Let's get to it.
Okay. I wanted to ask, yesterday they were on live talking to Just Pearly, and I wanted to know, how come you didn't come on and say something?
Because they're coons, and I already sent them I extended to her an invitation to come talk to me. So I don't need to talk to her in somebody else's house. Furthermore, I don't care if I speak to her or if I don't. She doesn't have anything to do you think that she's got something to explain to me?
I mean,
wait a minute.
no.
Yes or no question. Do you think she's got
No.
do you think she's got something to explain, or that there's some rationale or reasoning that if she can just explain it to me in the right way, she can explain to me why slavery was exaggerated? That there's some understanding we can reach if she talks to me long enough. You think that's the only thing that's missing?
I mean, I guess not.
Okay, then that's the reason I don't need to chase her around to talk to her. If I talk to her, that's fine. If I don't, that's also great. We don't have anything to really talk about. She already said it all. I'm not under some illusions about what I heard. So no, I don't have to do that. Second of all, I don't need to be on there with 5 or 6 other people. I'll talk to her one-on-one myself. I don't need somebody else to be middleman. Just like I brought you on here tonight, you're talking to me one-on-one. Are there 7 or 8 other people on this thing with us right now?
No.
Is there a middleman that you had to go through to talk to me?
No.
Then why do I need to go through a middleman to talk to her?
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
true.
Life is really just that simple.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. It really is just that easy. It really is just that easy. I don't have to jump through hoops to talk to her. She ain't got to jump through hoops to talk to me. You can just call right up. Matter of fact, it's open here tonight. Let her know. Y'all can let Pearly Things know we're on. By the way, you can let Pearly Things know we're on. You can let her know we're on right now. She can come talk to us right this moment if she wants to. I got an open mic. Absolutely no waiting. She's as welcome as anybody else to call up right now, and she can talk to me directly. No middleman, no intermediaries, no relay. She can talk right now. What's the problem with that? Okay, Trev, make sure you have everything
Yes, sir.
on.
I'm here.
All right, brother, what's on your mind?
All right. Can you hear me? Can you see me okay?
We cannot see you. We hear you just fine, but we cannot see you.
Let me join my video right now. All right.
All right, now we can see you. Looking like an old usher. All right, brother, what's on your mind?
Hey. Well, I'm just utterly shocked about this entire situation, right? Now, Just Pearly Things was on No Jumper, so we can't say that she's not familiar with No Jumper, right? And he made the mistake of having Nick Fuentes on his show, first of all, right? So when you saw the backlash, what happened with that, why would you then pick views over common sense to say, all right, this might not be a good look just because most of my staff is Black. Most of the people who I have on guests, they're Black. What are we doing? How does this even happen?
Because we have to understand that these folks right here have been putting on a show. We're going to have to if everybody who thought that they was okay, everybody's trying to find the person they can invite to the barbecue. They've been putting on a show. That's all they've been doing all this time. Putting on a show, and now they're ready to drop the facade. They were never with us. These are the most square-ass folk. They were never with us. Adam came from a stoner skater boy culture. He ain't from the hood. Pearly Things, it lets you know she tried a bunch of other things before she decided to try to be a female Kevin Samuels clone. She made no bones about that. So what I'm saying is when you see that, these are folks looking for a market. They're not sincere. They're just
Gotcha.
looking for a market. We've seen this so many times before. Why the hell were they even allowed in to try to develop a market? They should have been booted from day. The door should have been locked and they never should have been able to get in. That's the problem I have.
Wow. Now, how do you feel about the turn that MTR had? Because just before he was like really doing a bunch of content with her, right? He had all types of content. When I saw that thing pop up on my timeline this morning of him denouncing her completely, I was shocked because I felt like they had a personal relationship.
They did.
What it looked like.
They did.
So how does that happen?
Because backlash. He was 10 toes down, hard in the paint last Monday, last Tuesday, last Wednesday. When he started talking about it by then, he was hard in the paint when it first broke. His chat room lit him up. They were the ones who wouldn't compromise.
Yeah,
and he even acknowledged it. He even acknowledged it. Y'all gonna make me get serious? Yeah, because this is dead serious to us. This ain't about you getting the bag. This is life and death for us. This ain't about you selling everybody else out and you get a bag for yourself. This ain't going to work for us. So that was what happened to him. That was also what happened to Pearly Things. So a lot of folk found themselves behind the 8 ball because of backlash. Not because these are core convictions, but because they underestimated how much bull jive that the audience was going to accept. He just figured, well, we just do like we did under Kevin Samuels. We just say white supremacy don't exist. Shout out to Thomas Sowell, and everybody keep marching. This was the time it didn't happen.
Yeah, because I heard it when I heard everything going on with this interview, it was immediately cringe for me. When I saw, I was like, ooh, this is not going to go over well. I promise you. And I don't see how she just didn't have like the conscience to be able to understand the magnitude of what it was she was doing. Like you saw her kind of backing in and say, oh, well, ooh, they're not going to like this one. But okay, with that thought, how about instead you kind of give some type of pushback? Because if you were going to have him on a platform and you decided, listen, I'm going to debate and I'm going to debunk, right? I actually did a video covering that earlier today. And yes, I did absolutely include your complete roast and destruction of what it is that she did. And the main problem that I had is that how could she not understand how this is going on?
Yeah, you're saying why should she not have the presence of mind? This is why I said before, you got to understand she is a white chick in an alt-right world who had to pretend that she was with us because that's, to her, that's slumming. She is detesting it every day. She hates it every day. Take a look at it. There's no part of her that identifies with us. She is a white woman from a white world who can't make money at anything else, so was given some money by her parents to go and amuse yourself. But that's not what she identifies with. So when she was actually in the presence of bona fide real world white supremacists, she let the real thing come out. Because understand, I knew it, the moment she said Ben Shapiro, I love Ben Shapiro, I'm like, oh, it's going to go downhill from here. And sure, with the way she fangirled out like that, Nick Fuentes is a rock star among white supremacists. That's what you got to understand.
Yes,
Nick Fuentes is nothing to us, but he's a rock star among them. Richard Spencer is kind of losing his shine because he's kind of trying to walk things backwards. A bunch of lawsuits and indictments will do that to you. But to the ones who stood strong since Charlottesville, they're rock stars. Ben Shapiro is a rock star. Cernovich is a rock star. These are stars in the movement. So she was like, I'm in the presence of royalty right now. I'm with Nick Fuentes. Matter of fact, they did a little dating show thing they were talking about. Well, I guess you should have called it a white supremacist. But so my point is, she wanted to confirm to him that she was cool. Remember, she did an interview there was another Italian chick, and that Italian chick got into it with Nick. And what did Nick say? Well, yeah, Italians don't claim you. You slept with a black guy. Well, guess what? Pearly Things sat there all nervous. Pearly, why don't you go ahead and perk up? Because you done had some, allegedly you done had some brothers make their way to you, and yet she sat there quiet. She didn't take that as an insult. Yeah, because she's like, hey, I'm trying to get my credentials back in white society. Ultimately, I'm going to pivot back. Remember, as a white woman, she can do that. You know this, brother. In her late teens, early 20s, that's when they're allowed to go do their sexual experimentation. They're allowed to go do their sexual adventuring in their teens and their 20s. Once you get in your late 20s, and I think that's where she's in now, you're expected to pivot back. Don't bring no kids. We even made abortion available for you so you can abort them little black babies if you need to. Don't bring any kids. Don't marry them. When you get ready to make that pivot, you leave that bull jive behind you. And that's what you're witnessing. She's going into her late 30s, and she's like, okay, I can't settle down with y'all. I made my money off of you, or at least I tried to, but I'm not making a life with you. So now it's time to go ahead and cut bait, make this pivot, and go back to white society and go to work for a white corporation or a white media agency or a white media group or something, which is what the word is, and I can go take my credentials there. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. We appreciate that. I'm going to grab a couple of folk on Blog Talk. Everybody on Zoom, because there's no time limit on Zoom. You all just wait. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to get a few folk on Blog Talk and get right back with you. Caller from area code 513. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
The name is Anderson. Mr. Black, how are you today?
All right, Anderson, what's on your mind?
All right. So just listening to your last perspective of what you talked about with the brother with that had the glasses on, you know, I just look at things as, I think we all kind of like subscribe to what our lives put us in position of, or what we have experienced or what we've went through. So in case in point, like if I was to ask you, like, what is your position on, I guess, all of the social platforms and everyone speaking on all of these relationship issues or the manosphere and the dating aspect of the African-American experience? Like, what is your position on everybody having so much to say about it?
Okay, I'm not understanding exactly what you mean.
Okay, let me put it this way. Everything that's being talked about is being rehashed by so many different people because it seems like everybody wants to find, they feel like they have a niche in this, or because they have a camera and a microphone that they have something to say. And the way that the social engineering has gone as far as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and so on and so on, it seems like everybody feels as if they're validated in what they want to say. The people who don't really have the
okay. Well, sir, we're short on time here. So, do you agree with Pearly things in the Black Manosphere, or do you disagree with them?
I'm a very objective person. I feel like
sir, can we get a yes or no? Can we get a yes or no? Do you agree with them or do you disagree with them?
I can't subscribe to that because I'm an objective person. Two things can be right at the same time.
Okay, slavery was exaggerated. Which part of that do you agree with?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, black people and black Americans are lazy. Which part of that do you agree with?
That I have to be objective on because I know both.
Okay, you're a black American. How lazy are you?
I mean, we all have our faults, don't we?
How old are you?
I'm gonna be quite honest with you, Mr. Black. Due to the fact that you operate on the internet,
you got to watch these old niggas. You got to watch these old niggas. They looking for Miss Ann's butt cheeks to go smooching on. So once again, everybody, you got to watch these old niggas. You got to watch them. Boy, he even sounded guilty, didn't he? He even sounded guilty. Guilty as hell. Caller from area code 917. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Gotta watch it.
Okay, you're listening to the wrong thing over there. Caller from area code 478. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, how you doing, Jason? This is Javier Brown from Seguin, Texas.
All right, Javier, what's on your mind?
From what I heard from your program tonight, to sum everything up, it seems like all these niggas want is a job. They'll quickly shine them tap shoes up and throw their own people, FBA, up under the bus for a job. So, I mean, either you're on code or you're not on code.
I wish I could tell you they were throwing folk under the bus for a job, brother. They throwing people up under the bus for a damn phone call. They're throwing people under the bus just to group you up. They're not even throwing them under the bus for anything tangible. He's just throwing her up simply to say, hey, can I be on the screen with you at the same time? I'll preserve this for the rest of my life. It means just that much. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller number code 504. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, hi.
90 seconds.
Okay, the other white woman got in the way. Say that name again.
Angela from Mississippi.
All right, Angela, from where at Mississippi?
The Delta area.
Okay.
Down in the Delta, baby.
Okay, what's on your mind, Angela?
So I was calling because I wanted to say about just the whole thing. White supremacy, white women, white men,
60
all of them,
seconds.
as Neely Fuller would say, they tacky, trashy, and terroristic. That's it. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Finding love in the Dominican Republic. Well, how could I turn down a name like that? All right, you're on live with the business. What's your name?
How you doing, sir?
Okay, that profile picture, you catfishing big time. Either that or the transition was a success. All right, what's on your mind?
No, that's my YouTube channel. That's a picture of
you false
a model
flag.
that
You false flagging. All right, what's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, what's up, man? I was one of the first persons to call Obsidian out. I've been
10
listening to Obsidian
seconds.
for a while, and I called him out on it. Yo, you did a good job as far as breaking them down regarding Pearly White, whatever her name is. You did a good job. So I went back on Obsidian the next day and I said, yo, I wanted him to really denounce that, like denounce her. And like, if he wanted to have credibility.
That went bad, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he kind of like
kinda
like caping for her. Yeah, he caping for her.
Kinda.
I must admit, no, he caping for her. You right? He caping for her. And then also you brought out a good point tonight, how he cursed that out. I saw it live too. He cursed out that girl Heather. I think her name was Heather.
Yeah, for Pearly things of all people. So I'm just saying, fellas like that are rotten. We don't have any place for them among us as men. They'll sell us out in a heartbeat. I mean, could you imagine how easily just Miss Pearly things would be able to buy off, Papa Smurf? Could you imagine how easily she could buy him off and get him to sell the rest of us out? That would be so easy.
Yeah, you would never see a white man do that in front of curse a white woman out in front of a black woman and say, "White bitch, you better like show respect to this black woman," or whatever like that,
Yeah, they would never sit here and run down the list of Gloria Steinem, Gloria Allred. They would never run down the list and say how screwed up and messed up they are. They would never do so. They wouldn't do that in the company of black folk. They wouldn't do that in the company of other white people. If they were by themselves, they wouldn't do that. So everybody up until this point, now they've seen the naked truth. They can't deny the evidence of their lies. At this point right now, they're either going to accept it and do something about it, or they're going to go back to picking the cotton and say, hey, Miss Ann's butt cheeks need to be polished by my lips too. Simple as that. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Let me go ahead and see if I can get somebody else loaded up here. Let me get caller from area code 910. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Don P. 914 calling out of Favor, North Carolina.
All right, Don, what's on your mind?
Man, so I called up to, I'm not going to put a name out there because I didn't listen to your broadcast earlier, but let's just say the last letter is an X. She took some clips from your broadcast and she basically, low-key agreed with you about, what Pearly Things was doing and whatever. And when Pearly Things showed up in the chat, she just switched up. And when I say all the coons and the tethers, banded up against you, whatever the case may have, I was thinking to myself, like, damn, I didn't know, like, I did know it was a lot of cooning, but I didn't know it was to that extent. And then what
yeah.
I figured out is 90% of the folks on her chat and 90% of the people who was against you was forming tethers. Now I know there's some real Nigerians out there. I know there's some riders in the islands or whatever the case may be. But y'all got to speak up. Y'all got to speak up because they making the block hot for you over here in the United States.
Yeah, like I say, a bunch of folk a long time ago thought she was cool or whatever for whatever reason. They thought that, but now through the test of time, what you're seeing is all things are getting proven right now. Everything's getting proven right now. So yeah, it was I'm sure I didn't see it. I didn't see what you're talking about. I'm pretty aware of what you're talking. I'm pretty sure I think I know what you're talking about. And it was ugly as it was everywhere else. But understand something, brother. This is good. That white woman has been truth serum. They're upset because I blew up the spot, but that white woman is truth serum. And now all of them they're exposing their true motives and what they really believe. And here's what I want all of you to do. All of you need to document who these people are. Because what they'll do is they'll be rocking with her 1 minute and then try to slide over here with us as double agents. Hey, brother, what's going on? Black first. Yeah, brother, we love that. Or, hey, brother, going on now. Black first. Cheerio. Or whatever. And the double agent thing is what we got to watch out for. So you make connections with people online, but we have to do, hell, the government makes sure they track all of us. We got to make sure we know who's moving amongst us. We got to make sure we know who's moving. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 951. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Baby from Compton, California.
Okay, Baby from Compton. What's on your mind?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I like that, that you had enlightened us on this Black First and keeping it more steady with up programs that you letting us know how these white supremacists coming at us. I mean, I really ain't into. I just heard of the Pearly things when you brought it to my attention. But all these brothers, they want you to show your faith. You're a man of great integrity, and the way your definitions relate to the black community, we need to be on code about what you're talking about. All that Oshays and different things, they're not on your level or on your platform. So therefore, I'm gonna end it with that, and be one, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get one more caller here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 941. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Horace again, bro.
Okay, Horace, you're on. This is not your night to call in twice. You're done. Caller from area code 917. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 917 is absent. Last try on Blog Talk, and then we're going to just finish up on Zoom. Caller from area code 321, you're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason? Excuse me. This is Antoine from Orlando. Obsidian really showed his butt. Like, excuse me. I haven't watched all those guys because for me it's entertainment, but I can't subscribe to the nonsense he was doing the other day. So, like, it's considered there's three kings of the Manosphere. He's one, Oshay, and then it's Angry Man. Now, Angry Man left a long time ago because he felt they were cooning a lot. And yesterday was just too much. And I don't know how much you know about him. His history, he was on the white Manosphere at first, writing for them for some type of thing, King of Kings, some type of magazine they used to have. And he just left because you can read between the lines, they kicked him out. Even he noticed there was some racist stuff because even if you watch that program, I was trying to watch it a little bit, he did say, what's that guy's name? I can never say his name right. Fanquest, whatever his name is, that he was racist and he was sort of pushing back, but then he went right back to cooning. You know what I'm saying? And, and there's been always a charge about him because, he has this story that he always talks about when he was 16 years old, his mother pushed some girls to him that were ugly as hell, and he's still tight about it now, and he's 50-something years old. He calls it three ugly sisters.
Sad commentary. This is type of just understand, this is a coon litmus test. This is a coon litmus test. Bringing her through has been a litmus test for who's cooning and who isn't. And we should be glad for that. I'm thankful for it. I'm thankful to see about that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Boy, I'm telling you, we've been on here for 4 hours now. We've been on here for 4 hours. Do y'all think people are going to sit through a 4-hour program? Do y'all really believe that? Do you really think people are going to sit through a 4-hour program? They keep me stretched out. They keep me stretched out. A 4-hour program. Come on now. Making it hard for me. Let's go ahead and see if we can get another person on Zoom loaded up here. K. Irvin, are you ready? I know you've been sitting around for a minute. K. Irvin, are you ready? Okay, K. Irvin might have fallen asleep, so bad time to be K. Irvin. Bad time to be K. Irvin. Let's go ahead and see if we can try somebody else here. Shavius. Okay. The parents went very imaginary with this name. Shavius, go ahead and make your connections for us here on Zoom. Shavius is working on making their connections here. They are on Ethiopia Broadband. Shishovius, last try. You're on live.
Oh, yeah. So I'm sorry. You couldn't hear me on here. Can you hear me now?
Yes. What's on your mind?
Yeah. So I just wanted to say I was really disappointed in that broadcast that Obsidian had done. You know, I never thought I would live to see a bunch of grown men so angry at black women that they would allow a white woman to come in and violate, and not only violate, like sit her in the middle of the room and chastise other black people in front of her and tell her she did nothing wrong, even though she came and tried to apologize, whether she meant to or not. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Well, you're seeing it now.
You're
seeing it now. It is shameful. It's disgraceful.
Something like that.
I just want you all to do the work of not forgetting. Do not forget what you saw. Don't ignore it. Don't let it go. Don't ignore it. Don't let it go. Don't pretend it didn't happen. You saw this. You saw what occurred. You saw what happened. Don't forget it. And don't let them walk it away or walk it backwards. Don't let that happen.
You know the way I describe it? The way that I see it is men are so frustrated with the women that they take all of the vitriol that's come to like Kevin Samuels and all these other people, and they say, you know what, these women won't listen to us. Let us just let this white girl just run roughshod all over them, and we ain't gonna wholesale protect them from anything outside our community. I think that's what happened in this situation right here, because I'm just like, I ain't never seen nobody let white folks come in and castigate us like this.
Yeah, but there's a difference. There's a difference between.
I jumped on that broadcast and talked to.
Okay, slow down here. There is a difference between I'm going to sit back and allow these people to quote run wild, and I'm going to get on the chariots and start cracking the whip with them. There's a difference between those two things. We didn't witness, I'm just going to sit back and let the white girl do what she do. What you're witnessing is we're going to help her to do what she does. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me go ahead and see if I can get somebody else up on here. They got a suit on their profile picture, so of course, how could that possibly go wrong? How could it possibly go wrong? All right, they're going ahead and hooking up their audio. There you go. All right, brother, what's your name?
Hey, how are you doing? My name is Mike, calling from Alexandria, Virginia.
All right, Mike from Alexandria, what's on your mind?
Man, what I heard tonight, like, I haven't called in a while because you gave me the task to do, and I still haven't finished it. But I had to call in because these dudes are so defeated. And it's just so disturbing how they literally are becoming the exact Negro that these people want out here running wild amongst us. They're angry at other black people. They're not working to better themselves. and they're like just disrespecting. They're just being disrespectful to themselves and the women. It's just insane, like how these people. Like, I agree with you that we got to really take tabs of these people because they're literally walking amongst us with this hate and this vitriol against us. It's insane, honestly. Like, they're that defeated that they'll go to this length. You gave them all the proof, and you even notice when you ask them, you'll straight up ask them, so what do you think about slavery was, overhyped? They all stutter and do this fakes like pause because they know that they can't defend it, but they're willing to die on that hill. They're willing to betray their own people. It's insane.
It's also,
It really is.
it's insane, but it's also insidious and dangerous because these will be
It
the
is.
people sitting next to you. And the reason why integrity matters, and I covered this last week, integrity matters when you got a Tekashi 6ix9ine type dude next to you. Don't you understand that your life is in danger now simply because he's got proximity to you? Just him knowing where you sleep is a problem. Just him knowing where you're at is a problem. Your life is in danger. Then when you consider that Pearly Things shows up and then she gets a squad of bootlicks. We're her personal guard for Miss Pearly Things. Your life is in danger. They will do anything for her. If she tells them to go and attack you, they gonna jump up. Miss Pearly Things! Your life is in danger. It's not a matter of opinion. This is a matter of life and death.
Yep. And when they're sitting up there doing that, these are the people that make them feel comfortable, committing the crimes and killing kids and shooting us in the back because they have these people sitting up next to them talking about, oh, well, when I said that, they said it was okay. And they don't learn. It's like you said, they know what they're doing, but they're willing to go out like that. They're really willing to go out like that. It's insane.
Yeah, I want people to get over the
idea.
I want you to get over the idea that they don't know what they're doing. Well, surely they don't really understand the remedy. Yes, they do. They understand that they are collaborators. What you saw with Obsidian is, I'm sitting among black folk, but because I've been an outcast, because the females have mocked me, I didn't get swag. I just became very, very bitter. And as I'm getting older, I'm getting more bitter. And when the white woman showed up, he was like, this is it. I've been waiting for this moment forever. I finally get to cut loose and let the real thing out. And what he did was he put a grenade in his mouth and pulled it and started chewing on it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get another one up in here. Let's see if Razi is ready. Razi, go ahead and get your connections going for us. Go ahead and get that going for us. All right, Razi, you're on. Razi is working on it. Razi looks scary.
Hello?
Yes, Razi looks scary. What is on your
I'm
mind,
not scared,
Razi?
man. How you doing?
Okay, what's on your mind?
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for letting me up, man. I just wanted to agree with everything that you said about that white woman. Just Pearly Things. In Obsidian. I didn't watch his live stream, but I heard clips of it, and it was disgusting. It was really crazy, man. And slavery was never exaggerated. She brought up Roots in her video, and one thing about Roots didn't even really give a really accurate depiction on slavery. Like, it didn't really go hard. You feel me? So for her to bring up Roots is really, really stupid.
But it's from the white supremacist playbook, so that tells you they're dyed-in-the-wool white supremacists. They're just using the regular talking points that they've been using. That's what they're doing. So they're going at the history aspect of it, and they don't really have an argument against slavery. So they're just doing like the Jewish Holocaust and just claiming, oh, well, I just don't believe it. Well, if you weren't physically there, that's the only thing they can say. Well, we got the accounts of the people who were. Yeah, they were exaggerating. They were just exaggerating. And that's what they're saying now. So just understand, they're not trying to just lie. They're trying to erase our history. They're trying to erase our history and tell us nothing happened to you. Thus, if nothing happened to you then nothing's happening to you now.
Yeah, man. It's all, it's all deception. That's how they stay in the power position that they're in, by deception. And, by lying and by rearranging things and things of that nature. Yes, man. Like it's for black men to be defending a white woman is really it takes a big hit in our image, man. All women are watching. All black women are watching.
Well, just remember, those are our women. They're not their women. The guys who are on this Black Manosphere stuff, they've been the outcasts. The females kicked them to the curb a long time ago. So we say that those are our women, but in reality, we mean they're ours. But when you talk about them, just remember they don't have a black woman, and they're desperate trying to do the impossible to make Pearly things their woman. So all they really do is end up spending a whole bunch of time with a bunch of dudes. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get another one here. Look what y'all done made me do. Y'all got me on over here for over 4 hours. Do y'all really think people are going to listen to this long? All right, Chaos Reign, go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, good evening, Professor Jason Black. I'll keep it short because you have time. You did a great job revealing that. And I discovered another video that she did a couple months ago with I think a non-black woman in regards to the slavery issue that she took it down. Are you aware of this, Jason?
Okay, well, first of all, don't quiz me. But second of all, I'm aware of a lot of things. Well, Jason, why didn't you say anything before now? Because I didn't have a smoking gun that was hard enough that people wouldn't try to argue their way out of. If you'll remember, as even with what just happened last week, everybody didn't jump on board with that. That isn't what happened. Mediocre tutorials his reflexive response was to come to her defense. When she said, black folk from overseas, immigrants work harder. That's true. That's true. He was defending that. That he came to her defense on that. He didn't push that to the side. He came to her defense when she said that, my Africans. Well, he's like, don't worry. Colored people are always late. She's African. She's late. She's African. And even then he was slow. You had to drag him to this. So it wasn't just one incontrovertible thing. It wasn't going to be enough. It wasn't going to be enough. So just her saying that she was against reparations, that wasn't going to break nothing. Just her saying I'm against reparations, that wasn't going to break anything. Just her saying some off-code thing about black folk, that wasn't going to break nothing. Take a look. I had to bring 5 examples, and they were arguing against the first 3. It was only when I dropped all in one interview now. So all the things had to be lined up in one interview. When I finally dropped 5 separate things in one interview, it wasn't enough for the first 3. They shook them off. Oh, well, we is lazy. Well, we could work hard. Well, we ain't always on time now. I mean, hey, brother, we jump with each other. Yeah, that was what happened. So everyone, don't misconstrue what just happened. We don't want to sit up here and mischaracterize the events. I dropped 5 different things, and most of these people disregarded the first 3. So all the stuff she's been saying before now, they just would have disregarded that. They would have shook that off. Hell, do you notice I didn't even bring up the reparations thing? I didn't even bring it up last week because I know they're going to say, well, she white. I mean, white folks ain't for it. Most folks is against reparations. They would have done that. That's what they would have said because that's what they're saying now. They're saying that now. That wasn't going to get any traction. So, no, I had to bide my time. I had to wait for the right thing because I know these folks' reaction. They've been riding for her in the paint hard. So I had to wait until we had the right thing. I had to. Because they were just going to dismiss and disregard everything, which is exactly what they did. As shameful and silly as it is, that's what they did. So, folks, yes, she's been saying slick stuff since the beginning. She's been dropping little slick things here and there. But notice, nobody else of any significance said anything in all this time. And nobody was going to say anything this time either. Remember, the video was 2 weeks old.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to say anything about that. You didn't hear or see anything about this. Well, she had the video and then she put it on Rumble. And now she claims it's not on Rumble anymore. So she doesn't want anybody to go to Rumble. Problem for her is that Jason Black got it. Now a bunch of other people have it. So Pearly thinks it doesn't matter if it's on Rumble or not. It's on Black TV now. So the bottom line here is, no, everything y'all are talking about before now, a bunch of other people saw those things too, and that didn't register. It didn't register. So there was just no reason for me. There's no reason. You have to make a good enough case. If I'm going to be the prosecuting attorney, you're dealing with a jury that is resistant to the facts. They are resistant to convicting this person. So you got to have an airtight case that really makes the jury feel self-conscious and sick, that they just simply cannot abide it. But you saw how much stuff we had to pile on them. She literally had to go full-blown Richard Spencer alt-right before you got some people, because we still don't have all of them, before you got some people to turn on her. And then all she got to do is pop up in their chat rooms, and these niggas are so desperate, they're so poor, they're so deprived of resources that all she got to do is show up in their chat room now and this, ooh, hello, my white mommy. Let me give you a microphone here. Can you tell us your version of things?
I saw it in the chat room. I was very disappointed.
So just take a look at that. This is what's going on now. They are still butt dancing for her, even after they saw that. So what does that tell you? They don't take the evidence that I showed them. Now, a lot of people did. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people did. But if I came out with that other stuff before, all they would have said is, you's a hater.
Yeah, you're right.
What am I hating on? You hating she got more numbers than you. I'm hating on a white supremacist on a white supremacist website. Do you know how retarded you sound? Well, you hating on Kevin Samuels. He's big up in Thomas Sowell. Do you know how retarded you sound? Well, you just hating on him. Do you know how silly you sound? I don't chase subs. I don't chase views. And I damn sure don't chase bootlicking. I'm not going to do that. So they're living in a different world from us. What she's saying and doing doesn't offend them. Yeah. They're like, oh, well. And many of them identify with it. They're like, yeah, black folks diss me. Black women don't want to date me because I'm 4'3" and shaped like a barrel. Well, bring white mommy over here. I can't whoop your ass, but white mommy will do it. So you see, for weak Negroes, Dr. John Henry Clark taught us that weak Negroes, when they can't get anything done, the first thing they do is, well, I know who can. I'll call white daddy to come in. Yeah, that's what they do. So the reason for it was the case was not airtight enough. As sad as that is to say, the case wasn't airtight enough. It just had to be overwhelming and disgusting and reeking before people would accept it at face value. And even now, most of those people are just new converts to this. They've been perfectly fine kissing her ass through a straw all this time. And that's the truth of what's been going on. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me get somebody else here up on Zoom. We'll try them one time. Okay, he looks lost.
Hello. You see?
Yes, you're on. Yes, you're on Zoom. Is that Dacian?
Yeah, Dyson. Yes.
All right, Dacian, what's on your mind?
Okay, here's my whole thing that I found disturbing. I mean, I'm gonna sound like a broken record from throughout the whole video that was being mentioned. The thing I found disturbing was even the white supremacists, while she was talking, her rhetoric had a backtrack. Even they had to sort of change the link. And you know, I'll go as far as, I forgot the guy's name. Even he stood on his square of where he stands on this racism. She couldn't even do that. And these folks still out here caping for her.
They're telling themselves that they are not members of black society. That's literally what they're saying over there. The black manosphere does not consider itself to be members of black society. You should recognize that for the dangerous talk that it is. They're telling you, hey, I'm going to sell y'all out at the first opportunity. I don't need 30 pieces of silver. Give me 2 pieces and I'm straight. We need to recognize dangers.
I'm going to say this. Even the people didn't like Judas. I mean, if you don't believe in this, but that's all I have to say on that, which I found most disturbing.
Oh, absolutely. There's a bunch of people who are jockeying and competing to get their Judas card. There's a bunch of them. Look, the bottom line is white women who can't cut it in white society come over and start dealing with black folk. Mm-hmm. Black folk who can't cut it in black society start becoming vermin. Let me say that again. Negroes who can't cut it in black society start becoming vermin.
Mm-hmm.
They start becoming pests. They start becoming a disease. And then when they get totally ignored over here, they'll go try to grab white mommy or white daddy because they are irrelevant. And we need to recognize that disease for what it is.
No, you know what's the sad part? They'll get little to nothing. They'll get trinkets.
You're right. In the greater scheme of things, it is quote unquote nothing. But think about it this way, brother. White acknowledgement has $1 million, $2 million, $5 million worth of value to them. Can I get a house? Can I get a Bugatti? Can I get a white person to pat me on the head?
With this inflation, $2 million, you can run out of $2 million.
Brother, I mean, it's basically a float. It's basically a floating value. The more it goes up, it never loses its value. White acceptance and validation never loses its value. Never. In proportional terms, it keeps rising in value. It stays several steps ahead of inflation. It never depreciates. White acceptance never depreciates, brother. How do you think it is? You on a plantation where they're literally killing people, and you sitting up here telling Master, you know they're gonna try to get out of here tomorrow, right? Well, and
I'll even answer your point. Oh, if you do something, if you come with a plan, just come with a plan. Oh, I'm gonna tell. Oh, you're part of why we're in the conditions we're in. That these will be the two things they'll say. Oh, you're gonna tell, or you're part of why we're getting treated where we're getting treated. You're part of why we're not in Master's house. Or shoot, I can go further on.
Right. Well, like I say, that's something for us to keep in mind. We need to remember that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get somebody else up on here. All right, what's your name?
Jessica.
Hello, Jessica. You have a nice accent. Where are you from?
I'm from London.
Great. Turn your camera on, Jessica.
Do I have to?
Ma'am, I will say this one last time. Turn your camera on.
Okay, I'll leave. It's okay.
Okay, then get out. We're not going to have any false flagging. So just in case somebody's playing a game or somebody's pretending, not going to have any false flagging. No, not here we go, there they gone. Not here we go, there they gone. Not going to have it. Not going to have any false flagging. Let's go ahead and see if we can get, trying to get Edward up in here. All right, Edward, go ahead and turn things on for us. Edward, go ahead and turn everything on for us, sir. Last try for Edward. Is Edward in his car? There you go. What's on your mind, Edward?
Yeah, I just had an issue with you attacking the Manosphere as a whole. Because it's I always thought that the business channel that you set up, you would talk about some of the Manosphere issues. And I think
attacking the entire Black manosphere, not recognizing, you have PhDs there, you have people exploring Black male studies, you have men with issues, men with someone to talk about their issues, and you're just tearing the whole thing down.
Okay. They're booed up with a white supremacist female, sir. What part of that do you expect me to stand by?
Yeah, there's a Pearly thing. She exists, but you think the manosphere is reducible to those guys and Pearly things?
Sir, you're the one using their term of Black manosphere. So you are signing up for their term, sir.
So you think the term Black manosphere means if somebody coins a term?
No, what I'm saying. So you're telling me you're going to hijack it? You're going to tell me that you're going to hijack and redefine it?
Saying it's bigger than they ever could be. I mean, they like to be the Black manosphere. They're not. They're just people in it.
Okay, but sir, you didn't create that term. They created that term. You're the one signing up for it later. Now you're telling us you're going to redefine it?
You don't have to redefine the term. The term represents, okay, you have an environment where Black men go to talk about the issues from a men's perspective.
Right, but Black manosphere has a specific perspectives, though, sir.
That's what it is. Perspective isn't Pearly things. Perspective isn't Oshay Duke. Perspective isn't MTR.
Yeah, but the perspective is what created Pearly things.
Pearly things was talking about things from a male perspective.
Okay, but the Black manosphere is who opened the doors and made a gate and a lane for her.
So the gate of talking about male issues? Men need to talk about the issues. The only other thing on the other side of that is feminism.
But we don't need to bring in these suspected white supremacist females. Actually, we don't need anybody who believes that we need white people to be involved in Black discussions. We don't need a white referee.
It's definitely racist, definitely
right. But okay, it doesn't matter about her, sir. There's never a lane for a white referee in our discussions.
She's not the referee in the discussion. She's there. You're right.
But they welcomed her. But the Black manosphere welcomed her with open arms.
The Black manosphere welcomes attention because they're competing up against much stronger forces. They can't compete with feminism that has gender studies departments across in all universities.
But sir, they're a manosphere that doesn't have any men.
They are shunned from media. You don't see any manosphere stuff.
But sir, my point was that there's an oxymoron. The Black manosphere, it isn't black, it's led by a white woman, and it's not a manosphere because there are no men.
Black manosphere is led by a white woman. That's what you think's going on?
Sir, Pearly Things has been leading this thing for a while. When she snapped her fingers, they all bowed at attention.
No, she was just very successful with her channel. That's it. He described
she was successful among them.
Right?
Show me the Black manosphere members who were rejecting her.
Rejecting her? They were happy to have anybody involved because
thank you. So you want to be a part of that? They have no core, they have no principles, and you want to be a part of it?
Just to get the conversation going? It took generations to get a conversation going. If you want to go all the way back, you can go all the way back to the original men's rights activists that tried to talk about men's issues. They wanted to talk about, hey, the boys are falling behind in school. Hey, there's a huge gender gap in universities. Hey, there's male victims of domestic violence. There's a whole heap of issues that are underneath the umbrella of this manosphere. It's a lot bigger than just a Pearly things. She's a side little thing on the side. She's nothing.
Okay, but no, sir, it's not nothing. It's indicative of what their core values are. They showed what their core values are, and we know that those are their core values because she bet everything on how they would respond, and when she showed up, they responded exactly the way she thought they would.
Hey, man, those guys, definitely, they might have hung themselves out to dry, but the whole thing, the whole project itself, it can't go down. It's a lot bigger than that.
But sir, it doesn't. It's a lot bigger. What is it doing?
It's at least starting the conversation that people have been trying to have for generations. We're trying to have a conversation about men's issues. We're trying to talk about men's problems. Say, hey, what's going on with men today? What's going on with men? What's all these statistics and terrible things happening to men that we never get to talk about because the entire world is framed around a feminist lens.
Okay, give me an example of the people who are hosting this conversation.
Okay, you have Dr. Hassan Johnson. You got Green Gorilla, who does incredible deep analysis on Black history. And you have other academics out there. And if you want to go into the male studies side, of course, you have what's his name? I can't believe it, man.
There you go. All right. So basically, that's pretty much proves the point right there.
What? Dr. Tom Kirby.
Pretty much.
Yes, and not. Now he's trying to do black male studies. Now these black academics are struggling because they have feminist-dominated departments. They are literally persecuted in those departments if they try to bring up male issues or black male issues. So there's a much bigger struggle going on here.
Okay, here's the real thing. You got to talk to the audience that is actually invested in black people. You can't say we're a black manosphere, and then the next thing you know, blackness becomes negligible.
Well, it all depends on who you listen to.
Okay, well, brother, do you think you can have a black manosphere and blackness is optional in the equation?
It's not optional.
Okay, let's make sure, because you're trying to assemble and cobble together an ideology on the fly, and you might want to get it together first before you talk to people about it if you're going to try to recruit them into your ideology. So if you're not sure that the black manosphere is first and foremost, is it first and foremost founded in blackness, or is it first and foremost founded in being a man?
I would probably put it towards first and foremost founded in being a man, and then you happen to be black men. The black men, there are people who are concerned with men's issues who are black men. There were people concerned with men's issues who happen to be other kinds of men. So the specialization in the black men was the black manosphere.
Okay, tell me the non-black men who are defending Bill Cosby, Michael Irvin, or Jonathan Majors. Show them to me.
I couldn't go through them by name.
Okay, so the black manosphere doesn't have any non-black male support.
I'll say this, that they do. The white manosphere people, or the white people who happen to be in the manosphere, will defend a black man if they find it relevant to the general cause of the men.
No, they'll defend a black male if they can find a way to twist it that it favors them.
Yes.
Thank you. So in other words, you don't have any non-black male support.
For black men specifically?
Black men, no. The black manosphere doesn't have any comrades in the manosphere or the red pill.
Look, that's what they say. Black men have allies outside of the black side. Look, I'll be perfectly honest about the whole men's rights side and all those things. These were right-leaning people.
Thank you. Thank you. And that was the whole point. The black manosphere is meant to be some other side of the coin of the conservatives of the white manosphere, and Pearly Things is a beneficiary of that. That's how she got in.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But honestly, she wouldn't. If she wasn't right wing, she wouldn't.
Okay, and that is why the black manosphere is dead. It was DOA. Because we saw this from the very beginning, that this was just a front and a Trojan horse to allow in what they really wanted, which was white acceptance. And as soon as it showed up, they have been rolling over for it ever since. That's the problem. That's always been the problem. It's a rotten tree.
I think it's very disingenuous to say that the goal was white acceptance. It was its own thing. The black manosphere exists in its own thing, talks about its own issues. His own cultural direction.
It started from the very beginning, referencing Rollo Tomasi and Richard Cooper. What are you talking about?
Look, we operate within white dominated
society.
Okay,
sir, you're just trying to fabricate things. It started from the very beginning, referencing Rollo Tomasi and Richard Cooper. It started from the start doing that.
Is that what happened at the beginning of feminism? It was started by privileged white women. They were openly racist. They wanted to keep the black women out. That's what the origin story of feminism is. In the same way, the manosphere has an origin story also with white people.
Yes, the black feminists were simply wannabe white feminists. The black manosphere is simply wannabe white manosphere and red pill.
But men need a counter narrative. They need a counter narrative so they can actually
get attention to this. Let me give you the counter narrative right now. It's real simple. Black first. It's really just that simple, my friend. There's no need to try to intellectualize it or complicate it beyond that. If you can't marry that simple concept, nothing else is going to work.
Black first could work for male studies, but in the wider world, we have a general gender war going on. You need to have two sides to the conversation. That's basically it.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't need two. No, you don't need two sides to a conversation. No, you don't.
The entire conversation, and we have no involvement in it, and we don't counter narrative anything.
Okay, sir, we don't need two sides to a conversation. As men, it's our job to lead.
well, I don't know how you're just going to sit there and buckle down and tell them to follow you and do whatever you want.
Okay, sir, you can't lead anybody if you don't have resources or superior intellect. You can't lead anybody.
Yeah. I'm not looking to dominate the woman. I'm
okay, sir. It's not about dominance, sir. It is about the fact that masculinity, by definition, is supposed to assume a certain position.
Well, that's a nice idea.
Tell Jessica to get back on Zoom. Jessica is trolling him out. She threw her 2 shekels in the chat room. Tell Jessica to get back on Zoom. She's in my chat room whining and begging. Tell Jessica to get back on Zoom. Well, brother, like I say, the black manosphere is a corrupt concept to begin with. Blackness is enough. This idea that you're going to become some alternative to the white red pill and that nonsense. This is idiocy. This is intellectual masturbation. If a black man puts himself in a position of power, wealth, and influence, then he gets to have a one-way conversation. Women naturally and biologically submit to a man who is in a position of leadership and competence. Are you in a position of leadership and competence?
No.
Then you can sit there and intellectually masturbate about your manosphere all you want to. It'll go nowhere.
Yeah, and meanwhile, males' issues go unaddressed. So somebody's got to stand up and say something.
But you're not qualified to stand. Nobody's going to listen to you if you ain't leading. Do you understand that? Nobody's going to listen to you if you're not leading.
Why was such a fight to get a manosphere going in the first place?
But because sir, nobody's going to listen to a great big group of weak, powerless individuals. You don't understand that?
It might be just that, yeah. A great big group of weak, powerless individuals. That sounds like a good enough start somewhere.
Show me the last group of powerless individuals who actually went somewhere and name them.
I believe we are those people.
Sir, the last group, the one before it.
Before African Americans in America. Well, the Native Americans, they didn't work out too great for them.
Right.
But all right.
All right. Thank you for weighing in, such as it was. Do you all understand that they say a bunch of impractical things? Where you at, Jessica? You sitting over there whining and complaining. Go ahead and get back on Zoom, Jessica. I'll take it easy on you since she is whining. My mods, go ahead and tell Jessica, see if she can do that. No, Jessica, I'll let you stay off camera. We got other ways of validating you. But I don't want anybody claiming that they're Jessica and they're not Jessica, because then that's how you get nonsense going on YouTube. So Jessica, we got other ways of validating that. We got other ways of doing that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get boy, they got Zizix. No, it's Zizix, something like that. All right. Boy, he looks like a Nigerian rapper. Oh, he looks like he is the plug in Lagos. Is that all them LED lights you had on in there? Oh, Q Butter. What in the hell? Nigga, you should have known. What was you doing? What is you doing? Bro, you know I come pre-programmed to roast. Don't do it, Q Butter. Don't do it. Don't do it. You knew I was sitting there. I'm like, boys, he's gonna be sitting there with his booties on, his footies on, like Jonathan Major on that Valentine's Day cover of Ebony magazine. That's what I thought was about to show up next. I'm about to say, oh hell, this just took a bad turn, y'all. I'm gonna try to stay sober on this, but you know it's gonna. I'm fighting the urge to roast. I'm fighting it, just step by step, step by step. I don't think I'm gonna make it. All right, Q Butters up front.
Yo.
Turn the camera on, dude. Come on now.
Yo, what's good, Black family? B1, you already know Black first. All we got is us. All we need is us.
For real, for real. All right, yo, brother. Well, you were there last night. I'm glad you checked in with us. You waited a long damn time. These niggas don't do nothing until after midnight. So, what's on your mind, brother?
You know, I'm in New York. We check in late.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, the Manosphere, it's long overdue, man. The line got to be cut in the sand. It's Black first, like you putting up these fake facades as if you're doing something for the community. I love what I came in the scene asking them, what are you doing? What are you building? I ain't got to build nothing. I'm like, how do you expect women to respect you if the first thing you say you ain't got to build nothing? And the brother, you just asked him up there, you can't lead and you're not competent. It's just the reality is you made us look crazy, and they continue to make it look crazy. And I know you want to make us look good, but you're not. And sitting up there making hours and hours and thousands of videos about black women, it just makes us look like clowns. Just honestly, this makes us look like clowns. We ain't doing no building. All these supposed to be super rich. I done heard some people tell me how rich they are in the manosphere, how much money they got. I'm like, so how the community so messed up? I don't care about the community. I don't care about the community. All I care about is myself and going out and passport broing it. Like, yo, bro, you taking what you little bit you got and going across seas. Nothing inside of you is built. And then don't get to the ones that blame their mother. Oh my goodness. I done heard so many dudes start off with the black community's messed up because of the women and the mother. Women in the mother. I'm like, yo, bro, what are you doing as a man to fix it up? Oh, the white man, the white man, the white man. Yo, bro, nobody wanted that white man story, bro. Get out here and do something in the community, bro. Then you got Obsidian telling people anybody in the community is broke. And he got the nerve to call you out for your camera. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest, Obsidian does not show his face. He got a little short leg and he act like he up. That man started in his little basement off of YouTube talking crazy about black women, just being a shock jock for years. And people just connect together with these little bullshit talking points for hours, all centered around the hurt that they have from some woman that cheated on them or left them or whatever you want to tell, whatever the story is. Shit is pathetic.
Here's the real thing about it, brother. Like I said, I mean, I think I've heard your name like once or twice before, so no disrespect. I heard your name once or twice before, but like I told you last night, you know, we've been in the shadows about this, and we've been low key, and we've just been doing our thing over here. But do you understand now why it's been hard for us, man? It's been hard for those of us in the new black media to really sit up here and associate with folks. Imagine if we had gone for the bait with an Obsidian or an Oshay or the rest of them goofs. Imagine if we had gone for the bait with that. Where would our credibility be today if we had done that? So it's hard, man. It's like joining the mafia to get us to open those doors, because everybody else is throwing the doors open. The next thing you know, I'm sitting next to Pearly things. I'm like, well, how did this happen? Well, we throw the doors open, yeah, because they're trying to get their numbers up. And I'm like, hey, we're going for quality, not quantity. And
white
we just
people
have
should
to
never be
accept
allowed
it.
in the conversation.
Not in our conversations. You know why? Because they don't bring us to theirs. They don't invite us to theirs. You talk about valuetainment and whatnot. They don't bring black folk on to discuss white people over there. There's not one single white forum where they bring black men in to tell you what's screwed up with white women. They don't do that. They would never give you a mic to be able to do. If you tried to steer the conversation in that direction, they would stop you.
I wanted you to play the video with Obsidian saying he sat at the feet of the white manosphere.
Dude, no, he was all the way cooned out. He was all. Look, brother, if the last 24 hours didn't open a person's eyes, nothing will. What more do you need to see? What more? 5 hours? What more do you need to see or hear that this person is a true believer in this?
Completely. And then tell you about leadership and creating high value men from the basement, talking about nothing but black women. Nothing but black women, and talking about men issues with women. It's like, where's the building at? We're not respected off of this. We're not respected off of this. You want to hear where are the locations at? What are your capital work projects? What are the programs you develop in the community? What kind of corporations you open? What influence do you have on society that's going to be there when you die? Or is it just YouTube videos?
I had to, now, you know, I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana, and I had to come to New York, man, when the Central Park Karen sat up here and called the police on the dude, you know, because he says her dog needs to be on the leash. I was the one who bought the billboard saying we need to make that law. Well, they made the law, even though he started cooning out. But they made the law about it. I came all the way from Shreveport to advocate for that. All the way from Louisiana. And I'm like, okay, my dudes in New York, what's going on up here? A lot of them straight, but a lot of them are off code. And it's everywhere. I'm not picking on New York, because New York is one of the places right there that some of that nonsense was happening in the chat room last night. Just couldn't happen. It just couldn't happen on the street. And that's the way it's supposed to be. But a lot of these fellas have had a lot of leeway. They've had a lot of lead time. There's a lot of junk science out here right now. There's a lot of it. And it's coming from a place that can't be sustained. We ain't going to build a future with the Pearly things of this world. We're not going to build nothing with them. There's no reason to even do that. If you don't have enough street sense to see that that's bogus, that's a bogus move, then you're a danger to us already. There's no lane for an Adam 22, a Vlad TV, Pearly things. What they need to do is go find a white YouTube website or a white cable TV channel and go see if they can get a deal with them. And they can talk about us from the outside. But they have no place having a seat at the table, because this is what always happens. They bamboozle a bunch of folk, and next thing you know, they become a bunch of black white supremacists.
Over and over and over, regurgitating the talking points. A little table of people that all they want to do is hear that. Anything they hear black hate. I hate my skin. I hate my gums. Hate my complexion. I hate my sweater. I only wore this because I hate it. Black hate is real, and I done heard somebody tell me, "Oh, F the black community, burn all them kids down."
Yeah,
I ain't never gonna forget that. Man, Tamal said that. He might have apologized and said he shouldn't have said it, but I'm like, yo, bro, that's crazy. Be grown people talking about burning stuff down, and you that filled the hate. And I've heard so much hate in that sector, men and women, just so much hate, and it's like, yo, bro, I'm gonna stay my ass in a little conscious community,
right? Because they're powerless. So you have to understand, as a man, and you understand this. This is what I was telling the fella before. You can't have respect as a man if you don't have influence in the world. If you're a man who is struggling, it's going to be impossible for you to get respect. Everybody's looking at you, and as far as they're concerned, you ain't got this thing figured out. If you did, you wouldn't be struggling. That's the problem. So when you have a bunch of struggling males, they turn on the YouTube cameras and sit up here and gather the whole phalanx of weak, powerless people, like the fella who just got off the Zoom. I'm like, dude, y'all are a weak group. Well, a big weak group together is a start. A start to what?
Mm-hmm.
We get silly talk like that. How in the hell do you expect the females to not disregard you when the females hear you saying impractical, irrational bullcrap like that? The women are like, hey, I got to eat this evening. I can't sit here and fantasize with you.
That's pretty much how the talking points got so crazy on YouTube, to say the least. Like, I'm not coddling anybody's points, but I understand the hearing the shit that's being said by the men. They be like, yo, what about them? I'm like, yo, bro, I'm a man, son. We got to look at us first. Like, we're going to look at us as leaders first. We're not supposed to be talking about we can't lead into women. You sound crazy. That means I'll put you in the wilderness. You going to be sitting there waiting for me to feed you. You sound crazy. You're not a hunter. You a sower.
Man, they're the food is what they are. They're the food. He ain't a hunter. He's the food. He's not even the prey. He's the food.
It's just weird, B, and they just sit up there crying. It's like, nah, bro, like, nah, you can't. Even with Fantastic yesterday, it was like, yo, bro, you called him a liar. Like, you dead came with a platform and said it with the conviction, and it's like, yo, just apologize. You know what I'm saying? Like, just.
I mean, that was just an irrational, outrageously crazy look to have. This guy's literally talking about, I paid these people. He said that as a matter of fact. So what I'm saying is, that's what you do. Now, you understand, that's just not manhood. It's like, dude, your credibility is flown out the window. Well, I'm sorry, among men, you got no credibility. Among the manosphere, that'll fly. And you're like me. You don't really want to hang out with a bunch of make-believe niggas anymore. You don't want to hang out with a bunch of make-believe niggas who's sitting around daydreaming about power they don't have, wealth they ain't got, and influence over women they'll never have. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be with black women. There is no enclave of non-black women waiting for you. You from New York, we don't even get down like that there. Some fellas will cross over there with the Dominicans for a minute, but as soon as she get a chance to get what she really want, out you go. And that's the way it is. So we don't have time or patience for any unrealistic people. We don't.
At all. So when you said build, all I want to talk about is building. I got the Institute being built. Of course, everybody knows I got the Institute, but we got the first Black Science Fair I meant to tell you about yesterday in New York City going down for Black children only. Black people, bring Black teachers. Everybody got to be Black that's going to be there. So I'm really hyped about that. Historic Restoration Plaza in West Eye.
All right, brother, if you got a website for it or something?
Yep, Zyx the movement, and you just go to programs and go to Zyx Fair, Zyx Science Fair, enroll.
Spell that for him.
I know, XYAYX, the movement. If you want to hear about my institute, got to be Black to be in my institute. Only Black folk. The Zyx Institute, the XYAYX Institute. If you want to find out about the science fair, ZyxTheMovement.org, and just go to programs. Definitely looking for Black people only to be in the science field. Robotics. We want to promote science, scientific literacy like we never have in the past. So we can increase the wealth in our community straight like that.
Do you object to white folk contributing money?
Leave the money at the door, Cracker.
It's a difficult slogan. We'll have to work on that one. We'll see if we can massage that slogan a little bit. I don't know if it'll fit on the T-shirt quite as well as we'd like. We got to work on this slogan a little bit.
Would you get leave the money at the door? You know what I'm saying? We got to shake no hands. Just leave the money over there. That's how you. If you want to support, I think that's to be the position what white people take. Just leave the money over there and go away.
Well, definitely,
really
like if they're really concerned, yes, it's like you can support us the way you do everything else. When you give money to Harvard, you don't give money to Harvard and then say, "Now here's the class y'all need to teach us." You know, you give the money over there, and then that's it. When you booster club and whatnot, you drop your money and you leave it to them. Okay, well, we want that same kind of love. Then drop the check and let us do what we do.
Go about your business.
You've done your part. Thank you very much. Moving right along. All right, brother. Well, I want to thank you for joining us here tonight. I appreciate talking to you all last night. It was real. I definitely want you to keep in touch with us. I'll let you have the last word.
Black power, black power, black power. Shout out to Psychopatheist, definitely in the building, in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Omawale definitely put in work with on Pearly Gates too. And everybody in the community that's pushing black forward, man. Sinetta, everybody pushing black forward. All we got is us. All we need is us. Black first, black first, black first.
B1 all day. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. We appreciate that. That's Brother Q, brother. You know, we were kicking it last night. Keeping it real. All right, take two. Hello, Jessica. Or at least they call
Hi.
me. All right, Jessica, what is on your mind?
Well, I've had quite a few people to tell me to call in. I don't really have a problem with you, so
Why did they tell you to call? Why did they tell you to call in then?
well, the guy called in earlier, Don P, and he said that I was agreeing with you, and then Pearl came through, and then I switched it up. That's not true. I don't know if you've listened to it, but no, that's not true. I just gave my opinion on it. Even when Obsidian did his show yesterday with Pearl, the interview, I kept the same energy. I didn't switch it up, so I'm not really sure what's going on.
Where are you people from originally, Pearl? Nigeria, the Caribbean? Where are they from?
Pearl? My dad's from Africa. He's Nigerian.
Okay, pretty much figured that in your mom.
My mom's white.
Okay, we won't hold it against you. All right, well, the word is, though, that apparently you had some disagreements and switching up in tone where I was concerned once Pearl showed up. A lot of that going around.
Yeah, no, I feel like I kept the same energy.
Really?
I don't know if people want me to rip her head off. I know you watched Obsidian, so you saw me up there. You saw me speak to her. Well, I don't know if you did, but I presume you did. So I kept the same energy, like face to face on the panel with her. So I'm not entirely sure.
Well, just to make sure we clear the air on where that is concerned here, so that you can speak in your own words here now, as opposed to somebody else. Slavery was exaggerated.
Oh, no, I said on my stream, I don't agree with that. Because I said she used Roots as a reference for slavery being exaggerated, and like Roots as a movie, because the person who made the movie said that they wanted a myth for people to live by, but that's in regards to a movie. That's not in regards to slavery. So I made that clear on my stream.
Okay, but the principle itself, though, Roots being an allegory, and that's perfectly fine, that's perfectly okay. I don't think you can argue with Roots either, though. I don't even think that Roots can be argued with even as an allegory.
Mm-hmm.
A Christmas Carol was an allegory, but it's not really one you can argue with either. And it has fanciful elements to it. So the only way you would argue with it is if you're a person who believes, to hell with the poor.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue with it. I'm not trying to argue.
Why is it that Pearl has found so many black folks, usually of immigrant backgrounds, in London who have been so pliable and so amenable to her?
Oh, I can't speak to that one directly.
Really?
You know,
Okay, let's
I
not
think
really we want to go out like that. Really?
honestly, I think she's giving them a job, so they're taking the job. You know.
Okay, but you don't think that's indicative of the rank and file of their class over there?
The rank and file Nigerian?
Yeah, I mean, you throw a penny in a crowd and you can find plenty of folk there who are willing to buck dance for her over there. She's had no problem getting people who work for her, people to join her in the studio, people to get on microphones. She's had no problem doing that.
I don't knock them for it because a job is a job, you know.
Okay,
Jessica,
now just to be sure here, are you sure you did not refer to me as a race hustler?
Do you know what? No, I don't think I did. I don't think I did.
You don't think you did?
No.
But you're not sure that you didn't?
I can't say for sure. I can't.
Yeah, that's very interesting. These individuals from these backstabbing cultures, honesty is something they grapple with. Would you like to take a little bit of time to think it over?
I literally can't say for sure. I can't say for sure.
Oh, so you're not certain. So what part of me strikes you as a race hustler then? Well, what do you define as a race hustler?
A race hustler would be someone who plays on racial issues in order to progress themselves.
Okay, and how do I play on racial issues to progress myself?
Do you know what? I will say this. One thing I do remember speaking about in the stream is that there were certain things that Pearly said and you added words to it that weren't there. So that I did speak on.
I added context, but I did not add anything that wasn't there. She meant what she said. She was not referring to white people. And the fact that it's corroborated that when she talked about being late, Nick Fuentes was the one who said he's Italian and he's late. She was the one who interjected blackness in lateness where even Nick didn't do that. That constitutes a train of thought. So these are a bunch of tropes and stereotypes that run in conjunction with each other. You're trying to sit up here and say that they don't? You start.
No, in regards
I hear the little pitter patter of tap dancing shoes going on.
In regards to the being late, yeah, she specified black people, right? But when she was talking about the immigrants and the hard workers versus non-hard workers, she just said Americans versus the Africans that she works with.
Yeah, thank you, but she's referring to Africans. That's the point. She was already making it a racial thing. And then are you saying that was disconnected from everything else she said later? That sounds irrational. That's a person really trying to reach to disconnect it because they're trying to minimize her racial attitude. Oh, and about the folks that, because what you're trying to do here, you're a little sensitive about it because they have this myth that they try to create among the immigrants that they're harder working, but the hardworking people don't have to flee. Hardworking people stay where they are and build where they are, even against an animosity government. So they have a myth that they keep trying to build and perpetuate. But no, ma'am, she meant what she said. And that's why when it came back to that later, it was racialized. Nick Fuentes literally sat there and said, oh, well, they're certainly harder working than black Americans are. Now, whoa, if she didn't mean it that way, if she wasn't referring to black people, why didn't she push back or clarify on that when he said that?
No, and after he said that, they both started giggling with each other.
Okay, but I asked a different question. I asked if she wasn't referring to black people the first time, why didn't she push back against him when he specifically cited, oh, well, these black folk are harder working than those black folk? Why didn't she sit there and say, oh, no, that's not right?
Because she didn't disagree. She didn't push back on anything.
Thank you. She didn't. And at no time did they refer to white Americans. Now, I can show you where they specifically referred to black Americans. Not one place can you show me where they referred to white Americans in a negative.
No, that's true.
Okay, so when you sit up here and try to do this dishonesty of saying that, oh, well, you know, she didn't say erase the first time. That's you trying to cover for white mommy.
No, I'm just reacting as I go, right? So I'm listening to the clip. I'm reacting as I go. So I'm like, okay,
I don't know why everybody wants to tell
say-
that lie. Everybody wants to tell the same lie that they just heard it for the first time when they were all on the stream.
No, I did.
Everybody wants to act like they heard it the first time on the stream. All of you heard it beforehand. Otherwise, you never would have wanted to talk to Pearl in the first place. If you hadn't heard it before the stream started, it's irrational that you want to talk to her because you don't know what you're there to talk to about. Let me just get caught on the fly.
No.
That's crazy.
So I did a stream on it, right? Then I joined Obsidian's live interview. So those were two separate things. What they're talking about is the stream that I did reviewing it. When I did that stream, I'm just reviewing it as I go. Now, when I actually got to Obsidian's, that's when I had the foresight of having seen the whole thing.
And you're on here with me and you're saying that, well, you added things to it. You just said that with me just now on Zoom now. So that's not something from last night. That's something from right now.
Yeah, because you were asking what I said.
Yes, I didn't add anything.
And that's what I said in that
The
stream.
only thing I added to it was context. Because anything else would be a distortion.
No, when you said, did she mention white American people in there at all? You're right, she didn't.
Right, but
You're
she
right,
did
I
mention
disagree
black
with that.
people. So when she was referring to being hard, not being hardworking, she was referring to black people in America. She was referring to black people in America.
After seeing it, I can see how you come to that conclusion.
Okay,
I can see it after watching
I
the
see
whole
how you
thing.
come to the conclusion. Great, I'm glad to hear that. There, I can see how you come to that conclusion. That's great. Do you agree with that conclusion based on the evidence?
I could say like 80% I agree.
The banjo is playing. Y'all,
Like
y'all
80%.
believe that? Can y'all believe they do a buck dance and a banjo in London? Yeah, tap dancing shoes, buck dancing and banjoing in London. They all think they're gonna get on. They think if they kiss up to mommy's ass, they're all gonna get on, and it's never coming. But they're all gonna try it.
No, I've been invited on her show. I've chosen not to go. So it's not about me trying to ingratiate myself with people or me trying to get in there and form alliances. If that's what I wanted, I could have done it already. That's
Can you
not
give
what I
me an
wanted.
example? Can you give me
I
an
was
example of a
given
white race hustler?
a white race hustler, the guy that was on the show with her, the Nick Fuentes guy.
Okay, what part of him is a hustler?
He's a hustler because I believe he's intentionally saying things to stir people up. And
Okay, but that's not the same context. Now you're describing
mean?
something different. You're talking about an agitator. That's not a hustler.
That's what I meant by it. That's what I meant by it.
That's
So
not
maybe
the
it's the
same.
wrong
Okay, that's
term.
not the same thing. See, when you're referring to black people, you're calling black people race hustlers. But obviously, what you're trying to say is there is no white counterpart to race hustling. That's something that only a black person can be.
No. I'd say it's the same thing.
That's why I
think that
asked.
people
Okay,
being on either
but I'm
side.
not. That wasn't what you described with me. You didn't say agitator. You said someone who does it for their own gain.
Yeah, so to gain, like with Nick Fuentes, I believe what he's doing is to gain clout and popularity.
Okay, when you said that
Because
I was a
there's
race, when you said that I was a race hustler, what am I trying to gain?
I feel like clout and popularity to a certain extent, yeah.
Okay, and what have I done to gain, quote, clout and popularity through exploiting race?
Like when I was listening to the stream, right, where you were saying things about Pearly, it seemed that way at the time, and that's why I said it.
I didn't say anything to gain something for myself. I specifically referenced her words. And you're saying
It's
that
not
that was
that.
somehow gaining something for me? Repeating her words and giving it context is race hustling?
But it's the context, right? Because she never said Black Americans at that time, but you said she's saying that immigrants are harder working than Black Americans when she said Americans. So the context that you added is where it becomes specific.
Right, but that's not race hustling, ma'am. That's literally not the definition of race hustling. That's literally not the definition. I'm not gaining anything.
You can call it agitating. That's the word that you wanted to use. Whatever, adjective that you want to put there.
Okay, but I don't think it's agitating either, because I'm not trying to stir up a specific race of people to have bad feelings towards another race of people. So that wouldn't qualify either. These words have meaning, Jessica. These are words these are words and terms that have specific meanings and definitions, and you're throwing them around like a monkey slinging dirt.
I'll say this, where I can take accountability on it. I haven't watched enough of your stuff to form a solid opinion, and so it was wrong of me to put that out there.
But
because
Jessica, you kind of got a rep though, don't you, Jessica?
As in,
you kind of got a rep for soft shoeing sometimes.
What do you mean by soft shoeing? I'm sorry.
You got a rep for soft shoeing and kind of buck dancing sometimes. You got a rep for that.
No, I don't think so. I think most of the time I'll stand on my square, but I'm being genuine and saying that I don't feel like I watched you enough to be able to form a solid opinion. And that's even why when I got up here, I was hesitant to come up, because I realized that. So I was hesitant to come up.
Here's the lesson. I know some of y'all, when white women show up, your heart starts fluttering, and you start getting, Twitter pated, and it's just like, oh, white mommy, you start sweating and getting flustered, and you start flushing your skin. And I understand that's kind of hard to resist that. But if you don't recognize a hardcore white supremacist when you're in their presence and you don't respond emotionally, reflexively, accordingly, your life is in danger. You're the kind of chick who would go dancing off with some dude from Alabama who's visiting London and they never see you again, because you're predisposed to be susceptible to that. Meanwhile, the black men who are simply reporting the news and saying that 2 + 2 = 4, you calling them race hustlers, which you know full well you're only meaning that in context of black people. You don't mean that in white people's context. You only mean that as a negative or pejorative towards black people, specifically black men. And that attitude is dangerous.
No, because like I said, I know you haven't watched the stream, but I called out Nick Fuentes for what he did.
It's not Nick. It's not Nick. This is the issue. I keep saying that you haven't heard me sit up here and say anything about you versus Nick. I'm sticking on the square. I've already said who the issue is. No, ma'am, it's you and white mommy. That's the issue. You and white mommy.
Her whiteness doesn't mean anything to me.
It was enough. It was enough for you to start deciding to call folks race hustler. You and Obsidian kind of had that in common.
No, that wasn't about her. Okay. That's more.
It was about her, because you wanted to try to minimize her racism. And what you did, it wasn't even factually accurate. All I did was provide context, because that is a trope. When she said that, those are white supremacist. This is something I want you to remember here, Jessica. This might be new to you all over there. These are white supremacist code words. So the reason for a code word is an individual who does not want to believe something. When you throw out a code word, it's supposed to give them plausible deniability. Oh, well, I never said I was talking about black people. I could be talking about all Americans. Yeah, but as the conversation progressed, it was never isolated to white people, not as a negative. As the conversation progressed, it only distilled down to anti-black. Which is what I was, the moment she said immigrants working harder than Americans, the moment she said that, I said she's talking about black people. Now remember, that was earlier in the interview. The rest of that comes after she said that. So she started with immigrants work harder. And I said, hey, she's talking about black people. Well, if I was wrong in that assumption, then why is it that as the interview progressed, it narrowed down the focus to targeting and demeaning black Americans? If my first assumption was wrong, then how was I able to accurately call where it went?
No, and that's why as I watched the stream, I realized what was going on. And by the time that I came into Obsidian's interview, I had like a lot more to kind of form my opinion on and my stance on Obsidian's.
Is Pearl a white supremacist?
A white supremacist? I don't know if I'd say that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you got your tap shoes on. She literally sat up there and said the black folk are lazy. She literally sat up there and said that slavery was exaggerated. She literally sat up there and said that black immigrants in the UK, that all of you, people like you, are always late, which is a euphemism for lazy. Yeah, y'all, white mommy, she's like, Jason, she tried to act before as if she was being mischaracterized. As soon as I said, hey, is white mommy a white supremacist? I don't know about that.
No, I say she's ignorant. A white supremacist? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about
which part of what she said and did is not white supremacist?
Because in my mind, white supremacists believe that they're superior. They want some sort of harm towards black people.
Okay, is keeping you in a position of subjugation harm?
Subjugation how?
Ma'am, keeping you economically deprived, keeping you economically and socially oppressed, keeping you in a police state where your rights can be deprived at any time. Is that harming you? Wow.
I don't know about all of that.
Have you ever had a white boyfriend?
No.
I don't believe you. You're lying.
It's
You're
hard.
Lying. You're lying. I don't believe that at all. You're lying. I'm just going to tell you right now, you're lying. No, there's a white dude. There's a white dude who done gripped them butt cheeks over there by the Tower Bridge. There's a white dude over there who done gripped them butt cheeks near the Tower Bridge. So no, ma'am. No, that's not going to fly. When you're this resistant to something that's so obvious, that's because you're compromised. So you're sitting up here, you're describing every characteristic of a white supremacist. And then when I say, is this a white supremacist? You pull back and, oh no, I don't know about that. I don't know. You heard everything she said. What part of that is not a white supremacist? Well, I mean, as I said, this is the kind of little goofy chick who a white man will be able to talk her into going off anywhere by herself, and that'll be the last time you see her because she wants to sit up here and pretend that she doesn't see what's in front of her. And usually when you pretend to be dumb long enough, you actually become it. Eventually, you're going to do something you shouldn't do. She's sitting up here acknowledging this woman's spouting white supremacist talking points, multiple ones in one conversation. But when you ask her, is that a white supremacist? I don't know. What kind of person who's not a white supremacist says that black people are lazy, black people are late, slavery was exaggerated? What type of non-white supremacist white person talks like that, Jessica?
An ignorant one?
Okay, you're calling it ignorance. At what point does it become racism?
I believe it's racism if you feel that you're superior or you look down on.
And what she said does not qualify to you as looking down on black people?
In terms of the not working as hard, yeah.
In terms of they're always late, in terms of slavery, we don't need reparations because you're blaming other people. In terms of slavery was exaggerated. Exaggerated by whom? Oh, exaggerated by you.
You guys have you call it CPT time, right? CP time. Over here, we call it African time. It's known that it's an inside joke that
is an inside joke. It's an inside joke for white people to join in on.
That's why I said to her that I don't think she should speak on it.
Okay, I don't think she should speak on that. So you're not going to go to the point of saying she's racist. It's just, I think it's inappropriate for you to speak. It's just a joke, so you don't take actual offense to it, not on a racial standpoint.
In terms of the being late?
She's literally sitting up here using code words to call you nigga, and you sitting up here trying to be an apologist and explain it away. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. When we talk about the dangers of the tether class, this is what we mean right here. She's
I'm
literally
not
sitting up
clever.
here trying to explain away this white supremacist is using all the words, and she's sitting up here. Well, it's not racist. It's ignorant. Ignorant means that a person doesn't know what they're doing, Jessica. So you're saying that she said all of that, but she doesn't actually understand its racial and historical context?
I mean, someone can think that they're right and be ignorant at the same
Jessica,
time.
are you saying that that Pearly did not understand the racial and historical context of what she was saying?
No, I think she did, right? And
Okay,
that's why she
then that's
kind of was
okay. Then how is that?
apprehensive.
You can't be ignorant and understanding.
No, but it's like you can still think that you're right, but be
Yes,
ignorant.
but what you can't be is both ignorant and understanding. This has nothing to do with whether you think you're right. You just said that she understands the racial and historical context of her words. At that point, you can no longer argue ignorance. Now, you can say the person's in error, but you can't argue that they're ignorant.
Yeah,
Things got real quiet.
because I don't know what to say.
How
be
old
honest.
are you, Jessica?
28.
You are too damn old to be this silly. You are too
Yeah,
damn
but-
old to be, now this, with the behavior you're doing, you're too damn old to be this obstinate. In the face of raw white supremacy, you're sitting up here trying to be an apologist and argue away about it. And that's dangerous. That's dangerous because other black females and other black people will hear you acting this silly, and they'll sit up here and follow up behind it because they think that you have some knowledge or understanding that they don't, that the situation's not that bad and it's not that dangerous. They'll sit up here and listen to you, and you'll mislead them. You're hearing white supremacy, but you're refusing to call it white supremacy. So you're telling everybody that's not white supremacy. So when they hear that or something 5 degrees worse than that, they'll say that that's not white supremacy either. Then it all becomes, quote, ignorance. So she's just erased the definition of racism and white supremacy altogether.
You can tell I don't do these conversations.
You don't have to do the conversation. You were born it. You don't have to learn the conversation, man. Weren't you born black?
Yeah, but I haven't really had any racial situations, if I'm being honest.
No, you've just dismissed them. You've met them multiple times. You just dismissed them. You're 28 years old. Let me ask you a question. How much do you make a year at 28 years old with your cute little face?
Not enough. Not enough.
That's not a number. How much do you make a year?
I have to give the exact amount?
You can give me within 5,000 pounds.
Okay, I'll say in pounds.
And if you're going to lie, make it good because I got follow-up questions. So if you're going to lie, make it good.
Under 40.
Okay. Do you think that the do you think that the average white female Londoner makes 40,000 pounds a year at 28 years old?
No.
You don't think that's because of race?
No, I think
I literally just asked you a racial question. I literally just asked you a racial question. Are you black? Yes. How much do you make a year? 40,000 pounds. Do you think the average white female Londoner makes 40,000 pounds? Oh, no. Do you think it's because of race? No, I don't think so.
No, because the average person earns less. Like, I earn about the average, and that's for, like, people of all age groups.
Ma'am, there's no way in the world that you make more than the average white female Londoner. That's just not possible. The poverty and wage gap, racial wage gap dynamic is the same in the UK as it is in the US. What are you trying to pull? What are you trying to pull?
I kind of earn about average, to be honest. That's men and women, all ages, all races.
You think that you're telling us that the average that you make more than you just said you make more than the average 28-year-old white female Londoner?
Yeah. I'm sure if I got the specific number, it would be more.
I'm sure if we made up the specific number, it'd be more.
I mean, I can go look for it. I don't know
ma'am.
off my head.
Ma'am, what do you have a degree in?
Numbers.
What do you have a degree in?
Business and finance.
Okay. 28 years old. There's not very much you can do with a degree in business and finance at 28 years old.
I mean, I'm doing okay.
You think you're doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I mean, I could do better. Obviously, I want to do better, but...
Everyone, if you want to go and look it up for yourselves, you can see that the median annual earnings in the UK, median mean for London is 41,000. South End is 34,000. East is 32,000. Any more questions?
I didn't really have any questions. I just wanted to.
Right.
People asked me to call in, so I did it.
So here's my thing. Even if we take into account a median of around, let's just say 30,000 pounds. Let's just go ahead and say that. Around 30,000 pounds. Do you think that the average white female Londoner is living on 30,000 pounds a year?
Depending on age, because I think that plays a factor. No,
I'm talking about the age that you are now.
You say earns like 30,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'd say around that. Yeah, somewhere close to it.
Okay. According to Varbs.com, female wages in London average 48,838 pounds. Male wages average 63,719.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that you make 40.
Yep.
You don't see a problem.
Well, most of the people in that category are going to be older because there's going to be people in their 30s.
Yeah, but the thing
40s,
is,
50s,
but according to you, you're a working professional with a degree. According to you,
mm-hmm.
Right? You're 28 years old. When did you get your degree?
2000 and the late 2000 teens, I'll say. I don't want to say specifically when.
Okay, 2016.
A bit later.
Okay, 2019.
I don't want to give the specific year,
ma'am. Do you think that shows something? That's been 4 years, ma'am. What do you think you're supposed to be doing in 4 years?
Working like I am.
Yes, ma'am. There's my point. Yes, ma'am. You've had your degree now. You've been in the workforce for 4 years. That's my point.
Yeah.
Every time I bring you an incontrovertible,
decent for my age.
If you don't compare yourself to your white female counterparts, I'm sure it is.
Even compared to them,
yes,
I'm actually
ma'am.
doing pretty decent for my age. I'm not doing bad.
Which part of London do you live in?
I don't know. I don't want to say where I live.
Ma'am,
I don't know why.
You don't have to say the street.
So hard.
Ma'am, you don't have to say the street. You can tell us what part of London you live in. London has a lot of parts.
I don't want to do that.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to say what part. She doesn't want to say what part of London she lives in. Man, first of all, if I wanted to, I could just get enough people to tell me where you live at. So I mean, that's not a big issue there. I'm just asking you to be nice. But folks, they're saying she sounds like she's from West London. She sounds like she's from West London. She's trying to conceal herself, but she sounds like she's from West London.
I can sound like I'm from wherever. I
imagine.
don't get the point that you're trying to make.
Because
you're trying to convince me that I'm poor.
Folks in London know that it takes different incomes. For example, the difference between Essex and Sussex. There's a difference between those things. So how much those geographic locations literally tell people how much money the person makes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't think a Yankee knew that. I'm not a Yankee. I'm from the
I'm
not a Yankee. I'm from the southern United States, but you all get the point. No, you didn't think I knew that. But by the way,
told him in London.
The geographic place, London, people in London know this, that the geographic place that you're from over there, they can actually tell you how much money you make simply by knowing where you're at.
Yeah, I would say this, to stay in London, you have to make a certain amount. It's not cheap. So even though you're trying to convince me that I'm poor, I'm not
Ma'am,
poor.
I'm not trying to, I never said anything about what your income is or isn't. I didn't say that. I did not say any such thing. I simply said in comparison to your white female counterparts.
Even in comparison, I'm doing okay. I am, trust me.
So she claims, although remember I said within $5,000, so you got to figure she's fudging
Even
her numbers by
about 35,000,
you got to figure she's fudging her numbers by about 10,000.
Well.
She's fudging her numbers by about 10,000 pounds. Actually, I'm pretty much feeling sure that's what it is.
I'm not. I don't need to. I could have come on here and said that I made 80,000 a year. I could have lied.
And that would have been preposterous. First of all, that would have been preposterous, considering the fact that in London, in the UK, 80,000 pounds would be the equivalent of our US six-figure salary. So that would be insane for you at 28 years old with a finance degree to claim they're doing that. So you'd have to find a different degree. You'd have to name a different degree in a different age, because you said you've only had it now for 4 years. No. So you'd have to pick a different career and a different degree and a different age.
What I'm saying is I told you the truth, and then you're trying to tell me that I'm basically like poor.
I never said that. You're very sensitive about that. I didn't say you're poor. I said compared to your white female counterparts.
Compared to my white female counterparts, I can assure you I'm doing just fine.
Is Pearl a racist?
I can see why people would call her racist.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking people. I'm asking you.
I'd say her views are some of them are racist, yeah.
Okay, can you have racist views and not be a racist?
No.
I hope you'll take some time to reflect on some of the lack of character you've displayed tonight.
I don't know what lack of character I have. I mean,
I think you're young, but you are too old to be this silly. I want you to take some, I'm being nice and being diplomatic right now. I'm not being caustic. I'm serious. You need to take some time to sit, because you're going to look back on this interview here, this phone call tonight, in 6 months or a year, and you are going to be horribly embarrassed by the answers you gave. Hell, you're probably going to look back on it tomorrow and be horribly embarrassed that you literally sat here in front of thousands and thousands of people and told them somebody saying slavery is exaggerated, black people are lazy, and that immigrants work harder than you native people do, except when they're black, that's not racist, and that, I'm not sure if that's white supremacist. I'm not sure. I can only imagine how many other insults you would sit up here and shrug off and say, that's not white supremacist or racist either. I can only imagine what other slave play type of insults you'd be subjected to, and you'll just dismiss those too. And they'll just be laughing at you. I would say they're laughing at you behind your back, but in your case, they might have to laugh. They might be able to get away laughing at you in your face, and you'll just be sitting there, tea and crumpets, huh? That's not something to be proud of.
People want in this situation is either
candor, honesty. Don't insult people's intellect. Don't insult people's intelligence. That's all people want. People do not want you insulting their intelligence. That's what they don't want.
There's two sides from it. There's two sides of it from what I'm seeing. Right?
Tell me the other side of white supremacy. I see white supremacy. What's the other side that you see?
I'm talking about how people are reacting to the situation.
Yes, I see
right?
I see white supremacy. What is the quote other side? You said there's two sides. I only see one side.
The other
What's
side
the other one?
is white savior, right? So it's either like Pearly can do no wrong. Pearly's saying what she said was no problem. Or on the other side, it's like Pearly's the most evil person in the world.
I don't know if she's the most evil person in the world, but I do know white supremacy and racist when I see one. And you're claiming that you don't see that. You're claiming that you don't see that.
It feels like that's what people want from me, and because I'm not doing it, people on both sides are upset.
No, what it means is everybody needs to know where you stand so that they know within the company of white supremacists, they know the folk they can trust, and then they know the people they can't trust.
If you don't trust me, then you don't trust me. I gave my views on my stream. I gave my views to Pearly when I was on Obsidians. If you don't trust me, then
you've made your point very clear that I think she said some racial things, but white supremacists, I'm not so sure. Are you sure you don't want to try to clarify that now before you go?
No.
Okay. Remember, you've made your choice.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for having the conversation. Yeah.
And watch your back. Although she might not be smart enough to be able to do that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get my man Pascal up to bat. Y'all have had me out here for 5.5. I'm going to wrap this up in a minute now. Y'all can't keep me here all night. They'll just keep coming into Zoom till daylight. By the way, isn't Pearl supposed to be up over there? Hey, Jessica, why don't you go tell your gal pal Pearl she can go ahead and log in here on Zoom. Y'all go let Pearl know, hey, we're up on Zoom. She can go ahead and talk, so she can't sit up here and say that nobody gave her an opportunity to speak. So she can go ahead and do that.
Hi, brother. Good evening.
Black first, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Thanks very much for this conversation. I stayed up just to see I can chime in. I have three things to give in. One, it is very clear, it's very important that the foundational Black Americans make a distinction of who they are. Unless you can define a problem, you can't solve it. Nobody can understand their problems and their plight, only them. And it's extremely dangerous when other people come into a conversation and try to define your situation and not give you the opportunity to define your situation. And you realize that the moment that the foundational Black Americans define themselves to be able to understand their problems, other people started having a problem with that. And if you're a migrant and you have a problem, when the American descendants of the enslaved say something related to them, or they call themselves as a distinct set of people, then you are part of their problems. If you come from other parts of the world and you call yourself an islander, you call yourself from Africa, different countries, I don't think you should have a problem. If our brothers in this country can call themselves American descendants of the enslaved to solve a particular problem. That's the first observation that I have noticed. Secondly, when someone I will call this lady called Pearl as a person, as a white supremacist that took a foreign post to sit there and attack the forefront and the people that are fighting racism, white supremacy in the Black community the most. She took a foreign front to attack from there. That is why, and you know why she thrives the most in London? I will always make this point very clear. There are three distinct set of Black people. I've been privileged to live in all the three parts of the world: Africa, Europe, and America. The African, I will call it very clearly, the way we were shaped, they are the beat down Black man. The Black people in Europe are the escapee Black people. That's how I call it, the escapees. The way they will do everything possible to look the other way and try to assimilate into the system and take their place. And they will pretend that there is no racism, white supremacy, to call it open. The fighters are those across the Atlantic. They have seen it all. They can give it the 360 degrees racism, how it works, and smell it from a distance. If someone can hear a racist who sits and tries to redefine the sufferings of the foundational Black Americans and people cannot shut them out. And you have brothers from the across the Atlantic sitting with that person, a white person, trying to define how slavery is supposed to be looked at. And nobody talks about it. And that's a problem.
Yeah, that's the whole reason for doing what we're doing right now here. Because, as I said, this is really just a coon test. This is really just determining who in the world is recognizing this, seeing it for what it is, and doing something about it, and then who recognizes it, sees it for what it is, and then goes back to picking the cotton. Jessica's not silly. Jessica's not that naive. Jessica wants to dabble on both sides. She wants to sit up. She doesn't want white mommy whooping her ass too bad. She doesn't want it to be too bad. So if it gets to be too acute, it's like, okay, ease up some. And that's not the way it works. You're either all the way on the plantation or you're all the way off of it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, George. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Jack. Let me go ahead and get Jack to line up his fade here on Zoom. All right, Jack, are you on? All right, Jack, going once. Jack, turn your microphone on, sir. Jack is sitting there like Norman Bates. This looks like a scene from Insidious. Jack, if you don't hear me, brother, I gotta move on. All right, Jack, we gave him his chance there. Let me get the red eye. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the red eye going here. Yeah, nice ceiling fan. I wish his phone worked as well. So, wish his phone worked as well. All right. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the red eye up here. All right, red eye. Go ahead and turn your mic on. What's on your mind? I don't know what's going on with him tonight here. I'm talking to him. Everything's good on my end, but why is he sitting there looking like the Candy Man? Okay, he's working on connecting his audio. At least that's what it says. I'm about to say, if he's a geek who can't work Zoom, it's an insult to geeks. Oh, Lord, we got a geek with a bad connection. Can't work Zoom, this will be an insult to geeks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Turn your speakers off, sir.
Okay. I'm glad I made it on here. Okay, so first thing I want to say is Pearly Things has another video that's an hour long where she tries to minimize racism. You should try to find it before she deletes it. And the other thing I wanted to say, I guess, is more, a little bit educational. Like 60% of the people that are, basically brought over by boats are pretty much like Yoruba or Igbo, they say, by studies. So most of us are Nigerian. So we like cousins. So we have no genetic differences. The only difference is the slave trade and what they did to us. And the second thing is we don't really talk about the worst crimes that they did. One of them, I would say, is the Negro Slave Bible. They changed the words of God and tried to manipulate us into trying to be more obedient. So I don't think there's any greater crime than something like that, even thinking of all the other stuff that they did to us in slavery. So when someone says that we try to minimize it or even say stuff like this, we need to be educated enough to say something back.
Yeah, we exaggerate or whatever like that. It's just when you take away somebody's entire history and then fabricate something that turns them into a tool of servitude, strips them of their own agency, gets them to be complicit in their own subjugation to the point that you end up with individuals like Obsidian and Jessica. Yeah, that's a crime against humanity. You're absolutely right about that. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get PK up in here. Let me see if we can get PK up in here. Don't leave us waiting too long, PK. And let's hope PK is better with their audio connection than where that geek was. All right, PK, are you ready? Second try, PK, are you ready? Third try, PK, are you ready? PK is not ready. Was not ready and is not ready. So we'll have to come back to them. All right, let's see if we can get Tactical Genius. By the way, I'm doing y'all a solid. I had some of these folk waiting for a while, so I'm trying to do them a solid. We've been on here excessively long. Tactical Genius, are you ready?
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Wolverhampton, UK.
All right. Jessica says ain't no racism over there, so I'm glad you called in to corroborate that there's no racism and I got it wrong. So
you are 100% correct, Jason. I mean, I listened to the first 15 minutes of this broadcast and I went to sleep and I woke up about 45 minutes ago just to hear the whole broadcast, and I'm surprised you're still on. But I only got on a few minutes before she came on, and you know, I was just completely furious listening to her because she's giving a poor representation of Black British people. You know, I'll just say this, that, you know, if we were to draw up a league table of Black people on planet Earth that put in work, number one would be African Americans, FBA. Number two will be Black British. You know, this kind of coon behavior, it's not indicative of black people in the UK. You know, we put in work. You know, you Google, I mean, I'm born and raised in a place called Taurean,
Brixton.
Yeah.
Folk forgot, brother. I was covering that when it happened in Brixton. We was cheering over here about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm born and raised in Tottenham, and everybody in the UK listening now knows Tottenham has a reputation for two things. Number one, the football team, with that brand new stadium where, you know, they now have American football games. Number two is riots. You know, we turn up and, you know, and we know what racism is. We know what racism is. So if a Black British person tells you, you ask them direct questions, you 100% correct, Jason. She knows what racism is, and she knows what Just Pearly Things does is racist, and what she says is racist. I mean, it's just textbook racism. A white person can't make it in America. They come to the UK, they surround themselves with coons, and then they play the puppet master. You know, and then when she's trying to explain herself, she's trying to say she's apologized for bringing Nick Fuentes on. The problem is not bringing on and interviewing white supremacists. That doesn't make you a white supremacist, Jason. You interviewed Jared Taylor. You interviewed Richard Spencer in those videos that I have in my house. That doesn't make you a coon by interviewing those people. It's the context of the interview, the behavior of the interview. When the guy was spouting racist nonsense, she was giggling along with him. She was giggling along with him. And then she added her own by, you know, talking about slavery, talking about Black people being late. That wasn't Nick Fuentes that said that. That was her. And that's on her. And that's the problem I have with her.
Yeah, if she had just simply talked to him and said nothing,
yes,
when she said that, I wouldn't have a leg to stand. Well, I would have less of a leg to stand on right now. If she had just simply let him speak and said nothing, at least Adam 22 was smart enough to do that with Richard Spencer in Destiny. Now, where Adam messed up at was when he prefaced it about, well, I don't see why Richard Spencer was so bad. I read the SPLC website. I mean, that's where he messed up at. But for her, she literally would have been a lot better off if she had just simply said nothing. So the real question comes in, so why was she unable to say nothing?
Correct, because she got comfortable, Jason. You know, me and you are similar age. I turned 50 a week ago. And, you know, I'm born and raised in the UK. I went to school with these people.
50, this dude look about 32.
You know, and, you know, but I follow the principles that you talk about, you know, make yourself strong, look after yourself, study, you know, build yourself as, you know, what you would call the peak value man. That's something I live by. That's something I work by. I mean, you know, you know I've contributed to your broadcast by doing the IT workshop. For people who don't know, I'm the guy, Robert, from the UK.
Robert, wow. Yeah. Okay, y'all, I've never actually met Robert like this. This is Robert. Okay, well, it's good to see you, brother. I didn't know all this information. Look here. By the way, Obsidian, take notes. Oshay, take notes, although I doubt it'll ever do you any good, but take them anyway.
No, but I mean, we know racism in the UK. I mean, for people in America who don't really understand what happens here, the main difference between the UK and the US is the gun laws. The racism is exactly the same. They treat us exactly the same as they treat you over there. It's just that most of the police here don't have guns. That's why they don't shoot us by the roadside. But it happens, you know. They treat us the same in schools. They lock us out of the workplace. You know, we're the last hired, the first fired. It's exactly the same in the UK. And it's, to a certain degree, it's worse here because at least you guys are 13% of the population. You have numbers. We're like 3%, 4%, if that. I mean, growing up, we were 1% of the population. And it's not just, you know, the white people who gang up on us. It's other non-white people that gang up on us. You know, I don't know if you're aware, Jason, but, you know, this country is run by people from Asia, like as in our prime minister, our home secretary, which is the same as your secretary of state. They're trying to deport black people to Rwanda.
Correct.
You know, we've got black people here who are British citizens that they're trying to deport. Google the Windrush scandal.
Yeah.
You know, that's how they treat us here. So for a black British person, when you ask her direct questions about racism, she's acting like she doesn't know. She knows.
You know, people over here in the States, folks have a misconception that, for example, where immigration is concerned, that you all are more liberal about it over there than we are over here. Folks don't understand. They're literally, I was talking about this on my other YouTube channel. They're gathering up the black folks, the black immigrants over there. If you're illegals, they're gathering them up over there. Forget stopping them at the border. They're like, oh, you got through? Get your ass on this plane over there. It's going down over there in Britain right now. And he's absolutely right. What's his name? Sundon. I forget his name. Sundon, the prime minister.
Richie Sunak.
Yeah, I'm about to say Sunak. Okay, I'm saying Sundon. But so how close I'm keeping track of it. But yeah, I mean, he slid right in the position. So you know what this means. He's here to show the Anglos that he ain't here to rock the boat. He wants to have a place in history, and he's here to show the Anglos, hey, I'm not here to rock, nut, challenge anything. I'm here to uphold it. And he's off to a fantastic start.
But the thing is, Jason, he's not even the worst. We've had home secretaries here. The first one was Priti Patel. She was terrible. And now we have another one called Suella Braverman. I mean, you think Kamala Harris is bad. You want to look at some of the politicians, like the Indian politicians we have here. They're worse. They're 100 times worse than Kamala Harris. I mean, we've got things where migrants will get on a boat from France and try and come across the English Channel. These people are trying to send the boats back and have people drown at sea if they got their way.
Folks have forgotten their history, brother. They forget the East India Company. They've forgotten their history, or they don't even know it because they don't teach it to them. So when you realize that India, basically, the story of Mahatma Gandhi, if they don't know anything about the history at all, that is basically a suburb of England. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really bad out here. So, you know, I mean, some of these, I mean, there's something you've said, Jason, with regards to, you know, Pearly things surrounding herself with black people. White supremacists know how to pick their coons. And she's picked a whole bunch of coons around her. They're doing all the work because she says that she hires these people, she pays them well. And, you know, these are all coons she's hired. And there's, you know, most of the black people here watching this and just shaking our heads like, you know, why are we even, like you said, why do we even let these people come amongst us? You know, that's the crime. You can't really blame her because she is what she is. But the real problem is with us. We're letting these people come around us and we know what they're going to do. They act cool when they come through the door, but we know what they're going to do. They're going to take over and they're going to make money out of us. And then they're going to disrespect us. You know, you can't hate people for being what they are. You can only hate yourself for allowing yourself to get taken by them. You know, as Africans, we've been taken for the last 600-700 years. They came, they take our people, they take our resources, and they dominate us. And we know, you know, the history book tells you this. So when she comes through the door, she's going to do what her ancestors done, what they all do to us. And that's the sad thing. And then you had this young lady on, Jessica knows, you know, she's trying to play this Meghan Markle type of, you know, oh, I don't really know racism. I've never really, you know, she said something like, I've never really had a racial incident. Of course, she's had people in her, as a mixed black person living in the UK, half her family probably don't accept her. You know, so.
Well, Jessica, for some reason, is checked back in with us here, Jessica.
Because I feel like the conversation is a bit disingenuous. I never said that racism doesn't exist.
You said you never encountered it.
Yeah, like me being
okay.
Then
That's saying it doesn't exist. Then if you're saying you never encountered it,
no. It means that I haven't faced it myself.
How did you become so special in a place that's endemic, where it's saturated with racism over there? How did you become so special?
As a woman and a man, you're
and a biracial, a woman, a man, and a biracial.
Yes.
You're a biracial.
If you let me finish, my experience as a woman, my experience being mixed is going to be different to that of the man that's up. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. The man that's up here right now. So if you wanted to, we could have got into the nuances of all of these things, but you weren't interested in hearing the nuances. You just wanted to catch me in a gotcha moment. And like
repeating your words is a gotcha moment, really?
I said that I personally haven't had somebody be racist to me. I haven't.
Robert, does that sound accurate to you?
Doesn't exist? Does that mean that I haven't seen other people go through it? Of course not.
Jessica, look, you know, we're both British here, so you're speaking to someone who's lived the same experience as you.
That's why I came up.
Okay, as you know, Jessica, we have a massive mixed race population in the UK. Massive, yeah? As you know, mainly black men and white women. You know, you could go to, even outside London, Jason, you go to Bristol, you go to Cardiff, you go to Liverpool, it's full of mixed people. And for you Americans, watch English soccer. Turn on the TV and watch English soccer, and you see the number of mixed race people playing football. We have a massive mixed population. And you, as a mixed person, you know that you speak to your dad, you speak to your mum. When your mum got pregnant with you, you know that there were people in the white side of your family that didn't accept you. You know that.
I've spoken about this on my channel. I've spoken about this before. It's not something that I deny.
Okay, but you just told us that you just told us you never encountered it.
Then no. That was the situation with my parents, right? So we're talking about what I faced out there. Now, that's why he said if we wanted to have a conversation, you could have asked me questions. I would have answered.
No, you could have answered honestly the first time. You have encountered racism in your own family.
No. Yeah, my mum had problems with my granddad. Yeah.
No, we're saying that you have experienced family members who have not accepted you.
No. But was there tension in the beginning? Yeah, when they got together, there was. And that's why I've told people when they speak about passport bros and they want to go to Italy, I've said before, Italy is a very racist country. Very racist country. So when
but
people
just not
came
where you are. Okay, but just not where you are.
No, but that's my lineage.
Italy is racist, but London isn't.
It doesn't compare. So
it's not as bad.
In Italy, the way people will treat you is that they will openly call you names. And I saw it on an extent that I've never seen in London, right? So there's levels to it. But to act like I'm outright denying that racism exists, that's not what I was doing. So I feel like that's not right.
Okay, Jessica, can I just jump in here? A couple of things, yeah. When you was, and what me and Jason are saying about you not saying racism exists. We're not saying that you deny racism exists. The examples he gave you of racism, you were acting like you weren't sure whether that's racism. You know, in the UK, people don't run around. I mean, I'm a lot older than you. I'm old enough to remember things like the BNP and the NF, yeah, when they were actually, you know, putting graffiti through, you know, on people's walls. I'm old enough to know that you're a fair bit younger than me. You're the same age as like my children, my nieces and nephews. So you never went through it. And you know, like as you growing up, it's very rare for people to throw the N-word around and racially abuse you directly. But you know how they treated us going to school. You know, because and I know it still happened because you're only 3 years older than my oldest daughter. So you're her age. And I know the insidious racism that happens. You know how it happens here. They don't come out directly and call you names. They don't directly come out and say, I'm going to treat you like this because you're black. But you know, going to school, you do something wrong, you go out with your white friends, you all do something wrong. When you get caught, you know you get treated harshly than them. You know you get punished more harshly than them. You know there's the little racism moves they pull here. Because the thing in Britain, they're very, very clever the way they do it. You know, and they always give themselves an out. But us as black people, when it happens to us, we know it happens. And when you're talking about levels between Italy and the UK, there was a story in the news, Jason, I don't know if you're aware, but the police came in to a school in Hackney and strip searched a schoolgirl, claiming that she had guns or knives or drugs. You've heard that story, Jessica, yeah? Yes?
I haven't heard that story. No, I haven't heard that story in particular. But I've said that institutionally, there's racism out here, right? There's racism in the fact that, let's take the police force, for example. They say that black people commit more crimes. And you know the stop and search rules over here, right? And they say that they stop and search black people more because black people carry more. Well, if you're stopping 7 times as many black people, well, probability is you're going to catch more black people with stuff. It doesn't mean that black people are doing things more. It just means that you're searching them more.
They're not catching them with stuff though, Jessica, please. Let's be honest here. They're not catching them with stuff because 90% of the stop and searches, they find nothing.
Yeah. No. But I'm saying that if you're stopping people more frequently...
I know, but even though they're stopping more frequently, they're being disingenuous. You know, if you stop 1,000 people and you find one person with a knife, yeah, that doesn't mean that it's, and these things go deeper as well. Because again, I grew up in a rough area. The police know who the criminals are and they let them roam free. And it's the regular people like me and you, well, like me who don't commit crimes that get stopped and harassed by the police. Yeah. So it's more to it than that. I don't know if you don't know, and maybe you need to educate yourself. But this is, you know, I think you need to educate yourself more on racism. I don't know where you live. I'm trying to work out your accent. And I think
I'm from London.
Okay, well, which part?
Born
Just
and
give an
raised.
area. Just give an area.
I don't want to say the area on here.
London's
I don't.
big, Jessica, London's
Do you know
big
how
enough.
many threats I've received on the internet? I'm not giving out my location.
Yeah, but Jessica, even if you say somewhere like Harsden, Enfield, Brixton, no one can find you there. Number one, the area's too big. So no one, you know, the people who are determined to find you, Jessica, will find you without you saying which part of London.
I've been okay so far. No, I'm not. I don't need to say where I live. I get what you're saying. The point I'm making about the stop and search is because people will use police numbers, right? They'll use police numbers about the amount of things that are found during stop and searches. And they'll say that to say, okay, to try and justify why they should search more black people. But if you're stopping 7 times as many, and we're not even accounting for population size of how many black people there are compared to white people, you are hugely, disproportionately choosing to search black people, right? That's racism right there.
Okay, but here's the issue. You're talking about those anecdotally. What we're talking about is your personal experience. And what you said is that your personal experience is that you have never encountered racism in London.
I've never been stopped and searched by the police. I've never had anything like that. I haven't
Have
been
you
through that.
ever been subjected to racism in your 28 years of living in London?
No, but I've seen it around me.
That's literally like saying that because it rains a lot in England. I know y'all gonna hate that I say that England, it rains a lot over there, but she's gonna say she's the only person standing outside. The rain hits everybody else except her.
No, because I've already said my experience, 1 as a woman and 2 for me being mixed, is not going to be the same as Tactical Genius's experience.
Are you sure you're not in denial? Are you sure you're not in denial?
Jessica, it's the same. I mean, you said you're mixed.
Come on.
Jessica, you say you're mixed, but I'm looking at your picture and you look like a light-skinned black woman.
Yeah, but then that still affects
you know,
the way that
Jessica,
people
there's
see you.
yeah, but Jessica, there's black women who are not mixed that are your complexion or even like.
Yeah.
I know a lot of them. Remember, I grew up growing up in London, mixed people are a dime a dozen. Even though
But I'm not from your generation.
Yeah, but I know you're the same age as my kids. You're the same age as my kids. You're the same age as my nephews and nieces. I sit down and we have these conversations and they tell me, and I have children your age and I know what they go through. Born and raised in London, just like you. I know what they went through. I know what they went through. I go to the school and, for example, they bunk off school or truants, yeah? And, there's 10 of them. Maybe there's 4 black girls and there's 6 white girls. And the punishments that they deal out to the white girls is different from the black girls. So things are different. Now things are more nuanced, but it's still the same. They still see us the same. They still treat us the same. When you go for a job, if you've got the same skills, same abilities as a white person, they're getting a role. Just like me, yeah. The only reason why we're working is because they can't find a white person to do our job. There's a hierarchy here. When they hire, first it's the whites. If they can't find a white person, they'll look for an Indian. If they can't find an Indian, then they consider black people. That you work, you say you've got your degree, you earn £40,000 a year. That's okay for a professional. But when it's time for promotions, that they're going to be looking to promote your white counterparts before you. That. We all know that. We all accept that. It is what it is, which is why, as Jason will say, I work to help black men progress in IT because I know that the only chances we have to do anything is to be excellent. We can't be good. Even in the UK, you won't get anywhere by being good at what you do. You have to be excellent. You have to be outstanding. You have to understand that you have to be 3 times as good as a white person to get anywhere. That. You go for jobs and you're the best person. You don't get the job. It's not a random coincidence.
But I've got the job despite what the conversation people wanted to have before. I actually have a decent job and I've got good pay. You should know, being in London at my age, I have good pay.
First of all, we haven't confirmed that. But second of all, even if we take it at face value, that's not the point, ma'am. Your income is not the point. Your characterization that you have not encountered racism, that's a mathematical impossibility, which simply means that you've encountered it and you're just dismissing it.
Do you want me to say that I've faced it? Because it's almost like you're trying to force me to say it.
Ma'am, what we're saying is we're not here to convince you of anything. What we're saying is that's a mathematical and physical impossibility.
How is it impossible?
Robert.
It is impossible. We both live, well, I don't live in London anymore, but we both lived and grew up in that situation. And things have changed slightly between yours and my generation. But like I said, I have nephews and nieces your age. I have kids your age. I know what they've gone through. I know what they've been through. And I find it almost impossible for you to say that you haven't experienced similar things to them. And
I haven't, because when you're talking...
And some of the people in my family are mixed.
Well, the thing is, when I sat there and gave you racist white supremacist statements from Pearly things, you said, I think that's ignorant. I don't think it's racist. So what that really means, the argument you've made for yourself is that even if you saw raw racism, you would just dismiss it.
I said racist, yes. White
no,
supremacist,
you didn't. Actually, no, you didn't. I had to drill you for about 10 minutes before you finally knuckled under and said, okay, well, maybe that's racist, but you never said white supremacist. And the reason why we use the term white supremacist, we don't even use the word racist anymore. We say white supremacist because that's what it is, and you just dismiss that out of hand. So like we say, the real issue here is that even if you saw unbridled, unadulterated white supremacy in the raw, you would just dismiss it like you do with Pearly things.
No, because I said that what Pearly said was racist. Now,
is
white
Pearly
supremacist,
is Pearly a racist? Is Pearly a racist? Is Pearly things a racist?
Yes.
We
said that earlier. The things that she said were racist.
Robert,
right?
this really does help that I got you on the phone. She's conceding the things she didn't say before, so having you on here has certainly helped.
I agree with you, Jason.
And you said, is she a white supremacist? I said no. You said racist.
It's the
You said,
same.
could a
It's the
person-
same thing, Jessica.
No, a white supremacist is walking around in KKK uniforms.
No,
and
ma'am. That's
preaching
you're,
about
no,
white
ma'am. You're
power.
talking about costumed extremists. White supremacy is racism. There is no racism that is not white supremacy, ma'am.
Yeah, this is honestly, it's
Putting on a
it's
Ku Klux
semantics.
Klan. First of all, putting on a Ku Klux Klan outfit. That doesn't mean white supremacy. That's not what it is. That's a costume. If you're going to say that that's the requirement, then the police officers in Brixton cannot be white supremacists because they're not wearing KKK outfits. They're wearing police uniforms. Don't you see?
I mean, come on, Jessica. I mean, you know it. We have it in the UK. I mean, you remember the incidents with
Is there
Mark
racism here? Yeah. Was
And-
Mark Duggan's incident racist? Yes.
Right. So, you know, for people who don't know, the police stopped and shot a young black man and then made all sorts of fanciful claims about him and what he did. And they initially even claimed that he shot at them when actually one policeman shot another one. And that led to the riots of 2011 in Tottenham. Yeah. And we all saw it as racism. You know, there was a young man who, if he's alive, he would be about my age, who, you know, the person who was stabbed by a group of white boys about the best part of 30 years ago, Stephen Lawrence. You know, we have it. And these guys walked free. They ganged up, they stabbed the black boy to death on the street, and they walked free. And the police turned up and they refused to give him first aid because none of them wanted to touch a black man. And rather than trying to find these guys who had stabbed him and were just walking away across the road, they were trying to harass his friend. Yeah. So we have racism here. You know, we have white supremacy
Of
here.
course.
We have our paramilitaries here. They're not as flamboyant as the Proud Boys and the first, you know, the 5%ers or 3%ers or whatever they're called in America. We have that here. We have the BNP. We have the National Front. We have the EDL. You know as well as I do. Okay, they don't march in London because we have the numbers there, but they march where I live in Wolverhampton. We have in the small towns of England.
When they had the BLM protest over here after George Floyd died, the white nationalists came out and they were fighting with the BLM supporters.
No, they weren't fighting with the BLM supporters. They turned up and they got the living daylight. They were trying to attack the BLM supporters. And thank you for mentioning that, because this is why I came on, because when you came on here and spoke, you gave a bad representation of black people in the UK. The main reason why I came on
he asked me if I've personally faced racism. I said no. If we want to talk about racism in general, I got you. We can talk.
Yeah, but Jessica, you know that the racists in England, they don't come and start throwing around the N-word. What they do, they come around us and start talking about African time. Now, African time is a thing, it's a concept that's global amongst black people, but that's us internally. A white person should not come around us and start talking about CP time or African time. That should be an instant slap in the face.
And I told Pearl that. I told Pearl that.
Right, that's an instant slap in the face. And you know that around most black people, if she said that, she would get her ass kicked. You know that. You know that if you lived in Tottenham, Harlesden, Brixton, you know, as we call in the UK the ends, a white person would never dare talk like that in a room full of black people. So we as black people in the UK, you got to ask yourself that, how is it that, number one, you let her come amongst us, as Jason said. Number two, when she starts showing
I didn't let her come amongst me. What do you mean? When she invited me...
You're talking to her.
No. When she invited me to be on her show, I declined. I didn't take that offer up.
Okay, yeah, but you did talk to him on Obsidian, so let's not do that.
So it's not about me trying to ingratiate myself or get
doing
close
a pretty
to
good
anyone
imitation.
or trying to get like some sort of clout or anything like that, right? I went onto Obsidian's to go and tell her what I thought of the situation.
Jessica, let me ask you about your mother's side of the family.
And so I left.
Let me ask you about your mother's side of the family. You mentioned that there was some tension as a result of your mother's side of the family.
Yes.
Okay. Which individuals on your mother's side of the family?
My granddad.
What about your uncles?
No, my granddad. My granddad.
Just your grandfather by yourself? He was raising hell all on his own?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
they stopped speaking for a while. Yeah.
Who's they?
My mom and my granddad.
Has your mother ever been accused by anybody, anywhere, of being racist or treating them in a racial manner?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Have you talked to your father's people about that?
My dad's family actually liked my mom.
I ain't got nothing to do with liking them. I'm saying, have you talked to them about that?
No.
That's what I mean. That's what you all don't do. I recommend you talk to your uncles and your aunts on your father's side. By yourself. Without your father and certainly without your mother around. Go talk to your uncles and your aunts. Don't feed us this line about what you think they think. Go talk to them by themselves. And go see what they have to say. Because you're just 28 years old. Find out what the woman was they encountered 30 years ago. And her family and some of them views. Because and I know it's your mom, but here's the thing, and Robert will bear me witness. I wonder what your mom was doing in college. I wonder what she was.
My dad got together my mum was young, right? My mum didn't go to university. They got together young.
Okay, but here's the thing. You got a white girl who's running around with black dudes. Now, there's only two types to do that.
Can I ask a quick question?
Let's not do that.
Jessica, is your mum's side of the family Irish background?
No, Italian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we know they're not down with it.
Yeah, that's what I explained.
Yeah, but you're just saying just granddad. No, not just granddad. No.
He
way.
was the one.
He was the most
initiated
vocal.
it.
He was the most vocal.
You can say that.
Yeah, but he wasn't alone.
I'm not gonna fight with you over that.
Thank you. He was not alone. He was just the most vocal because as the patriarch, he gonna take the lead on it. But yeah, it's not even like America. We got second and third generation. They just straight off the boat over there. So yeah, he's gonna be about that life, and they're gonna follow his lead. The family's gonna follow his lead.
Yeah.
So that's not gonna be an anomaly. So if you got a daughter who is this determined to go that way, that's not gonna be an easy jump to make. It's not gonna be an easy jump to make at all.
I've said to people, because I can't speak to every culture or every group, but that is one culture that I can speak to. So when I hear people and they do make out that it's all sunshine and roses, no, it's not. It's
and
not
there's
sunshine and
racism
roses.
everywhere. And the only way a person would say they haven't met it is because they're telling you, I dismissed it when it happened. Over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a dangerous way to walk through life willfully blind. The best thing for you, Jessica, would be if you're lying right now or if you're being disingenuous. That would be good. Because the worst thing would be if you're telling us the truth right now. If you truly believe this bilge you're saying, that would be the worst thing possible. If you actually believe this. Because can you all imagine her children? How's she going to raise them to be conscious of the world they're in when mom is literally walking through it every day, dismissing it, confronted with it with pearly things? That ain't no white supremacy. Ain't no racism over there. I mean, it's just ignorance. She'll be sitting up there with her children lambs to the slaughter.
But do you see why I called you a race hustler, right? Because you're trying to get me to...
I'm not trying to get you to do a damn thing.
Racism that I'm telling you I've never...
I'm not trying to get you to do a damn thing. I'm educating everybody else.
Personally,
I'm illustrating everybody else. I'm illustrating for everybody else, ma'am.
Yeah, because I'm saying that I haven't faced it.
Yes, and I'm talking to everybody else. I want them to see that this is what it sounds like for a person who's willfully ignorant or willfully blind in a world of wolves.
Right, so you're trying to force it. You're trying to say that
ma'am,
I
I'm
have
not
faced
forcing.
it.
You're the one who said it. I'm not forcing anything. These are your words, not mine. They're your words.
I'm telling you that I haven't faced it, and you're saying my words don't matter. You're going to tell me that I have faced it.
No, ma'am. I literally just sat here and said, I hope that you're being disingenuous, because if you are telling the truth, this is what it means. I'm not telling you what you're saying. I'm saying if this is what you really mean, then this is what the conclusion is. Now, by the way,
conclusion is just that I'm just oblivious and stupid.
Well, you know what? If the shoe fits, buy a matching purse. But I want to thank Zoe for sending me the clip about this here, because it's about the clip about Jessica and whatnot. And I'm glad to see that she gets flustered and here she comes. See, this is why I called you a race hustler. But Pearly is not a white supremacist. Pearly's not racist. She's just ignorant. So
I said she's racist earlier.
You might want. What brand of lipstick do you wear, Jessica?
Many different types.
Is it water resistant?
I don't know. Probably.
Does it keep butt hair off? I'm just wondering, because if you're gonna smack on somebody's butt cheeks, I just want to make sure that you don't have something that catches hair.
I mean, you can try and paint a narrative.
Ma'am, I'm not painting the narrative. You've painted the narrative with a brush and an easel. You've painted the narrative. You've done it by insulting the intelligence of planet Earth, that I'm the only person in London who's never encountered racism in 3 decades. This is an insult to every single black person walking in the aisle. Every single one. This is an insult to them. I'm taking up for them to say, this is an insult. Ma'am, you want to talk about ignorant. This is disingenuous. I'm not forcing you to say anything.
And you're upset.
I'm just lighting up I'm illuminating the terrain in which we find ourselves. This right here is embarrassing to them, but it's also an insult to their intelligence. Now you gotta hold that. Now you gotta hold that. That's not for me to hold.
I don't need to hold anything.
Ma'am, you gonna hold it. That's for you to hold, not me.
Because I know my experiences.
No, you just sat here and told us. Everybody already heard you dismiss Pearly thinks white supremacy and racism. You dismissed that.
I said she's not a white supremacist.
Yes, and thank you very much. We all assume that this is how you're treating every other white supremacist in London. You're treating them all the same. They're sitting here making nigga jokes. They're sitting up here making indirect insults. They're making indirect insults and code insults to you, and you're dismissing them because that's a lot easier and more pleasant than facing the brutal reality of what you just saw.
So we're just going to create a straw man that I'm just here listening to N-word jokes and just being like,
you're hearing them sitting up here talking about dehumanizing you. Slavery's exaggerated. Well, you're late. CPT time.
I called her out for that.
No, no, ma'am. If you're not calling it white supremacist and racist, you're not calling it out.
Yeah, because it's semantics, right?
No, ma'am. Semantics. You were asked, is she a racist? And you said, no, she's ignorant. Go to bed, Jessica.
It's 7:36 here.
No, you need to go sleep off a new life. Take a nap. Go to bed. Go to bed.
This is not a genuine conversation.
Hang up the phone, Jessica. Good night.
Earlier on, you did it. This is why I said you're race hustling.
Jessica, everybody's heard your level of denial. Hang up the Zoom.
When I told you how
do you really think if you keep talking, it's going to make it better? Do you think if you're just going to talk long enough, you're going to be able to clean this up? Do you really think that's what's going to happen?
No, I'm showing you why I called you a race hustler.
I'm repeating and you are criminally in denial of white supremacy. So let everybody decide which one they want to be. The race hustlers who see white supremacy exists, and the criminally in denial who will see it in front of her face and dismiss it. That's how black folk end up dead.
There's semantics there. And guess what? Like racial
she thinks she's going to talk her way out of this.
Not my thing.
Jessica, everybody heard what you said. Everybody heard what you said already.
That's not my wheelhouse.
Jessica, everybody heard what you said already. You think if you keep talking, you can clean this up.
When I told you how much I earn, you immediately tried to turn it into a racial conversation.
Nobody believes
how much
that.
Do your white female counterparts
Jessica,
you made it racial.
First of all, you're not talking about how much. You're not talking about where you live. You're not talking about how much money you make. So all of that is fat. Nobody believes that anyway because you won't substantiate it anyway. Ma'am, nobody believes that anyway. I can tell you where I live. I live in Shreveport, Louisiana, ma'am. I can tell you where I live.
How much do you earn?
Ma'am, I can tell. I live in Strip, Louisiana. I can tell you where I live. According to the
How much do you earn?
According to the IRS, I'm upper middle class. According to them.
So white supremacy hasn't held you back?
Ma'am, white supremacy is the reason that I wasn't a multi-millionaire at 22 years old. What the hell are you talking about, kid?
But it didn't keep you broke?
Ma'am, white supremacy.
Like me?
Ma'am, white supremacy is certainly the reason I am not further than I am. I should be much further than I am. I should be in Logan Paul territory now.
If you say so.
Do you really believe that if you just keep talking, you're going to clean this up, Jessica? Do you really believe that's going to happen?
Earlier that I spoke too soon, but in this conversation, I can prove multiple times where you try to create racial situations where there are none.
Jessica,
that's why
everybody heard you.
Jessica,
everybody heard you say that there is no white supremacy and that you've never seen it. At 28,
I never said white supremacy doesn't exist.
Ma'am, if you never seen it, then nobody believes you when you say I'm 28 years old and I've never encountered it. No one believes that. No one believes that at 28 you have never encountered it. No one believes that.
You don't believe it, and that's fine.
Ma'am, there's no one believes that.
A racial line where there is none.
Ma'am, go find
you how much I earn.
No one believes you, Jessica. No one believes that.
You created a racial storyline to that as well.
Jessica,
you're creating some sort of racial narrative to it.
Jessica, go to bed. Story time is over.
It's late for you, Jason. Maybe you need to.
Go to bed, Jessica. Story time is over.
You don't want to create any more news stories?
Ma'am, you've already spun enough yarns tonight. Call it a day.
I'm not the one making things up.
She's never seen white supremacy and never encountered it, but she's not making it up.
I haven't tried to project onto your experience.
The rest of Black London has seen it, but Jessica is the alien in London who's never seen it.
When I told you how much I earned, you were furiously Googling.
Jessica has never experienced race. Jessica has never experienced racism.
Trying to find something to show that white females earn more than me, despite the fact that I earn over the average.
So you say.
And for my age, I earn over the average. And I can send you a link. I'll put a link in the back chat.
Jason, can I jump in, please?
Yes, Robert.
Jessica, you live in London. You earn £40,000 a year. That's
yes.
Okay. It's okay, and you can.
At my age, it's good actually.
And you can survive as long as you live with your parents. Yeah.
No.
You can't buy a house earning £40,000 a year in London.
No. That depends how much money I have to put down for a mortgage. Right? It depends on your initial down payment.
Jessica, where are you going to find money if you earn £40,000 a year?
That's how much I earn. You don't know how much my father earns. You don't know any of that.
Right,
you're just presuming.
Fine. No, but that's fine because I'll tell you something. You're beating yourself on the back that you're 28 years old and earn £40,000 a year. When I was your age, when I was 28, I was earning way more than that. And that was back in 28 in 2001. Yeah. It's
so
not.
What do you earn now?
A lot.
A lot more.
Six figures.
How much?
Six figures.
What do you do?
I'm an IT consultant and a very, very good one.
How long have you been in that for?
Long as you've been alive?
Yeah.
Being an IT consultant for 28 years?
Yes.
Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
Did you graduate from university?
I did. I went to Greenwich and then I went to Middlesex. You see, I can be specific here. Because
when you're not making things up, you can be specific. Robert, don't answer that. Don't answer that question, Jessica. Until you answer those questions for Robert and me, there's no reason for us to answer that. You won't even say what side of London you live on.
2017,
ma'am. You won't even say what side of London you live on.
When did you graduate?
Robert, do not answer that question, Robert. Jessica, which side of London do you live on?
So we're giving Robert a chance to do the math.
Ma'am, I'm hosting the program. What side of London do you live on?
I'm not telling you whereabouts in London I live.
Then Robert's not going to answer another question because you cannot substantiate whether or not $40,000 a year is good money, ma'am. You cannot substantiate that.
We don't know who you are either.
Ma'am,
we don't know who you are.
Kid, that has nothing to do with you.
Right, but then
you're
it's
the one
okay
spending
for you to
yarns
not
about 40,000
okay for
pounds
you
a
to not
year
substantiate
in a
anything.
nondescript corner of London. Please,
It's for
this is grown
you.
folks
You don't
talk,
have to
ma'am.
substantiate anything, but then I do.
No, man. What
You
I'm
should be
saying
able
is
to
you're not
understand
gonna
that.
no,
You of
you're
all
not gonna
people.
quiz Robert on things that you yourself are not saying here. You're not gonna do that.
Because he's saying that 40K isn't enough to live in London.
Ma'am, it's
And
not.
that's-
We don't even know what part of London you're in, so you can't tell us it is enough. So you're probably making it up as you go along. You won't even say which corner of London.
You can rent out, and Robert will be able to confirm, you can rent out a 1-bedroom apartment for 1,700 a month. Am I right or am I wrong, Robert?
In the hood, yes.
Not in the hood, no.
In the kind of places that you wouldn't want to live, yeah.
Okay.
£700 a month.
Give
You wouldn't want to
me
live there.
give me a nice area. Let's not go crazy. Give me a decent area.
Okay,
I'll put it in
stop.
You give me an area, but the bottom line is that
So I'm right then, Robert.
No,
Because
ma'am, you're
right
spinning
now what we're
yarns.
doing is we're trying to create a narrative.
no, Jessica, £1,700 a month out of a £40,000 a year wage is a majority of your
Yes, half of it.
tax.
That's going to be half of it.
Yeah, if you earn £40,000 a year, you probably take home after tax probably 28.
We didn't speak pre or post tax, right?
Ma'am,
So
don't even try this one. Don't even try this. Don't even
at
try this.
1,700 a month, right? You'd be paying around 20,000, right?
After
Around
taxes, you
20,000.
would be living
Around
on you'd be living on
20,000.
1,400 pounds a month after
That
taxes.
leaves you with 20,000 spare, right? We can add on council tax.
Right.
We can add on electric, gas, right? We can add those things on. You're still okay. And at my age, it's a lie. And if I have to, I'll do it on mine. I will pull up the average, because I put in the back for you, Robert. Check the link that I put in the back about the average earnings for people by age. I'm doing better than the average person my age.
I don't know the difference between
I'm doing
real estate and
better than
I
the
don't think
average
that real
40.
estate I don't think in the UK I don't think they're going to let you move in if half your income is going to go to the rent, because in
Yes,
the
they
states
will.
in the states
Yes,
usually
they
it has to
will.
be 3 times your income.
Yes,
The rent-
they will.
It has to
here.
be 1/3
Yes,
of
they
it.
will.
Then that would be
They
a low.
will.
Now you can do it here in the States, but only in a low rent Section 8, low what you all call the council. It'll work there.
No, council houses don't take people that work.
Ma'am,
Council houses are for people that don't work.
mathematically speaking, you would be too risky if half your
I
income
just-
goes to the rent. Mathematically,
that's
you'd be
not
too
true.
risky.
That's not true.
Jessica,
I
you
put
know.
the link in the back.
Yeah, but
Now-
Jessica, we can get on the HMRC website and work out what your take-home pay is if you earn
I
40,000.
put the link. Wait, acknowledge the link that I put in the back. Look at the link that I put in the back for the average earnings by age.
Yeah, but
Okay,
we're not
man,
talking
that's
about
average. We're not
average
talking about
earnings.
average earnings. You're trying to change the subject. We're not talking
Do
about
you see
average
it?
earnings.
No,
We're
that
not
was
talking
the
about
initial
average earnings,
subject.
ma'am. We're
That was
talking
the
about the
initial
rent.
subject.
We're talking
that
about the
you tried
rent.
to raise hustle.
We're talking
and
about
tell
the
me that
rent.
I'm not earning as much as my female
Ma'am, we're talking
counterparts.
about the
you
rent.
keep bouncing from point to point.
You can't
and we're
substantiate. You
getting
haven't.
further
You
away
can't
from the
substantiate that
conversation
40,000.
because you're trying to
Jessica,
catch me
you
in a
can't
gotcha
substantiate,
moment.
ma'am. You
And
can't
what I'm
substantiate
saying
the
is,
40,000.
I'm not doing.
Jessica, I'm muting you now. You cannot substantiate the 40,000. We're not asking about income. We said about the rent, and you've already given an implausible, fanciful scenario. You're telling us that half your income can go to rent, and you'll still be okay, even though you ain't paid taxes. Half of your half of your income, including taxes. So basically, you would have to pay nothing in taxes. Nothing. This is science fiction. You're talking to grown people and you're trying to pass off a science fiction scenario. Somebody who works in finance should know to come up with a better lie than this. Allegedly, you work in finance and you can't come up with a better lie. Don't you know, me and Robert being half a century old, we know to already calculate these numbers within seconds. $40,000 a year, $1,700 a month. That's about $20,000. Wow, half your income goes to the rent?
I put the link for you in the back. Are you telling me that the average person cannot rent in London? You're not making any sense.
Ma'am, after taxes, you're not going to have it. After taxes, Jessica, you're not going to talk over the host.
No, you
after
don't,
taxes, you won't have it. You wouldn't have it after taxes. That math doesn't work.
Put the link
Jessica, that math doesn't work. Right. Jessica, that math doesn't work after taxes.
I showed you the math.
Jessica, I'm telling you the math. 40,000 pounds a year. The only way you can live is no taxes at all.
Are you telling me the average person in London cannot rent in London?
How much?
Jessica, the average person in London is struggling. Most of their wages go on rent, and they're left with next to nothing, and they're struggling.
The average person earns less than me.
Okay. Even £40,000 a year, you rent, like you say, £1,700 a month. You're not left with much money. There's £1,700 a month. On top of that, your council tax will be about £120, £130 a month. Yeah. Then you got the cost of living. I don't know if you're aware right now, Jason, but gas and electricity, heating and fuel has gone through the roof.
Absolutely. I'm invested in a couple of companies. Sorry.
Robert, how much do you pay for gas and electric a month?
Depends if I have my heating on. Anything between 400 and 700 a month.
For both of them?
Yes.
So for me, if I add it up, and I live in a 2-bedroom house, right? 2-bedroom house. If I add it up, my gas is 200 a month. My electricity is only 100 a month. 300. It's not that expensive.
I bet you have your heating off all the time and you run around turning off the lights.
Yeah, there's no
No, I don't run around turning off the lights. Man, stop this exaggeration of prices out here. I live here.
True.
You live here.
Look, Jessica, you can try and lie to people in America. I live in the UK.
I can pull up.
Since the war with Ukraine, our fuel bills have trebled.
No, they haven't.
The cost of food.
Man, it's made headlines. What are you talking about? It's made the cost of fuel going up in the UK has made headlines over here in the States.
There are subsidies.
Jessica, I'm muting you again. Do not talk over the host. The spike in fuel prices has made headlines here in America. The spike in fuel prices in the UK has made headlines here in the States. We've heard about what's going on over there. Nord Stream 2 getting blown up. And what that's done to the cost of fuel in Europe. We know about the spike in fuel prices in Europe, and you trying to tell us it doesn't apply. It's made headlines here in the States. It's so bad. Who are you trying to fool, kid?
Do you know about the subsidies that are out there? Do you know about the caps?
It's a drop in the ocean. It's pennies in the pound.
Robert, it seems
Jessica, Robert, you know that people earning more than you in London are on food banks.
Robert, stop it. You're being completely disingenuous. You're just agreeing with everything Jason said.
Look, I live here. I just don't want you to lie to me.
You don't live in London. You already said you don't live in London.
I'm in London every other weekend.
But you don't live here.
My mother lives in London.
We're not sure you live there. We're not sure you live there either, Jessica.
Okay.
I can guarantee you I live here. He's already said that he doesn't.
Ma'am, you haven't substantiated that at all, so I wouldn't be throwing rocks. So you say, with nothing else to add to it. You won't even say what part of London, north, south, east, west.
I mean, I live outside London, and the cost of living is lower where I live, and it's still high. It's still high. I have tenants. I have properties in London. I speak to my tenants all the time. Everybody in London is struggling. Everybody.
Robert, why are you not willing?
Look,
why
Jessica,
are you not willing to acknowledge the link that I sent you about the average wages?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking
at
it. Just because
am I right?
It means nothing.
Wait, hang on.
Just because you're doing slightly better than people.
I am above average, right?
Yeah, but
I'm above average, right, Robert?
I mean, like I said to Jason earlier,
above average is not affluent.
Yeah,
I'm above average in earnings,
but you're not even average. Older than me. Even average is not affluent, ma'am. So
am I lying, Robert?
Ma'am, that doesn't make you affluent. I'm telling you. I've
I
seen the
didn't say
link.
I was
It doesn't make you.
affluent.
It doesn't make
I
you
said when you're
affluent.
trying to make out that I'm struggling, that's far from the truth. You're
You
trying
are
to create a
struggling.
narrative
You are struggling.
You are
Unless somebody else
of
is
the
helping
black
you.
struggle.
Unless somebody's contributing to your cost of living, 40,000 a year in London, you're struggling.
And we
No,
know, and we
Robert.
know that that's,
I'm doing
and we
above
know that
average
that's true.
for people.
Okay, I'm muting Jessica again. We know that that's true because as soon as you were asked about buying a house, the first thing you said was, "Well, my daddy can help me."
Yes, because depending on your down payment, right?
Okay, so that's the average in London, is that everybody's daddies can help them with a down payment?
No, not everybody's can.
Thank you.
Not
So
everybody's
thank
can.
you. So we got a
That's like-
we got a biracial chick with a silver spoon up her
That's
nose.
obvious.
Thank you. You've
Can
proven
I
my
quickly say
point.
something about that, Jason? Yeah, can I quickly say something about that, Jason?
Yes, Robert.
Normally you can get a mortgage 4 times your earnings, right? 4 times your earnings. Maybe if you're lucky, 5 times. 4 times 40,000 a year is what, Jessica?
160.
Right. What can you buy in London for £160,000?
It depends, Robert. We
buy
already went over this.
Can't buy
It
anything.
depends. It depends on your down payment.
Ma'am, you know
right?
we can look.
It depends on your down payment.
Okay,
There are
Jessica. Okay, let's
there
do
are
this.
also
Let's do this, Jessica.
that is not the only way that it's decided, right? So you're
Okay,
this is what I'm saying. You're
Jessica,
being
don't filibuster, Jessica. You were asked what you
Jessica,
can
let's
get.
do
You
this.
didn't
want the
answer it.
truth out.
You didn't
Okay,
answer
You guys
it.
are trying to create
You
a
didn't
narrative.
answer it, Jessica. You can just say what it is. You're not answering
You
the
guys
question.
are trying to create a narrative that's not
You're
true.
dodging questions, Jessica. Just tell us
You
what.
know what?
Tell us what you
To
can
clear this
buy.
up,
Tell us the square footage. Tell us the square
myself,
footage. Tell us the
I will
square
do a
footage you
stream
can buy.
That will prove
Jessica,
everything that I'm
tell us
saying.
the square footage that you can buy for 160,000 pounds.
I will do a stream because you guys obviously don't want the
Jessica,
truth.
last
I'm
time,
putting links
last
there.
time, Jessica,
I'm
tell us
explaining
the square footage that you can buy for
We're not going to do it
160,000
here.
pounds.
So goodbye, Jason.
Then
I
get
stand
off the
by-
program. Let me go ahead and boot her. Jessica, you're not old enough nor smart enough to tell these bull jive lies. You're too young to be able to pull this off. You're not old enough. You're not experienced enough. You're not smart enough to weave this many lies. Eventually it falls apart. Baby, you ain't been old. You're not old enough and have enough life experience to make up to spin this many tales. You can't do it. You can't do it. It's too easy for somebody else to knock that down. I make 40,000 pounds, $1,700 a month in rent. Whoa, you ain't paying no taxes. Well, I can get subsidies for it. Or, well, what neighborhood you live in? I live in the best part of London. North, south, east, west. Ain't gonna tell you. Okay, what kind of house we're gonna get right here? Well, I can get anything I want to. I can afford it myself because I'm not struggling. Okay, how you gonna get the down payment? Daddy will give it to me. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound like affluent. Oh, how much can you get there for 160,000 pounds? Well, if I carry the 169, march down the street, Essex Road, without ever answering the question. So she's young, and unfortunately, sometimes young people think they can be bull jive artists. Problem, you're talking to folks who you can't bull jive us. We in this world. We're in this world. I've literally got stocks right now in energy companies based on what happened in the Ukraine. Sorry, Robert. Somebody got to make a dime. So it is what it is. Hey, it is what it is. Somebody got to make a dime. We can't all be struggling. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, they're going to be in trouble here in a minute. I'm sitting here watching lines of people trying to get fuel. I'm like, oh, okay, it's rough on them. Glad I live in Louisiana. Natural gas. But yeah, kid, you're not gonna make it for that. You're not gonna make it for that. Robert, I know what it is. She's just in denial of white supremacy. If you show it to her blatantly, directly, she's gonna tell you what white supremacy. What do you mean? She's been hearing these kind of jokes, this kind of caustic attitude from granddad, aunties, grandma, and she just dismisses it. So she's one of those biracials. Yeah. She's one of the biracials who she sees it and she just dismisses it. Well, I mean, they're just ignorant. That's your damn granddaddy. Well, they're just ignorant. That's your uncle.
Jason, I would call it the Meghan Markle syndrome. Some of these mixed people, they think they're white or they want to be white. And they dance around the racism thing. I mean, the Meghan Markle thing is in the media all the time. And, she's always, they get racism and they think because somebody doesn't run around saying the N-word, or spit in their face, it's not racism. They'll try and rationalize it. Oh, well, maybe it's sexism, or maybe it's misogyny, or maybe it's xenophobe, and the reason why she's 28 and only earning £40,000 a year is because she refuses to face the reality she lives in. The reason why people like me and you, Jason, are doing well is because we know the world we live in. We know we live in a world of racism, white supremacy. And we say, okay, we understand the rules and we know what we need to do to survive and prosper. But it's the people who refuse to accept the reality they're in. They just drift around. And because they're earning 5-10% more than the average man on the street, they think they're doing well. You're not doing well. You're still struggling. Whether you're in 30, 40, 50,000 pounds a year in London, you are struggling. There's food banks everywhere. We're talking, the amount of food banks we have in UK and especially London, you'd think there's a war on in the country. There's people earning decent, what you would think would be decent money, and they're struggling. And once we started talking numbers and started to break it down in great detail, she disappeared. She had plenty to say before. And the minute, you started breaking it down in numbers.
No, the minute we introduced math to what she was trying to say, it crumbled like crackers, and to be that young and to be that invested in it. This is why tonight, my program is not about Pearly things. My program is about who enabled this. And what she did was she proved to everybody, when Miss Pearly things came in the room, she put on her, maid's outfit and said, do you need me to dust the blinds? She just went right into role with everybody else. I did some pushback. Based on what we heard here tonight, nah. No, you didn't. You just got in line like they always do. So, Jessica, you belong in one of them seats on Pearly Things show, sitting there shucking and jiving with the rest of them. She saw you coming from a mile away.
But I'll say this, Jason. She probably identifies with Pearly Things because Jessica comes across as one of those mixed girls who, they get around black women, and because she's light-skinned and what people she has more European type features. Maybe she can grow her own hair long. She gets around the black women, and maybe the black women kind of elevate her. So she thinks, she probably doesn't even think she's black. She probably thinks she's special. She's one of those people. So when you see someone like Pearly Things come around and then they get hyped up, not because of their skill or their ability, just because they're white, she identifies with that because she probably looks down on black people herself. And I know that because we have a lot of those in this country, not all of them, but a large number of them who, because they're mixed, they have some European ancestry, they think they're better than the rest of us.
I didn't ask her this, but I know full well it's always the same thing. Do you think for a second that her white mother raised her and told her, you are a beautiful black girl? Yeah. Or did your mother tell you, well, you're mixed, you're biracial, and anyone who doesn't get along with that, well, they're just ignorant, without saying, by the way, my daughter is black. Yes, the baby that came from between my legs is a black baby. I didn't even bother asking because she's going to say, oh, of course, mommy was fine. I'm taking a look at the daughter. I can see what the parents raised. You are sitting here in front of a world. You're insulting the intelligence of every person on the planet by telling us that you're the only person in London who has not experienced racism. That is an insult of cosmic proportions. You're literally telling us that you're walking through life in a different dimension from literally every other black person on the continent. That's a damn insult to folks who've had their family beat up, brutalized, locked up, disenfranchised, evicted. You're telling all of them that if they did whatever the hell you doing, if they would just do that, and you saw she started sliding it in there, well, white supremacy didn't stop you, did it? Oh, you're putting on your coon boots. Jessica putting on them coon boots. Well, you keep pushing me about that. Yeah, because if I push you long enough, you're going to say something like that. If I press you long enough, you're going to say something like that, and the real thing is going to start to come out. Because, Robert, you know where that was going next. Ain't no white supremacy. Well, white supremacy didn't stop you, did it? I'm sitting here telling you that white supremacy exists, and I'm doing much better than you, but I'm still telling you, but that doesn't mean that white supremacy doesn't exist. Well, it didn't stop you. What the hell are you talking about? So that's where you're trying to go. Well, you met some ignorant people, but there's no system of white supremacy. That's your mama talking. She's claiming up and down that's not her mom, that was granddad. No, that's your mama talking. That's your mother. That's your mother talking on that side of the pond or this side. That's your mother talking. That's the white side of the family speaking.
Yeah. Because what would happen is the mother's probably embarrassed that she has racists in her family. So the mother will raise the child to diminish racism. Because if the mother raised the child properly and said, look, these are instances of racism, she wouldn't talk to the white side of her family because she'll realize they're all racist. So she'll be like, oh, yeah, your grandfather, he says this, but he's just ignorant. You know, that's not really racism. That's just ignorant. It's this. And probably the uncles, like you said, the uncles are probably just as racist. They just weren't as vocal. You know, I know Italians, they are very racist, even compared to the English. Like they're openly, and you know, Italians have that thing where they speak their mind like us. They're not like the English where the English won't speak their mind. The Italians speak their mind. So, you know, if they have an animosity towards you, they're not able to hide it. So she's probably just, yeah. And I mean, it's sad. When I first listened to her, I was furious. As time went on, I actually felt sorry for her. I really do feel sorry for her. I'm not even angry with her. I feel sorry for her because life's going to teach us some really harsh lessons. And if you don't acknowledge racism as a black person, it's not going to go away. You know, it's not like a headache. It's like a cancer. You have to acknowledge it. You have to deal with it. You know, and if you can't spot racists, white supremacists in your midst, they're always going to get the one over you. You know, like you, Jason, within 5 seconds, you can work out if somebody's a white supremacist. And then you know to have your guard up. You know how you can handle them. If you have to get around them to do business, you get in, you do business, you get out before they harm you. If you're going around thinking there's no racism, white supremacists, you'll bring them into your inner circle and all they'll do is destroy you. You know, and it's really, really, really sad. It's really sad.
Well, you know, like I say, for everybody who was wondering stuff, I've seen Jessica before, so I know the get down, which is why I was saying before, okay, let me put her on Front Street, because I know the get down. And that's why I was like, she's like, why you keep pressing me? Because I know you're lying. I've seen you before. I know you're lying. What everybody is telling me about what you said and what I've seen. I'm like, yeah, I know. Everybody's sitting up here yelling, Jason, they sending me emails and stuff like, I know the get down. That's why I'm pressing her about those things. Press long enough and the truth starts coming out. Well, granddaddy was just racist. Nobody else was. That's physically impossible. Mom is sitting up there where she is. That's physically impossible. My money's straight. Let me call dad. So like I say, it's going to be, Robert, you and I both know how the story ends. She gonna run into a brick wall she can't get over. And when that happens, she gonna be the blackest, most revolutionary thing you ever saw walking in Nottingham. She's gonna be the most revolutionary thing you ever saw when that happens. She gonna cut that hair. She gonna grow the afro. She gonna stop permanent or whatever the hell she's doing with it. That you know that's coming. That's what's coming. But by the way, that's the worst way to get it, brother, because that means some incident has happened.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. But the thing is, I think her problem is she's not used to men challenging her because she's young and she's pretty or whatever, and she's light-skinned. The men that normally talk to her, the men that are trying to have sex with her. So for her to come across, you know, you talking to her, the way you were talking to her, asking questions, challenging her, she couldn't handle it because she's not used to a man who's not trying to have sex with her, speak to her, because, you know, the young guys, they just think, you know what, I'll put up with what you have to say as long as I can get you into bed. So they don't challenge you. They'll nod. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But I don't know. Yes. I mean, you're more experienced at these people than I am. Normally, once I you know, if I bump into a lady, she starts talking like this, I just move on.
Yeah, you cut it short. You know, like I say, it's not relationship material, but the real thing is I do this as a public education, not just for those of us in the States, but for those of y'all over there, to remind you that, you know, like I know, because I got young cats in the UK who listen to me now, and I want them to, and I do mean the UK, y'all, not just Great Britain and not just London. So for everybody, does he know the difference? Yes, I know the difference. All right, but I got cats in the UK who I want them to understand this and hear this, because that's not innocuous. When you got a female next to you, she doing all kinds of tricks in bed and got you thrilled, but she's in denial of white supremacy. That ain't white material. That ain't wife. I don't know how good a girlfriend material that is. That ain't wife material. She's going to get you crossed up. She's going to walk you into a situation because she's like, hey, I got ovaries. I know I'm okay, or at least I should be okay. She'll either get the both of you took out, but definitely going to get you hurt. Something's definitely going to happen to you because she's in denial. You can't move through life like you need to with somebody who is willfully blind. And that's why I said, at best, you're lying to us. At worst, you really believe what you're saying.
And that's worse. Yeah. If you're lying, then we can work with that. We can get you to admit the truth. But if you actually genuinely believe what you're saying, that's even more worrying. Yeah. Which is why, when I first heard her speak, I assumed she was lying, which is why I was angry, because she was giving an incorrect portrayal of Black British. But then, as she continued, I started to think, does she actually believe this? Because you can't be angry with somebody who believes this nonsense.
She believes half of it.
Yeah.
She believes the half that elevates white folk. Everything else she said was a fabrication to try to justify that belief. But she believes half of it. She believes that. How she responded to Pearly things. Take a look at how she's ultra aggressive at me no lies told on my end, but take a look at how she's aggressive with me. So, like I say, brother, bought sense is the most expensive kind. Bought sense is the most expensive kind. It's better for you to learn from the mistakes of others than to purchase the knowledge by learning from your own. So don't worry, it's coming. That train never misses them. It never misses them. Ask Meghan Markle. I liked her on Suits a decade ago too. I used to watch her on Suits. I'm like, hey, then she started talking. I'm like, oh hell. Then she started talking. I'm like, okay, she was that, I'm not black and this, that, and the other. I'm biracial and everything was sweet till she got over there where y'all are. She was in America and claiming wasn't no racism. Got to UK and I found the racism.
and that's a teachable moment, the Meghan Markle treatment that she's got in the UK, because I think people think that, the British, they're very nice and whatever. They are just as racist, even more so in certain aspects than they are in America. But, you saw how the British people treat Meghan Markle. She's getting the nigger treatment. And even till now, she very rarely calls herself a black person. She refers to herself as a person of color. And as Jessica was talking, she just reminded me more and more of Meghan Markle. And if she doesn't, understand and wise up, she's going to get the Meghan Markle treatment.
Well,
Meghan Markle.
The problem is she's probably already experienced it and just dismissing it.
Yeah.
Which means that she's not going to acknowledge it until something severe happens. And you and I are both old enough to know, baby, at 28 years old, that novelty wears off quick. 30 is right around the corner. Radically different the way they're going to treat you. And when that happens, as far as just men, and as we get older, we know, man, when something comes to knock you down, it's going to be a whole lot harder to get back up. When you got fewer years behind you, more years behind you than you do in front of you, that becomes a lot harder to deal with that. Being with a person who denies white supremacy exists is like being with a person who drives down the freeway at 100 miles an hour with no lights on at night.
Yeah.
At that point now, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping nothing too terrible happens.
Yeah.
Robert, it's been a great time meeting you here, brother. I'll let you have the last word.
I'll just say that, I've come on to say that, we are on code in the UK. We are, like the United States, we do have our coon problem, but we are on code. We turn up and, she's not representative of Black British. She's not representative of a Black British woman. She's not even representative of a Black mixed woman. Most of the mixed people we have in the UK, they're not like her. They're not like her. And the Black people definitely not. We turn up, we show up, we understand racism and we fight it here. I know that, in the United States, the children of immigrants are, over there, they're coons. But, most of the people in the UK, they can trace, their parents. Maybe their parents were born outside the UK, or grandparents, or at most great-grandparents. There were virtually no British people in this country until about 1950. So most of the British people were either the children or grandchildren of migrants. And very quickly, you learn in this country that, as Black people, we have to be on code. And we don't have the numbers here, but we still fight and we still understand. And the reason why we understand about racism, white supremacy, is because of African Americans, FBA. We grew up, we read Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Francis Cress Wilson. I grew up in the 80s listening to NWA, Boogie Down Productions, Public Enemy. So we understand racism, we understand white supremacy, and we're eternally grateful for the lessons given to us by African Americans, FBA. My parents are from Africa. We have very few Pan-Africanist people in Africa, and that's what's killing Africa. It's the tribalism. It's tribalism. We don't, because in Africa, we very rarely see ourselves as Black people. We see ourselves as something else. It's only when we leave Africa and we go somewhere else, especially go to the West, that we actually see ourselves as Black people. My parents, when they came to the UK, they saw themselves as Nigerians. So they didn't really mix with other Black people, Ghanaians, West Indians. I was told as a kid, don't associate with West Indians. Don't be around the Jamaicans. Don't be around this. But then you grow up and you go to school with these people. You realize that, we're exactly the same. We're Black.
Wow, that's interesting. Because usually when they bring them over here, is don't associate with the Black Americans, don't, specifically the descendants of slaves, don't associate with them. So that's real interesting. You're saying when they go over there, it's like there's no Black Americans to tell them to stay away from. I had never really thought about that before. So they tell us to stay away from the folk over here too. So yeah, there you go.
And that's the funny thing. So I've heard in America, the Caribbeans say don't associate with the African Americans because they're lazy, useless. You've heard all the stereotypes. But the funny thing is, Africans in the UK, the older parents, not people my generation who were born and raised in the UK, our parents will tell us don't associate with the West Indians for the same reasons why the West Indians are told not to associate with African Americans. And even in the workplace, the white people will tell me that, oh, you see, I'm not racist. It's just that some Black people are useless and lazy. The kind of thing Pearly thing says. And then they'll turn around and say, but you're different. You're Nigerian. You're not like the rest of the Black people.
Yeah, there you go.
Nigerians are hardworking Black people. you're really intelligent. You all go to university. You overachieve academically. So you're not the same as the rest of the Black people. And I can assume that when Jessica hears stuff like that, she nods and agrees.
Yeah, she's like, oh, big up. They celebrating me. Here's the crazy thing about it, brother. When they talk to the Caribbean folk behind closed doors, they probably tell them the same thing. Oh, you're not like those Nigerians. You all are hardworking, and you really love the British crown. You're really dedicated to the Commonwealth. Those Nigerians are not as loyal as you all are. You're dedicated to the Commonwealth. I can see how you can sit there and play both sides against the middle the whole time like that.
That's what happens. And regularly I have to correct the white people and say, no, the West Indians, they're the same as us because they all came from West Africa. They're the same with us. No, I said, we're the same. Whatever's in them is in with us. And whatever's in us is in you. I go to America a lot and I see African Americans and you all look like Africans. So even when people say to me, oh, people from Africa, you're doing better than African Americans. Why is that? I said, we're all the same. We are exactly the same people. And if they're different, it's because of what you've done to them. So you need to look at yourselves as a white person. If African Americans are not reaching or attaining where you think they should be, it's because of what you've done to them. And you've got to make retribution to what you've done to our African brothers and sisters. Because as Black people, we are all the same. Whatever we have, whatever African Americans have, the greatness is from their African lineage, which is why, whatever we achieve in Africa, you achieve here because you can sing, you can dance, you can make music, you're fantastic at sports. You've got everything that us Africans have. So if you're not attaining, work related or education, it's because of what somebody has done to you, which is why I'm 100% behind reparations. 100% behind it because you've been wronged. And as an African, it's to our internal shame that we allowed that to happen. So when I see Africans talking against reparations or other people, from the Caribbean or whatever, go to America and talk against reparations, to me, it's a shame because me as an African, our leaders should be doing more for you. I mean, I know that's not the subject at hand, but it's, something I feel I have to say. As Africans, we failed African Americans. And if you as an African, you go to America and you see Americans struggling, You should not turn around and say to them, oh, these African Americans, they're useless, they're lazy, I need to stay away from them. No, you've got to go amongst them and say, listen, I have this, I have that. Here's some of it. You know, because as us as Black Africans, we need to give our own level of reparations to African Americans because we allowed it to happen. We allowed them to take millions of our brothers and sisters and didn't do anything about it. And we've been in Africa, we've had our independence for 50, 60 years, and we haven't reached out to our African American brothers and sisters like we should have. We've abandoned you. And that's to our eternal shame, you know.
Because they're trying to tell them that they're going to dig themselves out, and we're just sitting here watching the Russians and the Chinese and every damn body else running over there. And it's like, man, it ain't no way out. That's not going to work. China, the Belt and Road Initiative, man, don't you see they already know what they're going to do. They see China, Africa as a suburb of China. Like, oh, we're going to have that locked up, and we're basically going to run it from Beijing. That's dangerous. Well, Robert, I'm not going to hold you here all night, brother, but I'm glad to finally be able to speak to you, man. It's great to be able to meet you, y'all. When y'all hear me talk about Robert and IT in the UK over there, this is the man right here. He's helped a lot of people. I appreciate it. He's a fountainhead of information. He has always made himself available, which is hard because for us over here, it'll be late at night, but for him, it's the wee hours of the morning. But he has always been as supportive as he can be because he's got a life. He got stuff to do. But he has made himself available, and I want you to know, brother, I appreciate it. I appreciate it every time. I appreciate it every bit, and I appreciate everything you've done for us.
Thank you. Be one, brother.
As always, brother Black first, as always. I appreciate it. What I'm going to do here, this will be a little bit funky. I know. They've been waiting here for a minute just to try to wrap things up here. These will be the last two that I take because we've been here for 7 hours. I was yelling at y'all at 5 hours. It's 7 hours. All right, let me see. Donald, iPhone, whoever you are, speak up. iPhone, speak up. Third time for Mr. iPhone, speak up. All right, Mr. iPhone has been taken away here. All right, Donald, turn your speakers off, Donald. You got feedback going on over there. Donald, last time, dude, turn off your speakers, man. You're messing things up. It's too late for this.
Well, I don't know.
Turn off your speakers, man. You messed things up. Too late for this. Okay, Donald is trying to figure out this newfangled technology, so we're gonna go ahead and let that go. Oh, no, no phone lines. Brothers and sisters from around the world, last week we were discussing the individuals. You were discussing Pearly things last week. Tonight, I deliberately wanted things to be different. We ain't gonna rehash things. We talked about something different tonight. Last week, we talked about the carpetbaggers and racists who've been coming through here. We talked about that last week. But this week, what I wanted to talk about were who are the individuals who were letting them in. And this will be a tough pill to swallow for many, but this is a lesson that needs to be learned because if you don't learn from your history, you repeat it. So for the internet that blew up last week because I did the story about Pearly things last week, just understand it's not done yet. She's not the last one. She's not the first. She's not the only. She's not the last. Take this as a learning moment. Take this as a teaching moment. Shout out here to Deal More. B1 Jason Directs, thank you very much for your support. I appreciate that. Representing Atlanta. Zwift, I'm going to have some mercy on you here. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up. I want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight. You got a whole lot more than you expected here. Hey, this is the way we do it every single time. We usually don't go on this long, but I felt like it was essential to get everybody's word in here. I'm probably going to chop this up later because I don't think most people are going to sit through 7 hours. So I'm probably going to chop this up later. By that, I'm not going to take this one down, but I'll probably break it up into different parts. I mean, I can always put chapters on it, I guess, but I'm either going to put some serious chapters or I'm going to have to upload it into parts. I think it's been a good program here to have tonight. I want to thank all of you for joining us here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers, as you all know, all your favorite YouTubers listen in because they love to hate watch. But this is the most informed, the most informative, the most accurate place that you can look to. This is why everybody else followed the lead, because when I posted it, they knew they could rely on it. That's called integrity. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our website, if you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. You definitely want to go ahead and join us for there. A lot of good folks, professionals, things like that. We don't talk high value men. We build high value men each and every time. And eventually we turn you into peak value men. So it is time for us to evolve the game in you. We're going past high value. I'll see you at peak value. And we're the place that gets you there. Big shout out to everyone, and everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up. This concludes. I want to thank my mods for sticking with me here tonight. It's been way, way late. Some of y'all got dudes who've been just looking at y'all crazy or they went to sleep. So I done messed up your love life for the evening. So thank you very much for letting me do that. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, The Source, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, all my brothers and all my sisters from all around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.